If I answer that question you keep asking, if I give you the name of the big enchilada, then it's Bon Voyage Dino.
Now that is one magic loogie.
Hey.
From Seinfeld.
Yeah, the Seinfeld episode where they did the parody of the JFK assassination. Did you know? So, Wayne Knight is in JFK.
This is how tired I am recently. I didn't even fucking connect that.
Oh my god, how do you not
Wow,
connect that? Well,
that's so fucking funny.
What makes it doubly weird is that his name is Numa. So it constantly sounds like fucking Kevin Costner, Jim Garrison is saying Newman. Because he's working his arms like, Newman, get that. And it's like, what? And then
that would have been amazing if it was like, hello, Newman.
And when they do the magic bullet scene in the courthouse here, Wayne Knight is the guy that they use as the stand-in for Connolly, which is the same position he has in the Seinfeld episode. Which was
because when you control the mail, you control information. All right, hi everyone. Welcome back to another episode of the Waffle Press Retrospective.
30% barrier.
We're talking the failed award contenders again. Where I think this is the back half of this miniseries that we started.
Yeah, we got this is third from the last, I think.
Yeah, we're winding down. Don't worry, we'll talk about Spider-Man and Eternals at some point, and Scream, which people seem very divided on now. I don't know. We'll see how we feel about it.
Yeah.
What people are not divided on, my co-host Matt Garingo, is Oliver Stone's JFK.
Yeah. No, people not only are not divided on the film, they're not at all divided on the JFK assassination.
Yeah. In fact, some people would say... I don't have anything for that, actually. No, but here's the thing. That's kind of a joke that people aren't divided on this movie. Because this is one of the highest rated movies on Letterboxd, I think.
Really?
All the people I follow have 4 stars, 4.5 stars, 5 stars.
We watch a bunch of we follow and are a bunch of lefto pinky fucking lefto commie maniacs, pinko commies just fucking. So this movie, the CIA is the villain of this film, 5 stars,
kind of, yeah.
Because, yeah, I was reading some people's reviews, and I'm questioning some people I know. But hey.
No. Yeah, we're here to talk about Oliver Stone's JFK.
In I think in a Gallup poll from 2016, they polled Americans on the JFK assassination, and still to this day, 60% of Americans think there was a conspiracy.
That explains a lot.
That is the lowest it's ever been in terms of polls. It used to hover around the 70s. Is people just kind of accepted it as fact that there's a conspiracy to kill JFK. Now, there's a lot of disagreement on who did it. If I ever bring up JFK, for some reason, a lot of the people I talk to seem to think the mob did it, and this is before The Irishman. But that's the one I hear most from people.
That's the one I was most familiar with growing up, to the point where I was I just stopped questioning it at one point, and then I got older, and I was that's probably a little out there.
Well, I mean, it was the first thing I learned about John F. Kennedy was A, he was assassinated, and B, there was a lot of questions about his assassination. I mean, is that is that the same way you learned about Kennedy?
Yeah, you basically learn about the end point when you study stuff in middle school and high school, right? Mm-hmm. If you're lucky and you have a decent college class in your life, not that there's anything wrong with not going to college, just if you go to college and you get a good history class or a good history professor, they will give you a roundabout way of understanding information that's more than just the end note.
Yeah.
It's weird that slavery is such a small part of American history books.
Yeah. And that small part is enough to freak out most conservatives, which is kind of insane. But
You know, it's actually critical race theory to mention that Obama was president at one point.
I'm sure
Like, that's what these fucking
that's what they're
psychopaths
building
sound
towards.
like.
That's exactly what they're building towards. But I mean, like that sucks, and we should really like all this shit going through like right now, where they're literally going in and censoring books in school. The fucking anti-censorship party is going in and like we're passing government laws. And at the same time telling us that cancel culture is the real problem.
I know, it's like, you want to talk about fucking cancel culture.
Yeah,
Like,
but like that's all bad, and like we gotta keep it out, and we gotta watch a lot more because it's like ramping up really quickly. But it's important to remember that like we like all the radical shit I like did not learn in high school. Like it's just being online in the 21st century, you know. And it's just it's a luck of the draw of like what communities you end up falling in, you know. Like, but what I was saying, I think so like go back to Kennedy. Like, here are the top 5 things that people know about John F. Kennedy, I think, in like the public imagination. It's like 1, that there's a conspiracy around his assassination. 2, the first televised debate with Richard Nixon, where JFK looked really smooth and calm and Nixon looked like an insane person. And it's funny that, like, you saw Nixon, right?
Yeah,
like,
for the first time.
And, like, they kind of exaggerate the debate in it, but not much. Like, you watch that video. And the real story is that I think they had that light on Nixon. I think that's the real story. Like, they had a light much closer to Nixon, so it looked like he was sweating like a maniac. 3 is probably that JFK had sex with everyone. 4 is probably the Cuban Missile Crisis. And then 5 is maybe Bay of Pigs. And I doubt most people, like the average high schooler, I'm going to say, probably couldn't tell you exactly what the Bay of Pigs was. You know?
Yeah, I learned about the Bay of Pigs in 8th grade. I think I brought him up before. My 8th grade history teacher, who, looking back, was incredibly conservative. That's probably why I learned about that.
Well, it's so weird when, like, you read about events in American history, even, like, quote-unquote objective, like, centrist takes, and it's just this weird, like, here's the Bay of Pigs. It was a disastrous invasion of Cuba that happened, and it didn't go well. And it's like, okay, why did we invade Cuba? Like, it's like, oh, because of Castro. And it's like, oh, what was Castro up to? You know, it's Castro. Like, it's like, it's weird that, like, they never, like, some teachers, like, yeah, like, I had the occasional conservative teacher that would put the fucking pedal to the metal on shit, but, like, every time you would just, like, learn these facts and just be like, okay, Bay of Pigs was a thing that happened, but then you're not really given any, like, hey, should we have invaded Cuba, a sovereign nation? Like,
yeah, are you ramping up with this? Because I think we're about to talk about the same idea, at least.
You can go into whatever you want to talk
Okay,
about.
well, because your ultimate point is that, you know, just think about stuff a little more. Like, we should be critically thinking about why are we learning this and not, like, the circumstances that led to it, you know? I think we can agree that that's an important part of, like, just life in general.
Yeah.
Like, you need to understand like pulling quotes out of thin air to kind of mock or something like that has its place to dunk on Twitter. Maybe don't do it for everything, and just think critically about, like, the events you learn about regarding history, and keep thinking about it and keep trying to understand how we can avoid these things in the future. Now, Oliver Stone's JFK is a film that is very angry about very real systemic issues, I would argue, in America. Oliver Stone himself is a very angry, critical person about a lot of things, although I would argue he punches more wildly than anything.
Absolutely.
And I do think there is a merit to this film for many things, but I think there's a merit to it specifically in how it might open the doors for people to think more critically about history. Now, there's like a 1% chance that happens to anybody when they watch this for the first time. The other 99% chance of it is people, like, who start going onto, like, 4chan conspiracy theory threads, and they get really into this movie.
Well, this is, I mean, like you said, I think there comes a point in everyone's life where we start, quote-unquote, thinking critically, right? Like, and you start questioning things, and it really, you can talk about, like, the right and wrong way to critically think about things, but in that first wave of, like, what happens, like, when you're questioning things, it's really about who gets to you first. Like, it's really about what are you going to start questioning first. And unfortunately, I think a lot of people get sucked into the JFK of it all. Hey, did you know Oliver Stone's picture on Wikipedia is him at the 2016 San Diego ComicCon?
Where the fuck was he at Comic-Con in 2016?
Well, 2016 he released Snowden.
No!
So was he promoting Snowden at the San Diego Comic-Con?
I got to look this up.
Like, what the fuck is that? I mean, maybe there was, like, a re-release of something, but, like...
What fucking movie would Oliver Stone show to these fucking nerds that go to Comic-Con like
maybe
me?
It's like, they're nerds. They'll like Edward Snowden, because he's, like, a computer guy.
You know what? First thing that popped up, IndieWire.com. July 2016. Oliver Stone Snowden went to Comic-Con. But why?
That's really funny. That's honestly, like, really funny.
Yeah.
What if he did one of those, like, Comic-Con, like, secret screenings, like, where they showed it and it, like, got rave reviews, and then, like, Comic-Con bubble, like, Snowden played great at Comic-Con but didn't play anywhere else. It's like the Scott Pilgrim of its year, fucking Snowden.
Oh, no, Oliver Stone has kind of lost it as a director. Like, apart from everything else that we're going to get into around this movie and Oliver Stone specifically,
I think he's one of those guys who it's like 9/11 like broke him. Like, he gets like
I think you're right.
Sentimental about America post 9/11. And he doesn't, like, he loses whatever edge he kind of had, which maybe is just, like, the cocaine energy wearing off. But, like, yeah. What's your history with Oliver Stone and his films?
I had heard Platoon was great, and I saw that in high school. Mm-hmm. And I was like, you know what, this is great. I don't know if it holds up, but that was one of those first, like, quote-unquote great movies I saw at a younger age. And I was like, wow, movies are awesome. And then after that, I didn't like track his career. He's definitely not another director that we'll talk about on here that like I needed to just follow everything religiously. Mm-hmm. I was just like, oh, Oliver Stone, he did Platoon. Yeah, I like that. Okay, what's his next movie? Oh, he's got a movie coming out. Okay. Oh, it's about George W. Bush. Okay, yeah. I'll watch that. And then I was like, this isn't as good as the trailer.
I saw that shit in theaters.
Yeah, that's not great. And then Wall Street Money Never Sleeps.
Oh, yeah.
Did you ever see that one?
No, you know what? I've never watched it because I don't like the original Wall Street that much.
Okay.
I'm one of those guys who it's like it's one of those things where like now that Wolf of Wall Street's out, it's like Wolf of Wall Street's the real shit. Fucking Oliver Stone's Wall Street is fucking bullshit.
I mean, kind of.
Well, I mean, it's that thing of like everyone that saw Wall Street, like people were like. People kind of came away indifferent, and then the people that didn't come away indifferent were like, yeah, greed is good, I agree with the message of this movie. Well, it's like, Oliver Stone thinks he's, like, taking down these people, and it's like, nope, this is what these people like to do. Mm-hmm. Like, my whole take is that Oliver Stone is basically fucking Aaron Sorkin on cocaine. Like...
You know what?
There's, like, a weird, like, sentimentality about America and, like, beliefs and shit like that, but... Oliver Stone has this, like, extra paranoid Vietnam edge that, like, it leads him... Because, like I said, I think his 80s work I'm not, like, a giant fan of. Like, it's kind of like he's like, I'm going to show you fucking Vietnam as it really was, and I'm going to fucking show you what Wall Street is really like, and fucking Born on the 4th of July, ah! And then, like, in the 90s, he's like, what if I went insane?
Oh, so you like The Doors?
You know what? I don't like The Doors.
Okay.
But that's also because I don't like The Doors.
Oh, okay. I mean, look, it's the fucking Doors. It's, every once in a while, people get really defensive. Like, you don't like this critically established thing that's just part of our cultural lexicon, and you can't have any dissident thoughts about it? Like, it's fine. You don't have to like The Doors.
What if when Donald Sutherland shows up in this film, and he's like, I'm not going to give you a fake name. Just call me Mr. Mojo Rising. Oh, God. I let JFK. I'll just say it's one of my favorite movies of all time, despite everything I'm about to say. Natural Born Killers, which was written by Tarantino, I kind of hate the first half of Natural Born Killers.
Oh, okay.
Because it's like the first half of it is like the bones of what the Tarantino script was. Like Tarantino clearly wrote an exploitation film, and then Oliver Stone bought it and was like, yes, this is about the media, and like put all this shit in there. And I kind of like his weird like fucking the media sensationalism of violence. Like I like that stuff. I don't really like the fucking Quentin Tarantino stuff that's still in there.
Okay. Can I just say that when I first watched Natural Born Killers, that's probably the one I watched after Platoon, not knowing Oliver Stone, just like getting into Tarantino. That's how I found that one. And that was one of those ones that like definitely was more of a shock to the system than anything, just because like regardless of how people feel about that movie now, like it definitely is different when you're watching just like Indiana Jones 10 times a week, you know, for the majority of your life.
It's like as someone who like, you know, like I'll watch fucking anything horrific, you know, like I have that horrible horror nerd brain. Like Natural Born Killers is still like kind of upsetting to watch. Like there's something about this filmmaking style that like makes me queasy to watch it, you know? It has all the vibes of being like in a stuffy like desert motel the whole fucking movie.
Yeah.
You know? Then he did Nixon.
Yeah.
Which Nixon I also it's just wild that he did a Nixon movie after JFK.
I know.
Like that's kind of crazy.
It's like he should complete the trilogy, you know?
Yeah, what do you do next though?
You know what? I guess W is his trilogy closer.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's like he did W, but like W sucks.
Yeah.
Like,
do you remember that trailer?
Where they played. Well, there's the one where they play "What a Wonderful World."
No, the other one.
But the other one where they played "Once in a Lifetime."
Yeah.
And they have like clips that aren't in the movie in the trailer. I did that.
I remember that trailer and being like, "That looks like the best fucking movie ever." Because that was especially when I started turning more, even like angry politically, like in my life for the first time, you know. And I was like, "Oh, a satire about that asshole," you know.
And it was released while he was still president, which is kind of crazy to think about.
Yeah, so like you're talking about kind of like Oliver Stone's like edginess. I think there's like after the 90s, kind of he lost it in a way that's not similar to people like burning out. You know what I mean? It's kind of like he lost the direction of it, I think. Or maybe he did burn out a little bit, but like he lost something to like channel that through creatively.
Yeah.
And instead's like, man, isn't it crazy that this guy sucked? It's like, yeah, I agree. What else do you want? What do you want from me?
He turns both Nixon and George W. Bush into kind of tragic figures.
Yeah, and you could like debate whether or not that even should be a thing. I think it worked for Nixon.
Yeah.
In the film, and surprisingly not his image in real life. I don't actually know how the normal people on planet Earth feel about the movie Nixon.
Bob Dole wept at Nixon's funeral and said he's the most misunderstood man in American history.
No.
Did Bob Dole finally die? Did Bob Dole die
know.
like 6 months ago? Let me check real quick.
I don't know. We lost a lot of people to COVID.
Yeah, Bob Dole's dead.
Okay.
He died in December.
Was it COVID or just like old?
I'm assuming he was like 90 something. I think. Yeah, he was 98.
Yeah, that'll do it.
Remember when he fell off a stage and that was enough to like kind of end his like presidential campaign? He leaned on like a railing that wasn't like attached to anything and just fell into a crowd. And then people are like, well, Bob Dole's not with it. Like, that was enough. Bob Dole.
Well, here, I want to talk about a couple more things.
Bob Dole's election website is still up.
That's incredible.
Bob Dole 96.
All right. We got to talk about the cinematographer of this film as well. It's Robert Richardson, who's kind of Tarantino's go-to guy now. Like they film everything together since at least Django, I believe.
Yeah, and one of the only people to win an Academy Award from this fucking thing.
Yeah. Oh, here, you know what? Let me read that out. So the Academy Awards this was nominated for was Best Picture, Best Director, Best Actor in a Supporting Role for Tommy Lee Jones, Best Screenplay based on material previously produced or published. Now this is the one good decision the Academy's made. They shortened that title to Best Adapted Screenplay. That's the only good decision they've ever made. Best Cinematography, Best Film Editing, Best Original Score, Best Sound. The only things that won were Best Cinematography and Best Film Editing. And I would completely agree with those wins. I don't remember what else came out that year off the top of my head. They're not going to give any awards to The Last Boy Scout, so this is fine.
Yeah, unless it's something incredible like this. It's especially the editing is just gonna. Sometimes they joke about how the technical awards always go to like the most editing and like the most sound design and shit like that. And you could definitely make the case for JFK here, but I think it is definitely the most editing humanly possible. But I also think it's very effective.
Yeah, this is one of those rare instances of it's the most and also the best.
Yeah.
You know?
I'm looking at Robert Richardson's filmography and I kind of realizing like, oh, that's why I like these movies that maybe other people don't like.
Oh, yeah. So let me list off some other ones because he was, before he was Tarantino's guy, he was definitely Oliver Stone's guy.
He did 11
like Platoon,
collaborations with Stone.
Yeah, Platoon, Wall Street, Natural Born Killers, and then Scorsese's Bringing Out the Dead, Kill Bill, The Aviator, Inglourious Bastards, Hugo, Once Upon a Time in Hollywood, and most recently, Venom: Let There Be Carnage.
I saw that. What do you think of The Aviator?
I love The Aviator.
Yeah, I think some people are mixed on The Aviator.
Yeah, look, sorry, not to make this a Scorsese thing again. I think if you're fucking mixed on any one of his movies, I just straight up don't trust your taste in anything, you know?
Did you ever see The Good Shepherd, the Robert De Niro movie about the CIA?
Did I?
That's a Robert Richardson joint.
Oh, okay.
That was a movie that I tried to rent from Blockbuster, and the woman at Blockbuster wouldn't let me rent it. Not because I was too young, but because she said that movie's terrible.
Oh.
Man, you wonder why Blockbuster's not around.
Oh. Well, you see... Yeah, I got nothing for that.
Kind of nuts he did Hugo, though. Hugo seems like an outlier a little bit.
Not Venom: Let There Be Carnage?
No, Venom: Let There Be Carnage is totally in the wheelhouse of the guy who did the cinematography for JFK.
You know what? And Natural Born Killers, yeah, that's a reunion for Woody Harrelson.
Oh, God.
Mm-hmm.
And he's like, hey...
Remember when we worked with Oliver Stone?
Remember when I shaved my head for that movie? Remember when I was coming off Cheers and I decided to do Natural Born Killers?
You know, that's actually fucking wild.
Yeah.
That was his career move.
And it's that thing where it's like that's why he's the guy who broke away from Cheers. Like that's why he's the biggest star to come out of Cheers.
Damn.
Yeah,
like, and Woody Harrelson's fucking great.
Yeah. Downey Jr.'s in fucking Natural Born Killers. There's a guy whose career just does like any movie made before Iron Man just doesn't make sense anymore.
Yeah.
Where it's just like I can't believe he was in a real movie at one point.
Kevin Bacon's also in JFK though.
Oh,
Kevin Bacon's also got an interesting career.
Yeah.
Because he's been in great movies and some fucking dog shit.
Yeah, he seems to pick movies like interesting roles though. So.
Yeah, I mean he's having fun. I love Kevin Bacon as an actor.
Kevin Bacon never really phoned it in.
No.
Like, I swear he's like the biggest guy to come out of Animal House, next to D-Day. Man, I wish Belushi had lived longer. You know?
Yeah.
Belushi totally would have been Jack Ruby in this if he had lived longer.
Oh God, that would have been amazing.
Except instead of shooting Oswald, he comes out with a samurai sword. It's so weird that Bill Murray's brother plays Jack Ruby.
I know. How does that happen?
I don't know.
Well, okay, you know what? Here, let's talk about the cast then. Kevin Costner's Jim Garrison.
No, we're gonna go through the cast scene by scene because it's one of those movies where you're like that fucker's in this. Like,
yeah, and whatever fucker you're thinking of, yes, that one.
Yeah, Nixon does the same thing. I think that's one of Oliver Stone's smartest things, though, is that like the cast is just stacked, not with like character actors, but with like name character actors. You know?
Yeah, and like really talented people. I think that's still his strength.
Mm-hmm.
Like, did you ever see Savages?
Yeah, I did, which isn't
Awful.
a great movie.
No, I think that's a terrible movie.
Probably one of the few movies that uses Travolta well in like a supporting role.
Yeah,
Right.
Travolta, Salma Hayek's great. Damian Bashir's awesome as always.
Yeah.
Aaron Taylor Johnson, I actually think is really good, and Blake Lively and Taylor Kitsch. They had like that little trio going on. Mm-hmm. They're actually really good, and I think he tapped into something with them that people haven't really started to pay off that much still. But although that probably got Taylor Kitsch the role on True Detective for that one season, and he's good in that second season, which also kind of feels like
wasn't everyone
an
kind
Oliver
of good
Stone
on the second season
film.
though, but the writing was just terrible.
The writing is like, yeah, it feels like an Oliver Stone type of season because it's like very clearly got ideas about like the interconnected like issues around like the systems that kind of control Los Angeles, but it's kind of written by like someone who doesn't understand
idiot.
things. Yeah. It's written by the dude who said Batman could probably kill God if he had the time for it, which I kind of love that the professional said that.
Who asked him that question?
I don't know. I think he was just geeking out about Batman on Twitter one time.
Whoever allowed him to say that.
His agents, I don't know.
Yeah, whoever led to that, that's bad.
I don't know.
I feel like the future, like they sit down with any directors now, so like, what do you think about Batman?
That would kind of suck. I mean, like the Batman kind of reinvigorated my like, oh yeah, Batman is like the most like flexible comic book character. You can do the most with him. I also don't want to just see Batman movies in the future though. So
we're gonna do another Batman discussion in JFK.
No, sorry. Okay, that's it. That's
All
it.
right,
No more.
What is your history with the JFK assassination conspiracy theories?
The mob thing was really the popular thing for me.
Did you ever believe it at one point?
I probably did. Yeah. I'm not proud to say that. But I also wasn't thinking critically about that much in life
Guess what,
at that
motherfucker? I saw this movie when I was like 11. Guess who bought into everything in this movie?
11-year-old Macaringo.
Absolutely. Now, it should say something that it took me being a literal child to believe in this conspiracy theory. But, yeah, and then I got, like, deep into... Now, here's the thing. I was primed to become a conspiracy theory maniac by then, because by that point, I was into UFOs, I was into Mothman, I was into the Loch Ness Monster, and I was into Bigfoot. So, all of those things make you primed to accept that the CIA killed Kennedy in the wackiest plan possible. And then not only that, I got into basically every other conspiracy. And I could like name like the moon landing, like the fucking I mean, it's basically just any major event that has ever happened, there's a conspiracy theory behind it, you know? Mm-hmm. Like, instead of there's an app for that, there's a conspiracy theory for that. And the thing that broke me out of it, and I think this is why I kind of relate to Oliver Stone kind of getting a little different after 9/11, is that the moment 9/11 conspiracy theories went mainstream, there was like a gut reaction from me that was like, no. Like, no, we're not doing this. And it wasn't even like I wasn't being like, you can't talk about America in that way. It was like, listening to people go, it was clearly a controlled demolition. And I was like, no. Like, and it's not like, and again, 9/11 wasn't like the JFK assassination where it's like a couple of photos, like a few cameras caught the event. Like, 9/11 is one of the like most recorded events in U.S. history. So it's like, all I have to do is watch a video to be like, no, that's bullshit. Also, you remember in the early days, like, the loose change guys and, like, a lot of those people, like, promoted that planes didn't even actually hit the World Trade Centers.
I missed that one, thankfully.
They were, like, holograms.
Oh.
That was, like, a big one for a while.
That's really upsetting.
Because they have to fit it into the other narrative that, like, a plane didn't actually crash in the middle of Pennsylvania. The flight that United 93 didn't actually exist. which is a big part of the conspiracy. Because if you look at the debris, there's like not like a. It's like, why does this plane crash look different than any other plane crash? And it's like, because it was fucking shot into the ground at like 300 miles per hour. And then the other theory that a plane didn't hit the Pentagon, it was actually a missile. Like, that's the other theory. And similar to JFK, you can interview people who said, I saw a missile hit the Pentagon. And it's like, wow, those guys are really convinced a missile hit the Pentagon. But then they ignore the fucking 500 other people who are like, I saw a plane. It's like, no, but these 3 guys. And then people this was crazy where people used to be like, why was no plane debris recovered at the Pentagon? Why was there no plane debris? And then all you have to do is go on to Google, go Pentagon plane debris, and you can find photos of plane debris at the Pentagon. And it's just like, and then it turns into like, well, yeah, but it was a missile that had a device attached to the back that could drop plane debris.
You know what's so funny about that last one you just said? Mm-hmm. They could have just said, oh, no, the missile was in the plane. And I would have at least been like, okay, I could see why a psychopath would believe that. The stretch at the end, oh, the missile had plane debris in it, is so fucking funny.
It's so weird. I think the loose change guys have, like, scrubbed the internet of the original version of loose change, but that version had, like, crazy theories in it. Like, it had the hologram thing, and it had the one where it's like, well, if a building like the World Trade Center was going to fall, it would have fallen sideways, because that's how physics work. And that's like, you interview any physicist, and they're just like, no. That's not, no. Like, that's not how it works. But I would also, like I said, it's one of those things where I think Loose Change is kind of one of the most important films of the last 20 years, because it is, like, the framework for all conspiracy videos on the internet, you know? And that fucking thing was, like, mainstream for a while. Like, do you remember how mainstream Loose Change was for a little bit?
I did not. This is the first time I've heard of Loose Change.
Holy shit, really? Like, how did you not... Like, it was sold in stores. Like, I would go to, like... Not, like, Best Buy, but, like, that last era. It was kind of the last era of, like, Blockbuster. Do you remember, like... I don't know if you had these, but, like, when you left Blockbuster, when you were going to rent your movie, there was that shelf of movies you could buy. It was, like, a really...
I do remember that, yeah.
And it was always, like, direct-to-DVD Christian films. And it was that, like, What the Bleep Do You Know documentary series. Do you remember those?
No.
Which are, like, documentaries that try to, like, turn quantum physics into magic. And then occasionally there'd be, like, fucking Loose Change. Like, just there on a shelf. And it's like, you can buy this. And it's like, and no one's going to question it. And, yeah. Now, I thought that shit was really prevalent for a while. To the point where, like, when the South Park did their episode on 9/11 conspiracy theories, they just put the website for Loose Change, like, they just said, like, go to this website in the episode. Because their whole take is, this shit is so ridiculous, like, we can't even parody it. And unfortunately, the lesson that people seem to not learn over and over again is that, like, drawing attention to these people, like, just, like, even to debunk them, just gives them a platform, and they just reach more people. Like,
yeah, I mean, that's kind of Twitter quote tweets. You got to be careful with that when you're dunking. Even if you screenshot to dunk on them, like, at some point you are just bringing people to them.
Yeah.
And that's just a much smaller scale, but it can become a much wider scale very quickly if you watch Twitter trends and stuff like that. So just be mindful of that.
Yeah.
Not blaming anyone in particular. It's fun to dunk on people.
So, I get why it happens. We all kind of have a knee-jerk moment where we do it, you know?
Yeah, and I've been trying to get better at that, but some of you fucking people are so fucking stupid. Not our listeners, honestly. I never dunk on anyone that listens, except for you. You know who you are. But no. I get it. You know, we're only human.
Yeah, sure. No, we are. I mean, but all I can recommend though is, I hope it's still online. Because a big moment in my turning point was the Loose Change guys did an interview with the Popular Mechanics guys. Like, the Popular Mechanics guys went on being like, well, here's how a building falls in real life. Like, here's why it makes sense. And you can watch the Popular Mechanics guys just be like very calm and direct with their opinions. And then like they would go to the Loose Change people and be like, yeah, but did you know the Popular Mechanics is owned by this publication who has connections to this guy? Like, and they're like, they come across as deranged. And that was a moment for me of like, oh, I gotta reassess my beliefs in things. And the other element of it too, I talked about my moment with Joe Rogan being like the moon landing was fake, and that being like, okay, I'm not gonna listen to Joe Rogan anymore. But in that interview where Joe Rogan's talking about the moon landing, like he's talking to a astronomer who's like, look, like all the data from NASA like points to this stuff. And he's like, oh, you're going to believe NASA? You're going to believe the government? They shut JFK up. You're going to believe what they said? And it's like the JFK assassination, believing this conspiracy kind of allows you to believe every other conspiracy, you know? Mm-hmm. And it's why I love this movie, and I will talk about why I like this movie, but it's also like kind of morally reprehensible, and it's kind of responsible for this weird QAnon world we live in right now. Of just like every conspiracy is connected, you know? Mm-hmm. Like QAnon was just finally the thing that connected all of them. But all those people were already primed. Because you don't ever just believe the JFK assassination was a conspiracy, you know?
Yeah.
Like you always believe something else and something crazier. This is going to be a lot. This is going to be
It's going to be a long episode, everyone. So buckle in, get your coffee. Get your vitamins.
This movie made $200 million at the box office, which is kind of crazy to think about.
Yeah,
and like you said, it's one of the top like rated films on Letterboxd. Like people are still watching this fucking thing.
To be fair, I went back to look at the Letterboxd while you were talking. I have one or two friends that have like 3 stars, 2 stars.
Okay.
They're cowards, but no, it's fine.
Like
if you like reject this movie's existence for like everything we're about to describe and what we have already described, I get it.
And I know Diego doesn't know some of the shit I'm going to be throwing out here. It is so much worse than you think, Diego.
No.
It is so much worse than anyone thinks. Like unless you've already done the research I've done.
Well,
trying to think of anything else.
I mean, because there's more stuff I want to say about like Oliver Stone, but I kind of feel like it can come up after we break down parts of the movie in sequence. Once we get to that point where you're just going to be divulging stuff, I feel like I could just start talking about similar stuff there, unless you want to focus completely on the conspirational aspects of it.
Well, we'll talk about. We'll see. I don't know. Like I think I tweeted at one point had 67 pages of notes on this episode. I've edited it down to 45.
Okay.
I've tried to cut stuff that I feel like just I can kind of just go like, you fucking look it up. And there's going to be a lot of that. There's going to be, unfortunately, a lot of me going like, you fucking look it up. A really good resource I found is a website. Did I mention that already, or did I do that before the podcast?
No. The JFK 100?
The JFK 100. And it's 100 errors of fact and judgment in Oliver Stone's JFK. It's a website from like 2002. But it's still very resourceful, and it cites all of its sources too, because I didn't want to have to fucking go read the Warren Commission again.
Liar! I found the website. The title, once you get to the webpage, is the JFK 100. That's the actual website for people that are interested, and I'll put it in the link.
JFKonline.com/JFK100.
Yeah, I'll put that in the show notes, so you don't have to memorize all that, because that is kind of a lot to memorize.
Yeah.
But.
And at points, like, there's a great book called False Witness, which is kind of explicitly about the Jim Garrison trial that anyone interested should read. It's one of the more it breaks down a lot of the shit. There's a lot of sources online. The problem is now in this age of Google and algorithms, you go something like a piece of evidence was thrown out in this movie, and you're like, I'm gonna want to double check that. You go to Google, type it in, the first things that are going to come up are conspiracy theories, you know? Mm-hmm. And it makes it harder to really go back to, you know, primary sources. And what I like about this website is it does its best to go like, here's what was said in this interview on this date. by this person, and it can lead you back to a lot of things. Now, a lot of the ballistic stuff is just out there and very easy to find, and it's kind of nuts that Oliver Stone put out a documentary last year that is still using science that has been disproven like 20 times over. We'll get more into that as we get into the movie. And I guess the other thing, just this movie is top to bottom bullshit. We have to make that clear.
Yeah.
Like, it is so full of shit. So I don't want anyone coming away thinking like this is even close to factual.
Yeah, and I should say, I also love this movie. It's very good that you said that, because I was listening to some Oliver Stone interviews, which I had mentioned to you before the show, so I'll just put that here, that clip that I discussed. And that does make me frown upon the movie more than I would have had I not seen that, because I think there's like an angle here where this basically plays as like a satire.
Well, yeah, and also I wanted to defend Oliver Stone for a second. He used to promote this. He calls this movie a counter myth to the Warren Commission's fictional myth, which is a take, and it can lead to, okay, that's why he's cherry picking these sources. That's why he's doing this. Like he is not presenting this film as factual. He's like, here's just a different take on it. And there's some stuff I think people can just naturally conclude is done for the sake of dramatic tension. Like I think most people can watch this and know that the meeting with X didn't happen in real life. So that's clearly a dramatic thing added. It can also justify why, like, some of these quotes are so cherry-picked, it's wild. Like, we'll get more into that, but, like, some of these things, like, some of the points Oliver Stone's making are, like, disproven in a quote, like, that comes right after a quote he uses. And you can be like, okay, maybe he thinks he's doing it for the greater good, but to have him be like, no, this is I think this is mostly factual, is wild, especially with stuff that has come out since the movie.
Yes. I just also want to mention that longer than his filmography section on his Wikipedia revolves around his personal life, but specifically political views on Latin America, Middle East, U.S. presidential politics, something called the Holocaust controversy, which is never a good sign, WikiLeaks, Ukraine, and Russia. And I feel like we're going to talk about those later, because otherwise we will be talking about Ukraine and Russia for the rest of this podcast.
All right, I have to...
and unfortunately, I also have to acknowledge that he has been accused of sexual harassment.
Yeah, he was accused of sexual harassment, and it's a little weird that he's pivoted right back to the JFK stuff after he's been credibly accused of sexual harassment and probably can't get work in Hollywood anymore. It's a little weird that he has suddenly pivoted back to the JFK thing. And it's a little weird that he timed his JFK documentary to come out right after a bunch of new documents were released by the government, as if to imply that these new documents prove his theory, and then he makes a documentary that basically covers none of those new documents because they have nothing to fucking do with his theories. It's a little weird, huh?
It's incredibly weird. We're going to talk about a great movie now and talk about how this man is not great at all.
I'm just asking questions. Also, here's his quote about Hitler.
Oh, God.
Quote, Hitler is an easy scapegoat throughout history, and he's been used cheaply. He's the product of a series of actions, its cause and effect. And then he mentions Stalin. You know, he did the classic, like, Stalin killed more, which is a common argument used by a certain group of people. We can't judge people as only bad or good. And then he said Hitler did far more damage to the Russians than the Jewish people.
Look, I think...
Oh, and he used the term the Jewish domination of the media.
Shit.
I can't believe I didn't find these quotes.
Fucking guy.
They might be relevant later.
And look, before we fully get into the movie discussion...
He later apologized, though. To be fair, he apologized.
Okay, that's good. He apologized for something.
And the ADL, like said, we believe he now understands the issue.
Okay, that's good to hear. That's one good thing to hear about him. But look, I know people kind of have like a lot of like feelings about like if someone is quote unquote canceled or whatever, and like if someone's painted in a light after like a revelation of like negative activity or negative actions that someone's participated in, if that person like shows that they're willing to change, I think that's like fine. I think there's a discussion to be had there. Most of these people that are accused of things do not apologize or show willingness to change. And also the Nazis, I feel like you could kind of just paint in a negative light and you're good. That kind of covers your bases.
Yeah.
You don't really need to dissect that any further. You're a Nazi, you're a piece of shit.
There's not a lot of moral ambiguity with Nazis.
Yeah, I feel like that's kind of the one you can kind of just bury in the ground.
It honestly feels like Nazis don't get enough blame sometimes.
Yeah, it's weird that people openly supporting white nationalists in America are like, well, don't call me a Nazi. And it's like, well, then don't be one?
Yeah, don't be a Nazi.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Also, there's a helicopter flying over my house.
Oh, God, they found us, the fucking CIA. They're making sure we stick to the official story. Make sure you cut the part out, Diego. But I have the CIA script that they sent me of all the points I'm going to make during this episode.
Okay, well, I have the script too, but it wouldn't print because my printer's broken.
Oh, all right. Well,
so it's just kind of like a bunch of black lines.
I got it. Don't worry.
Okay, thanks.
I'm going to do one of my...
So fucking funny.
Here's something I got to say, though. For this episode, I'm going to have to do one of the things I least want to do, which is defend the CIA.
Oh, no.
I'm going to have to defend them occasionally from wild shit going on.
But hey, Kevin Costner said it, and I believe him.
Yeah. I mean, what has Costner ever been wrong? When was Waterworld?
Hey, Waterworld is an important cinematic masterpiece.
What if
you want to know how not to spend your crazy, insane budget for your feature film.
What about Dances with Wolves? That movie's aged really well. The 90s are so fucking weird, man.
I know, there's like incredible stuff, and there's also like, oh, I see why the filmmaking industry became the way it did.
Yeah. And it's just like neoliberalism just like taking hold and not letting go. So we got no more fucking enemies.
To go back to Waterworld for just 1 second before we have to dive into this movie. I have been talking about that movie a lot recently, and I have no like personal connection to it. It just keeps coming up in conversations with like an assortment of people, some of which who are not losers and watch movies all day. So Waterworld still has a hold on the culture in some capacity.
Is the Waterworld stunt show still open at Universal Hollywood?
I'll say out of the 10 people I've discussed this with, and I'm just rounding down, 3 of them have brought up the Waterworld show. So the fact that it's mostly the movie that we're talking about is pretty incredible. And I don't know about the Waterworld show. I think it's still somewhere.
Bring it back.
Universal Studios Hollywood. Yep.
It's still there?
That's what it says.
All right.
I'm going back. All right, JFK. An hour into recording. Let's fucking talk about the movie.
Yes.
Why?
All right. We get like a long prologue.
Yeah, no, it opens up like a history lesson.
Yeah, which I think is even longer in the director's cut. I think there's like more shit.
I would believe that.
It is a wild prologue, but I guess you need it if you're going to be making... It's all right, here's one weird thing about the movie. Throughout the movie, there's kind of like... There's hints of like, look, the mafia clearly couldn't... Like, there's like supposed to be this ramping up of a conspiracy of like, oh, well, Lee Harvey Oswald must have been working with people. Oh, those people might be Cuban exiles. Oh, those Cuban exiles might be connected to the mob. Oh, the mob might be connected to the CIA. Like, you would think that would be the ramp up, right? But like from the get-go, we're throwing the CIA under the bus here. Like, it is not... It's almost from the start of the movie we're implicating the CIA in all this stuff. Which is
and something I should say is that the structure of this film is basically just like overloading the audience with information and should not work as a film. That I'm about to give it 5 stars on Letterboxd is kind of a miracle.
Yeah, it's weird. I think part of it is just that this movie is just all of our brains now. Like we're just
we're just
constantly overloaded with information these days. And it's the thing of, like, you watch this movie and you go, like, fuck. Like, again, you watch this opening, they do the whole thing about, like, fucking Eisenhower's military-industrial complex speech. And then, like, we talk about the war against the commies and Castro and all that shit. I'm not going to give you guys a history lesson.
Yeah, if you want the history lesson, watch the beginning of this film.
But then once we get into, like, post prologue, and, like, once we get into the movie and, like, the fucking John Williams score starts taking over, like, by the end of the opening credits, you're like, we're getting the fuck out of this country. Like, shit is fucked. Like, and by the end of the movie, you're like, even if 90% of this shit is wrong, there's still enough here to be frightening. And then the problem is, it's more like 99% of it's wrong.
But that 1% is still fucking scary. And that's not, again, movies bullshit. That's not what I'm talking about. Just like the very real fears about the military-industrial complex. That's a scary thing that we have to live with, basically, right now.
The 1% is like, here's the shit we've done to foreigners. Like, here's the shit we've done to other countries. Honestly, this movie kind of makes the point where it's like, all that stuff was okay, but then we started doing it to our own country. Which is kind of wild. That this movie kind of makes that point. But, like, we get the whole thing where it's like JFK wins, like, a narrow election, which is such a weird thing that people kind of forget, like, how fucking close that election was. And allegedly the numbers were pumped up, but hey. That, like, JFK becomes this symbol of the new freedoms of America. And we get Martin Luther King, like, edited into here. There's a lot of, like, really bad, like, oh, we're gonna edit, like African Americans into the scene to be like, we're on the side of them, but there are, like, no real named African American people in the film. I think there's
I caught that too. I actually have that in my notes when they go to visit Kevin Bacon later, which we'll go back to. I was just gonna, like, is it gonna be more critical of things not relating to white people in the country? Not really.
Not at all.
Yeah.
The two named black characters in this movie might be the maid that works for Jim Garrison, which is an oddly unremarked upon character, and a thing about a Louisiana district attorney, and then I believe the black heroin addict that was a witness that they bring in, which isn't great if those are the two speaking black characters in the movie.
It's bad.
Yeah, and we get Kennedy's strategy for peace speech, which he gave at the American University in June 1963, which is kind of like, it's a speech a lot of people point to. What's interesting is that it wasn't really remarked upon in the United States, but it was, like, bigger overseas. That's where he's like, we don't want to enforce a Pax Americana on the world. We want to realize that, like, Russians are people too, and we don't want, to go to war with them over anything. And this is, it's post-Cuban Missile Crisis. We've literally come the closest we've ever come to nuclear war, and I feel like everyone was kind of feeling that way after that. And we only ever get close again when, like, Ronald Reagan becomes president and he makes a joke on air about, like, yep, the planes are already flying. Which was literally a joke he made in an interview, and Russia got scared and thought we were actually going to attack. So maybe Reagan is what you do to round out the Oliver Stone trilogy.
I think you're right. Yeah.
Oh, you know what? No, you know who it really should be? This might sound crazy, but I think Hillary Clinton, even though she never became president.
Okay.
Because she worked on the Watergate investigation. She directly, like, that's the beginnings of her political career, is Watergate. So you can draw that line, and then you can do the whole arc of the failure of neoliberalism through Hillary Clinton.
You know what? There's a movie there.
No, I totally I believe that. I would, like, a Nixon-style movie about Hillary Clinton would be amazing. But,
yeah. Oh, fuck yeah.
Great. But, like, they're going to do
Oh, my God. No,
movie.
write that right now.
Yeah, but you know that, like, Hollywood would never produce it. They're going to do the fawning, like, Hillary Clinton movie.
Well, they already did that documentary leading up to the 2020 election, and she just complained about Bernie, like, half the time or something like that.
Yeah, and people loved it. People loved it.
Not people I know.
Not
Which
people
was
we know, but
a
there's
relief.
this huge faction. We forget there's a huge faction of Americans that like love Hillary Clinton, which is just wild to me.
Yeah, and to be fair, there's also a large faction that are not horrible racist Republican assholes that don't like Hillary
But
Clinton.
there is also a large faction that are horrible racist Republican assholes who also probably think Hillary Clinton had something to do with the Kennedy assassination.
Yes, yeah, no, there's it's unfortunate because she just sucks, but there's also people that suck worse than her.
All right.
She just happens to be in a position of power.
Yes. All right. After that whole like the history lesson narrated by Martin Sheen of all people, who I believe Martin Sheen came out as a 9/11 truther at one point.
God damn it.
Yeah. So, hey, it's Hollywood, man.
Yeah.
We get all right. Then we go into like the first. What I think is the first shot scene of the movie. That's not like archival footage. And you sent me a picture from that scene.
Mm-hmm.
Do you want to talk about that one?
I don't remember the actress's name, but she's only in like those two scenes.
Yeah.
And she's killer. She gets dropped off on the side of the road, and she's like freaking out, and she's like, "You fucking assholes!" And then she's in the hospital. And it's funny because it's not archival footage, but it's shot like future archival footage will be in the rest of the film.
Yeah.
And she says, what the fuck did she say? I took the screenshot and everything like that.
They're going to
She
kill
says,
Kennedy. These are serious fucking guys.
Yeah.
And this is a statement allegedly made before the assassination. Yeah, so there's that. And then we get just like that Williams score just picked. I dare anyone not to become hooked by like the first 5 minutes of this movie.
No. John Williams' score, I was going to say does a lot of the heavy lifting, but no, it like perfectly matches like the energy of the footage on display.
Yeah. But I do think it does. It kind of infuses like a horror element to this movie. Like it's kind of it's terrifying. Those opening like 5 minutes, and we already from the beginning we're getting a mix of, and this is where I think it like confused a lot of people when it came out. Why people think this movie has more to it than it really does. Like we're getting a lot of archival footage mixed in with footage that is meant to look archival. You know.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of that in the opening. Now, some of it is very clearly not meant to look like that, but some like we see the epileptic seizure that happens, and that looks archival, you know? Like it looks, and I think some people are like, "Oh wait, is that real?" And there's like shots of Abraham Zapruder and stuff like that, and I think people are just like, "Oh, is that real?" I could see people, especially in '91, maybe thinking more of that was real than initially stated.
Yeah, and part of, like, I mentioned how it's shot in ways that other archival stuff, or stuff that's supposed to be archival, is later. They shot this on 16mm, 8mm, and some sort of video format, which I don't know what that would be for. But the 16mm and the 8mm, like, black and white stuff is specifically for that
I'm assuming
archival look.
The video interviews are for, like, the Jack Ruby stuff. Like, when Jack Ruby, like, shoots Oswald on TV.
Oh, okay, that makes sense. Yeah,
I'm assuming it's for like news stuff. Because also there's scenes. Because then and then we like Kennedy gets shot, and like we get introduced to who's going to be the hero of the film, Jim Garrison. And we go through him, and we basically go through the whole arc of like, you know, Walter Cronkite going on the air and telling fucking America that our president was shot, last president assassinated, at this point, and hopefully it stays that way. Honestly. Well, it was weird where it used to be like X number of years the president will be assassinated. Like it matches up from Lincoln to Kennedy, and then Reagan gets shot but lives. And I think George W. Bush was supposed to be the next on whatever time scale this was, and then all he had was those shoes thrown at him.
Oh, yeah. I want to say that, like, I forgot, or I just don't think about this, but, like, the way the TVs weren't, like, in every household at the time, or, like, every office. And so when Garrison hears from his partner that the president's been shot, they're like, okay, we'll go down to so-and-so place because there's a TV there. And I was like, oh, yeah, that's, like, Information used to be doled out so differently.
Yeah.
At this point in history.
And you had to go somewhere to get the news broadcast.
Yeah, and now we wake up and check your phone, and it's like, no wonder I'm angry all the time. It's fucking like you're just shit being uploaded into my eye sockets constantly.
At least we could be communally angry in the 1960s.
Yeah.
Go to a bar, drink some booze, get angry about the news. And all right, and we're already getting there's already talk of conspiracy like early on because we get did you recognize the actor? It's fucking Vincent D'Onofrio.
No.
Yes.
I did not catch that at all. Like that's fucking crazy.
Only scene in the movie is him, and he's based on a real guy who really said this to the news. Who was just like, yeah, we were standing here, we saw Kennedy's head fucking explode, and like we heard shots coming from behind us, and he's pointing at the grassy knoll, like, which I will say this movie kind of gets something right, which is that from the moment Kennedy was shot, there were conspiracy theories. Like, it wasn't like this shit developed later. It was like from the get-go there were conspiracy theories, and there was from the get-go people were talking about the grassy knoll. Like, all that stuff was out there by then. And what probably doubled down on it was fucking Jack Ruby shooting Oswald. And that's what just made everyone go like, there must be something here. Which is, it's just crazy to think about. We're introduced to Guy Bannister, played by Ed Asner, and his buddy Jack Martin, played by, oh god, what's his name? I forgot. But you know his name.
I don't know this guy's name.
Jack Lemmon.
Oh, there you go.
The guy I always dunk on for being terrible in Cabrano's Hamlet. Yeah, and they're sitting at a bar somewhere else getting the news, and like Bannister is going on about like, fuck Kennedy's people are fucking acting like they do Kennedy. He's talking about Cuba. He's like, we can't let the blacks vote. So it's like, this guy sucks.
Yeah.
We get that pretty quickly. And we follow this. A lot of this stuff is like intercut, so like I'm giving it more order than it really is. But we follow this guy throughout the whole thing, and we hear about Lee Harvey Oswald getting arrested for killing a police officer, and we see the footage of not real footage of Lee Harvey Oswald, of course. It is Gary Oldman as Lee Harvey Oswald. He's actually really good in this.
I was going to say, yeah, I really like him in this.
Oswald's fantastic. Mm-hmm. And I don't know if he's ever said this. I think he's playing Oswald as guilty.
Oh, okay.
Like, that's the vibe I get. But that could be anything. Like, Bannister's like, who would have thought that Oswald kid would have gone nuts? So it's like, oh, this guy's connected to Oswald. It's a lot in like the first 10 minutes of this movie.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that it's even like legible is remarkable.
Although I dare anyone like right now that didn't go through it like as thoroughly as we had to tell me what the fuck happens in this movie, like what the actual conspiracy is. I think that would be a genuine challenge.
No, sure, but I mean, just the fact that like
halfway through the movie, you fucking forget who Guy Bannister is.
Yeah, but I think like the strength of the film at this point is just like throwing the information at you, but I don't think anyone would be lost. I think it just has people buckle in for like the journey,
Yeah. And we see Guy Bannister and Jack. They go back to Guy Bannister's private detective office, and like, it's so weird. It's so the office has been ransacked, right? Mm-hmm. Like visually, it looks ransacked, and Guy Bannister's like, "Who's been going through my files?" And it's like, it's a weird choice that like the office is so thoroughly ransacked as opposed to like one cabinet being left open.
Yeah,
and that sets Bannister off. And Jack's like, "Hey, I wouldn't do anything like that. I've seen enough stuff here to write a book." And Bannister's like, "The fuck you say about a book?" And great drunk acting from Ed Asner.
Yeah, Ed Asner, fucking miss him every day. What a god.
Absolute maniac.
Oh yeah, no. Have you seen that interview when someone asked him about like what he thinks about rich people, and he's like, "Well, you got money? Can I piss on you? I think he was saying he just wants to like piss off like the rich and stuff like that. So, what a legend!
I also know the clip of him just being like, "Hi, I'm Ed Asner," and then he pulls a knife.
Yeah.
So Guy Bannister fucking beats the shit out of Jack Martin, like pistol whips him. It's like, never say anything that was going on here. Back to Jim Garrison, our hero, at his office. They're watching Oswald, on TV, and he's denying any involvement. And it's just so weird that like they're already like weaving in the conspiracy like so early in this movie. I feel like maybe they should have. Like, but I don't know. It works. I have complaints where I'll be like, I don't know if I would have done this, but it like works somehow, because he's like seems like a pretty cool character for someone under pressure like that. It's, Oswald denies being involved. Someone goes like, "Is it true you work for these Cubans?" And here, that's the Fair Play for Cuba Committee. That's fucking Jack Ruby, which he really did yell out. You can actually hear him on the news broadcast saying that. And Oswald's like, "No, I'm a Marxist. I've been in New Orleans." And so Jim Garrison's like, "Hey, if he was in New Orleans last year, we should investigate that. See, because that's where he is. He's from New Orleans. Spoilers. He's the New Orleans DA." But the news is like, Oswald definitely did it. And as Jim Garrison's group's like starting to put shit together. They see on live TV, Jack Ruby fucking shoots Oswald. Which, it makes sense that there are conspiracy theories around this if, like, these are the events, Mm-hmm. It's like, within 2 days, you see this guy shot on TV and he's fucking dead. Have you ever seen anything like that?
No. No,
generation that's on 9/11 on TV, though, so...
I mean, okay, I guess so. Yeah, it's kind of like a dozen JFKs.
Did you ever see? Did I talk about that guy that shot himself on live TV?
What? No.
What's that guy's name again?
Well, I mean, there's a couple.
Oh God, I can't remember his name. He was a Pennsylvania guy, which is why I know about him. And he got caught in some corruption scandal, and he gave a press conference, and he comes out with like a stack of papers and like a bag and like some notes, and he's like. He goes to like, "Hey, is Jim here?" And this guy named Jim like stands up. He's like, "Make sure this is delivered to all the right people." And then he gives this like long speech about like, "I've always tried to do the right thing, and I believe today that I've still done the right thing, but I am now being persecuted wrongly." And he goes on like this whole thing, and then he finishes the speech. Then he reaches into a bag and pulls out a fucking gun, and then he shot himself on live TV.
Jesus.
It's one of the wildest things ever. Which you can find on YouTube. I don't recommend watching it because it's a guy shooting himself, but I do recommend watching up until that point.
Oh my God.
Because to watch the body language of a guy who is like, "I'm going to go commit public suicide" is kind of wild. These are the things I look into when I have nothing better to do. This is why I know enough about the JFK assassination to talk about this stupid movie. What do you think, Diego?
I think I will be okay not watching someone shoot themselves.
See, Diego's too afraid of the facts. This is why you need someone like me out there.
I mean, kind of, but like only because I want to talk about like Sissy Spacek and like Walter Matthau.
You want to talk about a Sissy Spacek is fucking wasted in this movie?
Yeah.
Arguably the biggest crime of this fucking movie.
No, it's not. That's not the biggest, but it's a big one.
I mean, no, it might be the biggest, and that's saying a lot. That's how wasted Sissy Spacek is.
I mean, she's trying. She is so good, and it's such a bummer. She was in fucking Carrie. And Phantom of the Paradise is a set dresser. So she's never on camera, but she's
still
there.
Popping up and shit every now and then.
Yeah, I'm trying to think. What
was she in The Old Man and the Gun?
Yes, she was.
In that? Yeah.
Yeah, that's a great movie. She's great in it.
Really solid movie.
Yeah.
Tom Waits is in it. How did Tom Waits not pop up in this movie?
Oh my God, that would have been too much.
Tom Waits totally could have been a character witness, though. Like, I saw him on the grassy knoll. No, he should have been the guy on the grassy knoll.
Oh my God. Well, if you have seen the Watchmen film, then you know that the person behind the grassy knoll was actually the comedian.
Yeah. And here's something I thought I would never say, but it was actually done very tastefully in Watchmen, a Zack Snyder film, compared to this movie, which shows actual real footage of Kennedy actually for real getting shot in the fucking head. It's like, it's real. Like, it mixed with a recreation, but you see the actual footage of someone being murdered on screen.
Okay, here's a question for you. Is this film propaganda?
Absolutely.
Yeah, okay.
It doesn't think it is, which is what makes it so disgusting, but it is 100% propaganda. It's you know, it's textbook.
Okay, I'm glad we agree on that.
All right. Well then, so it's like, well, Jack Ruby, shoots Oswald. So basically the case is over. But Garrison's office is like, look, we were asking around. There's a guy named David Ferry who is associated with Oswald through an anonymous source. He allegedly went to Texas the day of the assassination and came back. He's tied to like anti-Castro organizations. He's a disgraced homosexual, they say, and he's a pilot, so he's possibly a getaway pilot. But it's so weird. It's like, well, Oswald is in the news as being portrayed as like pro-communism, pro-Castro. Why would he be associating with an anti-Castro guy? So it's like the beginnings of like, that's a little odd. No one really underlines that, which I actually kind of like. They just kind of throw out that this guy's anti-Castro. And then walking into the film, firing on all fucking cylinders, is Joe Pesci as David Ferry.
He is so good in this. He also, what is up with that man's face in this? Is that how David Ferry looked?
David Ferry did look rough. Like, David Ferry, he had cancer for a large portion of his life, especially this era. He looked rough. It was a wig. I mean, the movie reveals that too. Yeah, he's a rough looking character.
Yeah. Because when he walks into the frame, I was like, holy shit. Not just because it's the great Joe Pesci.
And Pesci does it really well. Pesci does like all versions of Pesci in this movie. So, but also while we're on the topic, I'm sure you're aware of the other film David Ferry is mentioned in.
The Irishman.
The Irishman. Remember when he's like supposed to bring the weapons down for the Bay of Pigs invasion?
Yeah,
he's like,
okay.
You're gonna meet a fairy named Ferry.
Yeah. And
he meets him, and it's supposed to be David Ferry. So, hey.
The Joe Pesci cinematic universe.
Hey. Maybe Joe Pesci is Mysterio. That would be terrible.
What? Are you? I thought I was going to have the problem this episode.
Yeah.
That was pretty bad.
Interrogation doesn't go well for Ferry. He trips up on basically everything. I just love that scene.
And he's like, "Oh no, sorry, I was confused. No, we forgot the guns or whatever." And it's it just keeps happening.
I was confused for a minute. Once we got out there, only then did we realize we had forgotten our shotguns. And then it's like, well, Dave, I'm gonna have to call you in for further questioning. I simply don't find the story believable. And he's like,
no, before he tells him he doesn't find it believable, he's like, why? What for? It's like, dude, what the fuck do you think for?
That's a fun scene. But then the FBI finds no evidence that Ferry knew Oswald. And Garrison's like, all right, they must know something we don't, but let's move on from this. Let's get on with our lives. We're going to jump 3 years ahead, but I guess we should talk about the real David Ferry for a minute. They say in the scene, like, this is like the beginnings of like not so accurate information. They say the name that keeps coming up, we've asked around, the name that keeps coming up is David Ferry. And we have what, and that the anonymous tip said he went to Texas the other day. Now, this isn't true. There was only one, the anonymous tip was the only person linking Ferry to Oswald. Now, it is true that Ferry and Oswald both served in the Civil Air Patrol. They were both active in 1955 and attended meetings together. There's no real evidence that they knew each other. Like, they never spoke of each other. There aren't we'll get more into the people that claim to have seen Ferry with Oswald, but a picture did surface years later that have Oswald Ferry in it, both on opposite sides of the picture with like a group of other guys. Which some people point to that as like proof positive that they know each other. But the actual photographer of it later said, I took the picture and I'm sure David Ferry wouldn't remember me either. So it's not as proof positive as some people think it is, but it is something that this picture did show up. A lot of the people that came forward linking Ferry to Oswald came forward after Ferry had died. So there's that element of it. 3 years later, you brought up this guy who's in this scene.
Oh, my boy Walter Matthau.
Yeah.
Grumpy old man.
Probably owed someone gambling money, so he took this job.
I mean, maybe, but he's still great.
Yeah.
As Senator Russell B. Long.
It was a real guy who did have questions about... although it's so weird where it's like... Oliver Stone's very lefty and like... But I don't know if he realizes how much of this movie seems to fall like in favor of like the right, you know?
I think Oliver Stone falls into that angle of leftism that just kind of reverts back to... It swings around back to the right in a way.
Yeah.
I think... And maybe I shouldn't say this. I think the dude is kind of more fascist than I think even he recognizes.
He might be, yeah. He could totally be.
Yeah. And I think... I don't know. I'm glad he made some great movies at one point. He's definitely one of those dudes I don't really want talking anymore.
Yeah.
We'll get more into his talking.
I wanted to
later,
give him
I'm sure.
like the benefit of the doubt, but I couldn't really bring myself to listen to the director's commentary for this movie. Like, I did not want unfiltered Oliver Stone.
I listened to a little bit of his Democracy Now! Interviews when he was talking about his Putin documentary that he did, which is now available on Hulu, so a Disney subsidiary, which doesn't mean anything. I just think that's very weird and funny.
It is funny.
He's a weird guy. Like, he just is.
Yeah. He's a character. This movie's full of characters.
Yeah.
Walter Matthau he talked about it. It's like, hip is you can't tell a boy from a girl anymore. Man, I'm glad these debates have changed.
Womp womp.
And then they kind of talk about Vietnam not going well, and Garrison's like, yeah, shit hasn't been good since Kennedy died. And then Walter Matthau's like, yeah, Warren Commission was bullshit. And then we get the first kind of scene that is like an info dump scene, you know? Mm-hmm. Other than the prologue where it's like saying, the Warren Commission says this, well, that's bullshit. What's funny is, though...
Here's the thing. Before you go into that, every scene of this movie is kind of an info dump. And I think that's why I brought up that I think it's kind of propaganda. Or it is propaganda.
Well, no, here's the thing. Like I said, like this is the beginning of it. It only stops occasionally to have scenes with Sissy Spacek.
Yeah.
Like, after this, it is, like, all info dump.
Mm-hmm.
You know? But here, something I find very funny is that Walter Matthau's like, there's no way Oswald could have made those 3 shots in 5 seconds. And then we cut to Lee Harvey Oswald, Gary Oldman, and we watch him make 3 shots in 5 seconds. Which, you know, look, A, he's an actor. B, like, it's dramatic. Like, it's not trying to be factual. But it does show that it is at least physically possible, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Whether or not you could make shots that actually hit your targets is a whole other debate, which we will get to. But the movie, like, it's weird, right?
Which is why I think it works more as a satire than, like, anything else, you know?
You really
like,
think
it's very funny.
Do you really think?
I don't tend to think, but I think it's a very funny film. And I also think it's a great film, unfortunately.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe satire is the wrong word. There you go.
Yeah, I don't know. There's something to it. There's definitely more to it. But All right, Walter Matthau throws out at the end of this, which I don't think is like a wrong point, but he goes like, you know what I'd do? I'd round out 100 of the world's best riflemen and find out which ones were in Dallas that day. Which, like, one, I don't know how you would do that, you know? How do you determine who the top 100 riflemen in the world are? But also, it's weird that they throw that out there, and then it's never really brought up again.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's just like, it's like, okay, that's an idea. And then, nope, we're not going to do that. There is at no point do they ever make a suggestion in this movie who the other shooters might have been. Like, there's never, like, a name attached to another shooter. Which is kind of interesting. Maybe they wanted to avoid, like, legal shit. Like, 'cause some of these people were probably still alive in 91.
Yeah. I mean, it's kind of shocking what they got away with here anyways.
But some of the people they do leave in that they just change the names of, I don't know why they didn't just do that. I don't know. It says a lot that they never find the actual other shooters. But, so this spurs Garrison on. He goes all in on the Warren Commission. He reads all, like, 30 volumes of it, which this movie acts like is a weird thing to do. I mean, we've all read the Warren Commission, right? We all currently have a copy of the Warren Commission on our shelf.
No way.
Right next to the 9/11 Commission.
Oh my God.
Hey.
Hey, you know, more power to you.
Hey, just to make it less weird, it's my dad's copy of the Warren Commission.
Oh, okay.
That makes it totally normal and cool.
Yeah, no, that makes sense, yeah.
But now it's mine, and I have read it. Yeah, and, like, Garrison's, like, doing a lot of, like, what about it, which this movie is just full of, like, what about this thing? Oh, Oswald's interviews weren't recorded. Oh, a lot of people are saying they heard shots from the grassy knoll. Like, I'm not, you know, it's the classic I'm just asking questions shit.
Mm-hmm.
And again, in another, like, embarrassing moment of, like, trying to be like, this movie's actually about the plight of African Americans, the maid Kate chimes in at one point. I never did believe it. And it's like, oh, thanks for your input. It's so weird the movie is, like, patting itself on the back about this shit, you know?
I know.
It's kind of gross. We get an important moment. Garrison gets to the Lee Bowers testimony. I'm throwing out some stuff. I'm going to get to a lot of the facts later. But he gets to the Lee Bowers testimony, which Lee Bowers is a guy behind the grassy knoll who described seeing something weird, a flash of light and smoke. And in that moment, like, Garrison kind of puts together, like, oh my God, there's this conspiracy here. Now, I'll go more in on Lee Bowers later. Lee Bowers never said flash of light and smoke. That's not in any of the shit that's out there. But we'll get to him later. Garrison, like, uses all this to immediately jump to, like, Oswald was clearly military intelligence, was clearly sent to spy on the Russians. And there is nothing here to back this up. Like, he gives nothing, right? Mm-hmm. He points out a lot of odd coincidences, and it's like, we get more of that later where it's like, it's odd that Oswald got back in the United States so easily. And it's one of those things where, like, if you really read into it, it's not that odd. Like, he didn't really do anything, and he never really renounced his American citizenship. And he was more like a tabloid idiot. Like, and you gotta remember, Oswald's like 23, 24 when he dies. Like, it's a young dude. People didn't take him seriously, which is part of, like, his whole weird complex, you know?
Yeah, and not to divert into another subject entirely, but it's like, holy fuck, talking about people that look rough, people looked fucking old when they were young back then.
Oh yeah, the 60s were fucking bad on Americans. Like, it's the 50s and 60s, people want to be like the good old days. It's like, fucking, you look at a guy and it's like, wow, they're 45 years old, and it's like, no, that guy's 16. Yeah. He's been working in the coal mine since he was 13. Like,
yeah,
like,
people age differently now, and that's not like a good or a bad thing. It's just, you know, that might actually be a good thing. I think people are going to have longer lives so long as we don't destroy the planet. But yeah, the benefits of not sending children into minds of death and having them chain smoking by the time they're 15.
Yeah. Hey, can you still hear that helicopter?
No way.
I could have sworn I just heard that helicopter over the recording. Like, they're watching, man. They fucking know we're about to fucking blow this shit up.
If Oliver Stone can get away with it, so can we.
Well, I guess that's the big point.
Maybe I shouldn't say that.
Not to jump ahead, but this is a movie that posits that the CIA, the FBI, the Mafia, and Cuban exiles all worked together to assassinate Kennedy. They shut up every witness. They planned for every contingency. But somehow they couldn't stop Oliver Stone from making a movie. Like, the existence of this movie, as far as I'm concerned, disproves the entire JFK conspiracy.
You know what? I agree.
You know how hard it is to get a movie made in Hollywood? Like, movies get canceled for, like, a bunch of bullshit reasons. Like, not only did this movie get made, it was like a box office success and nominated for a bunch of awards. And I'm sure the fact that it didn't win Best Picture is proof to Oliver Stone that there was a conspiracy. It's like the classic white guy thing of being like, cancel culture, I'm being silenced, that means censorship. And it's like, no, like, there's a big difference there.
Well, cancel culture is really when you get a platform for hours a day to talk about how you're being silenced.
I mean, think about it. We haven't heard a word from Joe Rogan since all that shit went down.
Well,
like,
no,
Joe
they
Rogan
made some
hasn't
poor
spoken at
Spotify
all.
intern. They made some poor Spotify intern listen to all of his old episodes to see which ones he said like the N-word in.
Oh no!
So they could pull them. This is real, by the way. They have taken
yeah,
those episodes down. Yeah. Those poor interns. They're like, please, Mr. Spotify, I can't listen to any more of this dog shit.
So, I thought a certain scene happened later than it did, but it turns out this is the next scene. Hold on, I'm clearing my throat. Definitely cut that out.
Yeah.
We immediately go to... I always think this scene is later than it is because it doesn't really make sense for it to be this early. But they go on the walking tour of New Orleans. Do you remember this scene?
I do, because it's another one that's like, this is a weird coincidence, isn't it?
Yeah, that's this movie. A lot of this movie is circumstantial evidence and coincidences. They go on a walking tour, and it's like, there's Guy Bannister's office, but the entrance from the other street, guess whose address that is? Lee Harvey Oswald. When Lee Harvey Oswald was handing out pro-Castro pamphlets, it had this address on it. And then it notes that, like, there's the Office of Naval Intelligence, which is where Oswald would have been sent if he was a spy trained to speak Russian. That's O&I would have trained him. Also, someone casually throws out, I just thought it was hysterical, where it's like, Guy Bannister was also O&I. What's that saying about O&I? And someone goes, once O&I, always O&I. And I'm like, that's a saying?
Yeah.
I didn't even know O&I was even a term, frankly.
Mm-hmm. No, see, if you're a real 2000s kid, or if you're really born in the 90s and you played Halo in the 2000s, then you know that Oni is actually part of the Covenant resistance force defending Earth from the alien invaders.
You know, you could go all in on Halo lore right now and I wouldn't know any of it.
Yeah. No, here's the thing about Halo. The first three are very pulpy, fun, ridiculous games that are inherently a little fascistic, but, like, there's a pulpy joy to them. Ever since then, people are like, oh, Halo is badass and awesome, and now it's no longer funny. It has to be very serious, mature adult games because they're rated M, and they have guns and they fucking kill people and stuff. You can't have grunts making jokes as they die.
I don't know what to say about any of this.
I don't know. I just have very strong feelings about Halo, and I'm not looking forward to that show. I'll probably skip it.
Is the fact that I don't know about Halo proof that I'm not really an early 2000s kid? Which means I must have been trained by naval intelligence as a spy. See, I can do that shit too. All right, we got to talk about this, which is the 544 Camp Street thing. which is the address on Oswald's leaflets. The movie tries to suggest that literally the same door leads to the same address, but this isn't true. 544 Camp Street does not lead to 531 Lafayette Street. They are technically part of the same building, but there's nothing connecting them inside. The movie implies that, like, Oswald must have made a mistake and accidentally left the address 544 Camp Street on the leaflets, which is weird. Like, what's that about?
It's really hard to parse out this movie's, like, when people make mistakes for convenience or when they're hiding something. Because that happens a couple times in this movie. Mm-hmm. You know, to go back to the Joe Pesci character, David Ferry, when his was accidents and
why is he so bad under interviews, and what is his connection to all this? Like,
yeah, like the only reason he's bad at the interview in this is to start like the narrative of the film,
to get the story going.
Yeah.
It's likely the 544 Camp Street thing, because it wasn't really Oswald's office either. He writes in his diary that he had office space, but people aren't 100% sure if 544 Camp Street was really his office, because there's no real evidence that he actually did purchase office space, even briefly.
Well, that's because the CIA removed all evidence of him purchasing the office space.
Well, that's the other thing, is that, like, at a certain point, you can just start cherry picking which information you agree with, right?
Mm-hmm.
And we will get to that more. But it's more likely the 544 Camp Street thing was an attempt by Oswald to provoke a fight with anti-Castro Cubans. Because they talk about it in the movie. The day before, he did meet with anti-Castro guys, and then the next day was caught handing out leaflets. Now, 544 Camp Street used to be the office of other Cuban activists. So it's believed Oswald might have been trying to instigate a fight between these different Cuban factions, hoping to be caught in the middle and get some press, which he did. This fight got him on, like, TV, you know?
Mm-hmm.
He was a known person. That's another thing where they go, like, how did they have his biography ready, like, so quickly after the assassination? Because he was a known figure. He was a guy going on TV and giving interviews about how he was pro-Castro and pro-Marxism, which was not a thing a lot of people were doing in the late 60s. I mean, early 60s. So yeah, it's a lot of, this movie's a lot of like, this is a crazy coincidence, huh? And it's like, it's only a coincidence if you're naive. But that's kind of like the only play. So like, it'll get a little annoying where like, I'm constantly going to be pointing out like, who's going to be like, are you saying this is a coincidence? And I'm going to be like, yeah, it is. And then the stuff that isn't coincidence is usually outright lies. Speaking of outright lies, the next guy we meet is, we go to Jack Lemmon playing Jack Martin at the racetrack. Always a great location.
Oh, yeah.
In your thriller movie. Where he gives an interview. And it's so weird. They throw out so much stuff that, like, there really is no evidence for. Where it's like, guys like, well, Guy Bannister died last year. He's like, if you believe what the papers say. And it's like, what do you mean by that? He's like, all I'm saying is he died suddenly, just before the Warren Commission came out. It's like, okay, there's literally no evidence out there disputing that he died of natural causes. Like, there's nothing. Like, zero. But the movie throws it out there, so now it's in question. It's like, I guess it is strange that he died in that 3-year period. Crazy alcoholic Guy Bannister who looked like could be set off by basically anything.
He opens the movie. The movie opens with him just fucking obliterated and beating his buddy.
Just slosh drunk and then just beating the shit out of Jack Lemmon. By the way, that's what happens at the end of every Waffle Press recording when we finish. I accuse Diego of looking through my files and then I pistol whip him. So then this Jack Martin guy goes on and on about, like, there were always weird people coming into Guy Bannister's office, hanging around that summer. It says, was David Ferry there? He said he practically lived there. Cuban exiles called it Operation Mongoose. I just like Lemon's delivery on Mongoose.
No, Lemon fucking rocks in this.
Everyone that goes up to the plate fucking hits a grand slam, like, every time.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
they say the thing for like actors is that when you're reading a script, you want to look for like your Academy Award like clip. Mm. You want that scene where you're gonna be able to have your Academy Award clip. I think everyone here could have had one except for like Sissy Spacek.
Yeah, which is sad, but it's also like tragic. Jack Lemmon. We talked about Jack Lemmon. That's literally his only scene. Mm. He never comes back into the movie.
Well, no, he gets beaten and then he comes back and then that's it.
Oh wait, did I say Jack Lemmon?
Yeah,
I meant to say fucking grumpy old men.
Walter Matthau.
Walter Matthau. That's his only scene. But yeah, this is Jack Lemmon's last scene in the movie. Mm-hmm. He never comes back after this. He says Oswald was there. He admits to Oswald being there, and that the FBI shut down Operation Mongoose, which was part of a plan to invade Cuba using exiles and quote-unquote Nazis and mercenary types. But Mongoose got shut down by the FBI after Bay of Pigs failure on Kennedy's orders, but says, like, the guys, they didn't really seem like they were in on it. Like, they were just going through the motions. And then it's like, there was another guy there, a weird fella, and he was like, can't place the name. And he's like, Clay something. And Garrison's like, Clay Bertrand? And for a second, he's like, yeah. He's like, well, I don't know about that. And he's like, no, Clay Bertrand. And he's like, I'm done talking. You guys are naive if you think no one's listening to this conversation. And there is a shot of, like, an FBI guy, like, supposed to be listening to them. Like, which is just wild to think about. Like, I know the CIA's everywhere and shit, but, like, can you imagine being the guy assigned to follow Jack Lemmon around?
I'd hope we'd be friends.
Yeah, you know, why not? Yeah. Now, here's the thing. Operation Mongoose was a real thing. It was set up. It was supposed to go into effect either as part of the Bay and Pigs invasion, but, like, again, was shut down. Like, a lot of the stuff about that is true. Now, I'm not sure about, like, the Nazis and mercenary types. It was set up as a way to give a lot of distance to allow, like, plausible deniability for our government intelligence agencies, right? Mm-hmm. Like, a lot of the stuff was happening. So that stuff is based in fact. But let's talk about Jack Martin, Jack Lemmon's character. Let's talk about the real guy. In real life, Jack Martin, he tipped off Garrison to Ferry. Like, that really happened. But he's the only guy that did it. So he's the only connection between Guy Bannister and David Ferry. So it's this one guy, Jack Martin. He was likely trying to get back at people, but we'll get into that. Guy Bannister pistol whipping Jack Martin. A lot of that information comes straight out of Jim Garrison's book, On the Trail of the Assassins, which was published in 1988. The police report filed that night says the dispute was not over files. It was over unauthorized telephone calls that ran up the phone bill. There is, like, brief mention of that in this scene. It's kind of like, if blink and you'll miss it, where Garrison's like, now I know that wasn't really over a phone bill dispute. So, like, at least that's in the movie, okay? But all documentation points to the debate being over phone bills. Only later did he say it was over files. And it was like, and by later I mean specifically when the Garrison investigation was ramping up. Let me see. Jack Martin decided not to press charges. Another Bannister investigator told the House Select Committee on Assassins in 1978 that Martin said it was over phone bills. So this is later, and another guy is corroborating, like, yeah, it was about phone bills. But hey. Now, in Jim Garrison's book, published in 1988, remember, he said that Bannister getting violent and beating the shit out of Jack Martin was unusual for him. He was never known to drink heavy and was an austere, highly composed individual. Now, someone from December 1966 disagrees with him. That person being Jim Garrison. Jim Garrison in December 1966 told Life magazine that Bannister was a violent man and heavy drinker. So, hey, you know, who are you going to believe, Jim Garrison or Jim Garrison? Now, in 1957, Bannister lost his job as assistant superintendent to the New Orleans Police Department when, while drinking, he pulled a gun on a waiter.
Jesus Christ.
And in 1964, he was arrested on charges of aggravated assault after allegedly brandishing a pistol at 3 youths on a city bus.
Oh my God.
He has at times, including by Garrison and people in Garrison's office, he has been at times described to as having brain damage. So that's Guy Bannister.
You know what? I want to remake the movie Nobody, but have it be about Guy Bannister.
Be Bannister.
Yeah.
I mean, well, here's maybe why you don't want to make that movie.
Oh no.
Guy Bannister was an ultra right-wing anti-communist and virulent white supremacist.
Never mind.
He was a former FBI agent, but there's no real evidence connecting him to the CIA or Operation Mongoose. All that stuff comes from Jim Garrison, who wasn't able to provide a shred of evidence as to this stuff. The anti-Cuban movement that was going on in New Orleans at the time, which would have been connected to Guy Bannister, had no direct connection to the CIA. Now, a lot of people say that this is deliberate, that yes, different agencies are composing these different things, so no one knows who's doing what, right?
Mm-hmm.
Which is how intelligence agencies operate, but to this day, there hasn't been any evidence to connect this stuff. I'm just saying it's not out there. Bannister was briefly connected to a group called Friends of Democratic Cuba, but the only witness connecting him to other Cuban exiles is Jack Martin. So let's talk about Jack Martin.
All right.
Jack Martin, real name Edward Suggs. Now that's a name.
Why did he change it?
Why did he change it? Let's get into that.
Oh, I thought that was going to be a joke because his name was Edward Suggs.
I mean, maybe, but that's true. You wouldn't trust a guy named Edward Suggs. And
Yeah.
you also wouldn't trust a guy named Edward Suggs who was up to the shit Edward Suggs was up to.
Oh, no.
He has a rap sheet going all the way back to October 1944.
Oh,
spanning across
no.
states California, Arkansas, Texas, and Louisiana. In Texas, like every crime on the book, this guy's connected to. In Texas, he performed illegal back alley abortions. One of his patients died. He was charged with murder. He was arrested in Los Angeles for fleeing the murder charges, but managed to get out from under it under a technicality. He bragged about getting away with murder. A murder he caused by performing an illegal back alley abortion. That's when he changed his name. He was committed to a psychiatric ward in 1957. Now, I don't want to, there's going to be a lot of talk of that because, unfortunately, Jim Garrison seems to find every lunatic on the planet in his investigation. So there's going to be a lot of talk about mental illness. And so, I don't want to make light of any of that. And I don't want to, and it should be pointed that, psychiatric hospitals and therapy in 1957 was a lot different than it is today. They'd send exhausted housewives and say a wife rightfully depressed over the death of their child would be deemed psychotic.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to put too much weight on this, but he was sent to a psychiatric ward in 1957 for impersonating an FBI agent. He was diagnosed with sociopathic personality disorder and antisocial personality disorder. Garrison's own associates called Martin, quote, absolutely crazy, and, quote, a sack of roaches, meaning he was unreliable. Even other conspiracy theorists discredit him. Now, here's the big thing that this movie does. No one, not even Jack Martin in real life, placed Clay Shaw at Bannister's office. This was entirely invented for the movie.
Jesus Christ.
There is not a single witness connecting those two in real life. How do you feel about that?
That kind of breaks the movie even further.
Well, that's just the fucking beginning, man.
Oh, boy. Oliver Stone, I trusted you. I did not, but...
Yeah, we didn't trust him, and still he betrayed our trust. All right. Now we get to what might be my favorite scene in the movie. Do you know what scene that is? Because I've been tweeting about it.
You know what? No, because I haven't been on Twitter as often as I used to.
I sent you a picture of him. It's John Candy.
Yes.
Dean Andrews.
John Candy. I just got to say, he's so fucking good in this movie.
He is amazing. It's fucking the best. And this is how this guy really talked, by the way.
Oh, okay, good, because is this off the record, Daddy-O? Like, oh my God.
They put the heat on my man, same as you. Like,
yeah. It was like falling in love at first sight. This is the greatest character who's ever lived, and unfortunately a real person.
I have some of his transcripts saved. I'm gonna have to get him up because like he has quotes like that all over the place, and they're amazing.
That is beautiful.
Yeah. So first of all, though, like wild casting, by the way. It's like Oliver Stone being like, "All right, who are we gonna get to play a Southern beatnik like lawyer? Get me Canadian funny man John Candy." But he's great. I mean, it's and he looks just like the guy, by the way. Like that's what the guy looked like. It's kind of amazing.
I just looked him up, and yeah, it's very good. That's very good casting.
Before I go into the scene, can you tell me what the significance of this scene is?
To let John Candy prove to the world that we did not deserve him.
I mean that, but like, what is the connection to the conspiracy?
You know what? I can't tell you off the top of my head.
I dare anyone off the top of your head who's not like watched it 50 times like I have, that hasn't done this research, because it is like so brief. So the reason they're having dinner is that they are friends. He's like, we've been thick as molasses pie since law school. Like, he's fucking going for it, man. Yeah. Dean Andrews, this is real. He's in the Warren Commission. He said he was contacted by a man named Clay Bertrand to be Oswald's lawyer. And that's it. So that's how a guy named Clay Bertrand ended up in the Warren Commission. And that's the whole scene. He also said that he met Oswald, that Oswald was around the office. And oddly enough, not brought up in the film, but in real life he said that David Ferry had come to his office at one point. So right now we got, according to Dean Andrews, Clay Bertrand, Lee Harvey Oswald, David Ferry, all connected. That is kind of significant for this story, right? Mm-hmm. This is some amazing Oliver Stone editing right here, whereas like, truth is, I never met the dude, and like the cut is right on Candy taking a puff of that cigarette, and they cut to him meeting with Tommy Lee Jones. Mm-hmm. Like I love the editing in that scene. I'm just like I told that Bertram cat right out, and then they cut to him being like, cashew peaches, and then it's like, I wanted nothing to do with them. It's great.
Well, we're talking about like how this had the most editing, but it's also very effective, and it's stuff like that, how it like really compresses all this information, mostly fictional. Yeah. but you almost kind of buy into it, and many people do buy into it when you're watching it, and I don't know, it feels so effortless in a way. Like it is kind of like assaulting you with all of it, but it's in a way that's exciting and not just like standard coverage or anything like that.
Yeah. We'll talk about a scene that absolutely shouldn't work and works later in the movie. But yeah, he's like, truth is, I never met Clay Bertram, and like Clay Bertram's not even his real name. I just said whatever name popped into my head, and which is true. He said these things. He said he helped with Oswald's Marine discharge, but then like he's like, look, there's inconsistencies here. He's like, I'm aware of our friendship, but I'm going to call you in front of the grand jury if I can subpoena you on this stuff. That's what he's like, is this off the record, Daddy-O? He's like, if I answer the big question you've been asking, if I give you the big enchilada, then it's Bon Voyage Dino. I mean, like, permanent. I mean, like, bullet to the head. Can you dig? Oh, I love this scene so much.
It's fantastic.
You was crazy as your mama. Go show it's in the jeans. Oh, it's the best. This is the guy I would want to play in the movie. Like, if I had to be like the one scene thing, like, this is the guy. Mm-hmm. It's that or fucking Jack Ruby. I think I could do a Jack Ruby. Here's a question for you. Who would you, if you could be like one of the one scene wonder people in this movie, like who do you think you would be best adequate to play?
Jack Martin.
Or who would you most like to play? You want to play Jack Martin?
I want to play Jack Martin.
Oh God.
Yeah.
Even now knowing the truth.
Like Diego said, a performance.
That is a fun performance, though.
Yeah, no. Jack Lemmon's great.
All right.
Oh, no, you know what? No. Russell B. Long. Senator Russell B. Long.
Yeah,
I want the math out role.
You could do that. Suddenly you have a Texas accent.
Yeah. And then I just get to be grumpy, get my half day of work. Because it's like one static shot of him, and then that's it.
For some reason, you're next to Jim Garrison.
Yeah.
I feel like, though, if I was the age I am right now in 1967, I would be a beatnik. Like, that just seems like is what would happen.
Yeah. No, we would all look like Walter Matthau if we were alive in the 60s.
All right. So this is probably going to be one of the bigger things I have to talk about. So this one's going to go on for a little while before we get back to the movie.
All right.
Because we have to talk about the Dean Andrews incident. It's insanely complicated.
Oh, boy.
Dean Andrews' name ended up in the Warren Commission after reported that he had been contacted by a man named Clay Bertram to represent Oswald in court. But when questioned, he gave inconsistent descriptions of the man and was unable to prove that he actually existed. He was later charged with perjury.
Oh, my God.
All right. Timeline. Putting shaving cream on the wall like back in... fucking guy, tough guys with names. You know, I almost read Norman Mailer's book on Lee Harvey Oswald. Norman Mailer wrote a true crime book on Lee Harvey Oswald, but I decided not to read it.
I'm going to read it now after this recording.
I'm going to read it at some point. Also, did you ever see the movie Pontypool?
No, I haven't.
Oh, I should have said there's an opening monologue from Pontypool about like a bunch of weird coincidences that happened around the town of Pontypool. And the guy's like, what does it mean? And he says, well, Norman Mailer had a theory that in the wake of the JFK assassination, just before something important happens, there's like a spike in the universe, like a bunch of weird coincidences happen. And it's a signal that something important is going to happen. It's an interesting monologue from the opening of that movie. And it's just weird that it's like, wow, I'm connecting Norman Mailer to JFK. All right. Timeline. November 22nd, JFK is assassinated. November 23rd, Secretary Eva Springer gets a call from her employer, Dean Andrews. He is in the hospital with pneumonia under heavy sedation. He says, I'm representing Lee Harvey Oswald in Dallas, Texas. Eva's like not happy about this. She's appalled. She's like, I'm not going to participate in this if this is true. And then she's like, who the hell hired you to represent Oswald? He responds with one word: Bertrand. November 24th, the next day, Andrews calls his attorney friend Sam Monk Zeldin, offering him a chance to work on the case. As they are talking, they watch Jack Ruby shoot Oswald on TV. November 25th, Dean Andrews contacts the FBI and Secret Service. He tells them Oswald had briefly been a client of his the previous summer, and that he'd been accompanied by a man named Clay Bertrand. He repeated the story of Bertrand calling him. He repeated the story of Bertrand calling him to represent Oswald. He described Bertrand as, quote, a youthful appearing person, age 22-23, 5'7", 160 pounds, blonde hair, and a crew cut. Now, those of you might know that doesn't match the person we will come to know as Clay Bertrand, if you've seen the movie. The following week, Andrews calls his secretary, asks her to locate any relevant records. She and investigator R.M. Davis spent a week searching for files, but find zero evidence that Oswald had ever been a client. Questioned by authorities, including the FBI, Springer and Davis never recalled meeting or having any knowledge of Oswald or someone named Clay Bertrand. In the meantime, FBI and Secret Service fail to find evidence of a person named Clay Bertrand existing in New Orleans. The New Orleans Police Department, Bureau of Identifications, their detective division, the narcotics squad, and the vice squad have no records of him. No evidence could be found in the city's credit bureau or the Louisiana State Employment Services or the public library. I guess they checked the public library. But there's no record of a guy named Clay Bertrand. December 5th, Dean Andrews is questioned again by authorities. This time he says he only met Bertrand once, and he describes him as a well-dressed man of 6'1", 6'2", height with brown hair. This is literally just a week. November 25th, December 5th, that's about 2 weeks. And he's already completely changed the description of the guy. A few days later, Andrews tells the FBI, based on the discrepancies between his memory and facts as related to him by his employees, and further the fact that he cannot identify Clay Bertrand, he can only reach one conclusion. That is, the call received by him while in the hospital under sedation was a figment of his imagination. He added that after a careful and extensive search of his files, he could not find trace of any client. He is now convinced the call he received in the hospital was a dream. So there's a lot going on there, right?
Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
This fucking movie.
Yeah, I know. All right. Cut to July 21st, 1964. Andrews is subpoenaed by the Warren Commission. This time he says Oswald had come into his office accompanied by, quote, some gay kids. They were Mexicanos. He wanted to find out what could be done about connection with his U.S. Marine Corps discharge. So I explained to him that he would have to advance the funds to transcribe whatever records they had up in the General's office, Attorney General's office. When he brought the money, I would do the work. And we saw him 3 or 4 times subsequent to that, not in a company with any gay kids. Andrew said he could not produce any records because his office had been burglarized. Asked about Clay Bertrand again. This time he says Clay Bertrand exists. He told the Warren Commission, so he has said that Clay Bertrand was a figment of his imagination, but now again he is saying Clay Bertrand exists. He said, sandy hair, blue eyes, ruby complexion, standing 5'8", weighing 160, 170, 175 pounds. He's given wild descriptions. When asked, you can read his quotes in the Warren Commission. Everyone get out your copies of the Warren Commission at home. When asked if he remembered, he told the FBI he saw Clay Bertrand come to his office with Oswald. Andrew said no, he couldn't remember. When asked directly if Bertrand had ever been to his office, again, he said he did not remember. When asked about how he, quote, finally came to the conclusion that Clay Bertrand was a figment of your imagination, Andrew said, that's what the Phoebes, meaning FBI, put on him. I know that 2 Phoebes are going to put these guys on the street looking, and I can't find the guy, and I'm not going to tie up all the agents on something that isn't solid. I told them, write what you want, that I'm nuts. I don't care. They were running on a time factor. The hills were shook up plenty. To get it. I couldn't give it to them. I've been playing cops and robbers with them. You can tell when the steam is on. You can kind of see where some of the dialogue comes from in the movie.
Oh, yeah. No, this guy's a lunatic.
They are on you like the plague. They never leave. They are like a cancer. Eternal. And then after the Warren Commission, he said, there's 3 people I'm going to find. 1 is the real guy that killed the president. 2, the Mexican, meaning the Mexicans that came with Oswald. And 3, Clay Bertrand. He is a character. There's a video of him on YouTube being interviewed for, I think, one of the news reports that was kind of about the Garrison trial. And he says this thing where it's like, we tried to contact him for questions, but he said that due to the legal case, he cannot speak to us directly. But he still invited us down, and he said he would show us what this whole case was about. And so the news reporters went down to him, and he can't legally speak to him. So it's just him in the New Orleans street with a band playing, and he's dancing with an umbrella. It's that's what I think of this case. All right.
Oh my god.
So
I know I shouldn't be, but I think I'm in love with this man.
I kind of love him too. Even though, because honestly, we're about to get to what probably was going on with Dean Andrews. So back on November 23rd, while recovering in the hospital, Andrews gets a call from Eugene C. Davis, a friend who operated a bar in New Orleans. Andrews had represented him in a few legal cases. Davis occasionally sent him clients from the gay community. He was calling about a car he wanted to sell and wanted Andrews' advice. And of course, the JFK assassination has just happened. They start talking about it. Andrews allegedly says, "Man, I would be famous if I could go to Dallas and defend Lee Harvey Oswald. Whoever gets that job is going to be a famous lawyer." This is allegedly what he said to Eugene Davis. Now remember, on the same day, and likely immediately after this conversation, he calls the secretary and says, "We're representing Lee Harvey Oswald." And he's like, "I've been contacted to represent Lee Harvey Oswald." So again, the secretary asks, well, who the hell asked you to do this? What the fuck? He remembered back to a party he had attended when Davis was a bartender. Davis was introduced to Andrews by a coworker named Helen Gert, whom jokingly called him Clay Bertrand. I don't totally get what the joke is, but hey. A lot of this information, by the way, came out at the Garrison trial. So he says Bertrand. It came into his head. He's like, what I'm getting at is Eugene Davis is likely Clay Bertrand. Now, not in the sense that Eugene Davis identified as Clay Bertrand, is that the person described as Clay Bertrand matches the description of Eugene Davis. Davis later had a falling out with Andrews over this. So, of course, after Oswald is shot, Andrews' attempt to represent Oswald shifted after Jack Ruby killed him. He started saying that Oswald had been around the previous summer. And that's where the FBI started to got on him. He thought with Oswald dead, no one could dispute what he was saying. So this was you see what's happening here, right?
Yeah.
He got himself caught up in this bullshit. He wanted to represent Oswald. He thought, oh, I can make up that I've been hired, get down there, maybe I can get on the Oswald case, right?
Mm-hmm.
But now Oswald's dead, so now it's well, now I've lost my shot. I'll just make up this other story. All right, so then we have this. The dinner between Garrison and Andrews really happened. Now, it didn't really end it didn't end with as much tension as it did in this scene. But Garrison's like, hey, how'd your name end up in the Warren Commission? And he repeated the same story about this Clay Bertrand and all this stuff. Garrison says, maybe you can connect this Clay Bertrand to a guy I'm interested in named Clay Shaw. Garrison's reasoning for Clay Bertrand and Clay Shaw being connected: 1, Bertrand was a homosexual, according to Andrews. 2, Bertrand spoke Spanish, which Clay Shaw did. And 3, they're both named Clay. Those are the 3 pieces of evidence linking them. Andrews stuck to his story. Garrison said, come on, tell me, We could ride to glory together if you would just identify Clay Shaw as Clay Bertrand.
Oh my God.
Yeah. Andrews was adamant that this wasn't the case. And he's like, he wouldn't back down. He's like, I'm sticking to the story I told the Warren Commission. But he also said, look, I kind of made that story up. Garrison then asked Andrews if he knew about David Ferry. Andrews said he did, and he'd once arranged parole for him through a move that was, quote, a strictly legal move, that wasn't, quote, a strictly legal move for an assistant DA to make. Since Andrews was the only one who could confirm the existence of Clay Bertrand, Garrison decided to use this against him, either play ball or face indictment over this parole arrangement, because what he did was illegal. So he forced Dean Andrews to go in front of the grand jury, where Dean Andrews, all he said was, I can't say he is and I can't say he isn't Clay Shaw. So, like, Garrison blackmailed him into making these statements, basically. Mm-hmm. Even after all this, though, Garrison still had Andrews charged for perjury. And after that, Andrew finally broke. He said, I kept my deal with the big giant, meaning Garrison. I told him I would say, I can't say yes and I can't say no. And I stuck to it, and I got indicted for it. Called before the grand jury again, he stuck to the story about being Oswald's lawyer, but admitted he made up the name Clay Bertrand out of solid air to protect a friend, the friend being Eugene Davis. Davis denied being Clay Bertrand and denied ever meeting Oswald. So this is like a disaster.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a bunch of wild shit, but at the center of it is this guy named Dean Andrews, who is just described as a guy to make up stories like this. He tells tall tales. He likes inserting himself in the middle of things. It's a classic, like, white lie that got out of control, you know? Mm-hmm. Andrews said, if Garrison's case is based on the fact that Clay Shaw is Clay Bertrand, it's a joke. I may have said 1,000 times one thing, but one thing I say is Clay Shaw ain't Clay Bertrand. Saying Clay Shaw ain't Clay Bertrand clears me of the rest. It doesn't make any difference to me if I'm convicted. Clay Shaw is not Clay Bertrand. Indict me if you want to. So they did. He got indicted. So I lied. I committed perjury. I don't know what I said. The man is Eugene Davis. He finally came clean. Like, it's wild.
Okay. I opened up this episode with the Seinfeld quote, and that was a joke. I kind of feel like Dean Andrews is like a Seinfeld character.
He kind of is. Honestly, the reading, I left a lot of stuff out. All the reading I did, I want to make a fucking movie about this guy.
Hey, Jerry, you remember my friend Dean Andrews?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And my friend Mo Atta?
Yeah. You know, Dean was always saying how he wanted to take part. He wanted a bigger case. He wanted to make his name known. Well, he did.
Yeah, that's the Dean Andrews saga. You can look up more. I mean, there's a lot out there. It's just, the long and short of it is, Dean Andrews tried to get on the Oswald case, got himself caught in a lie, tried to stick to that lie, retracted his lie, got caught up making more lies to justify other lies, was blackmailed by his friend Jim Garrison into being part of this trial. He originally stuck with him and then fucking turned around on him. That's the long and short of it. Now, at the same time, you know, all he really has is the Clay Bertrand, Clay Shaw thing. Like, all he has is Clay Bertrand. He says Oswald came around the office, and he was connected to David Ferry and that parole thing, right? Mm-hmm. So these things are tenuous, but there's no evidence that he ever met Lee Harvey Oswald, and there's no evidence that Clay Bertrand even exists. So, all right, there's all that. Now, we get to Kevin Bacon.
All right, my boy. This is also a good time to talk about this film being probably super homophobic.
Oh, yeah. Deeply homophobic.
Yeah.
I guess now would be a good time just to mention that the real Jim Garrison originally tried to make out that the JFK assassination, he didn't initially blame the CIA. He initially said it was a homosexual thrill killing. Mm-hmm. And that Oswald was gay and tied to the gay underworld of New Orleans.
Yep, and gay underworld is something that my boy Kevin Bacon says.
Yes.
Not
You want to talk about the scene?
great. Yeah, well, there's a bunch of weird stuff in it as they're... I'm still not 100% sure how they even got connected to him. In the film.
Michael Rooker said that he had connections with him through prison. Michael Rooker finds him.
Of course, Michael Rooker's character finds him. That makes sense. Who they will also team up on James Gunn's super film. But anyways, I'm sure we'll talk about that someday. So in this scene, they're going out and they're trying to get information out of Kevin Bacon's character, Willie O'Keefe. And he is very flamboyantly homosexual in a way that is both stereotypical and incredibly offensive.
Yeah, all homosexuals in this movie are framed as threatening.
Threatening, borderline, if not fully psychopathic.
Yeah.
But what really struck me about the scene, unfortunately, was as they were walking past these working fields in the prison yards, a bunch of African Americans in basically chain link attire, doing what is essentially slave labor.
Yeah.
Which is a real problem with the prison systems in the South.
Yep.
Unfortunately.
13th Amendment.
Fucking bullshit country. And it reminds me earlier of the scene with the nurse and how like they're just kind of there for props. Like I don't fully understand why. And I think it's just kind of the aforementioned edginess of Oliver Stone kind of trying to like provoke stuff into the audience. Now that's worked with a lot of the film. That doesn't work with this. I don't think he has a handle on race at all. Because after this, it kind of disappears from the rest of the film too. And anyways, that was just really like upsetting. Mm-hmm. I don't know why the film focused on that other than to be provocative. But Kevin Bacon starts talking about how he met Lee Harvey Oswald, but he was introduced to him as Leon. Leon Harvey. Well, not even Harvey Oswald, just Leon. Mm-hmm. Which I you know, like if you ever did meet someone named Leon, sure, I guess. What also struck out to me in the scene is that when he meets Lee Harvey Oswald as Leon there, he's played differently than in other scenes. Did you notice that? He's like...
Yeah.
He comes across as like much more aggressive there. And then that's kind of why I thought like, oh, maybe it's like a satire of like those biopic type stuff, you know? Like where people literally have different interpretations of him. And it's like, there's kind of like a fun angle there.
We get a lot of the gay underworld stuff, and like, there's always these shots to Oswald, like in the room, you know? Mm-hmm. But the movie never really comes down if they think Oswald might have been gay or not, you know?
Yeah, he just surrounds himself with these people who are unfortunately framed terribly. And Tommy Lee Jones, this is kind of his first big scene in the movie, right?
Well, he's been making like little appearances up to this point.
Yeah. But this is like when he finally like he has a not control of the scene, but he's bouncing off of David Ferry.
He stands out in the scene.
Yeah.
In a scene with Joe Pesci, going on about like fucking Cuba, we gotta do something, and he comes up with the triangulation of fire, like that's how to kill Kennedy, right? Mm-hmm. And like their whole idea is like we gotta kill Kennedy, frame the Cubans, and then we can drum up excitement for another invasion. Yeah,
because by the way, this is how conspiracies start. People just get drunk in a room, and then they commit to those plans exactly as you hear them in that room.
To be fair, I mean, he's supposed to be... It's like at a party, and there's also like other Cuban exiles there that are angry about like the post-Bay of Pigs thing. Mm-hmm. So like it's reasonable to think that like they've had some discussions like this, right?
Yeah.
That they're military people. They kind of have military-esque discussions. Now, why Willie O'Keefe is there, I don't know. It's like, that doesn't make any sense. Mm-hmm. And it might not make any sense because Willie O'Keefe is a fictional character. Willie O'Keefe is a composite character based on 4 men who identified Clay Shaw with David Ferry. We will get to those composite, the 4 real-life people in a little bit, but Willie O'Keefe is mostly fictional, including like the weird like he's in prison and he's a racist thing, which I don't know where that came from. But there's also there should be said one thing is that there is some confusion with David Ferry. David Ferry looks a lot like someone else associated with Shaw. A secretary working with Shaw initially identified a man matching the description of David Ferry, visiting on several occasions. However, after seeing an actual photograph of Ferry, she changed her story. She also claimed to see the man again after Ferry had died. So, like, there's some grounds to this weird, like, mistaken identity thing. And I don't think the other person that looks like David Ferry has ever been identified. But Josephine Hugg, who initially identified him, like, retracted her statement after seeing what Ferry actually looked like. But yeah, we're getting into the weird homosexual stuff that's just going to keep getting wilder and wilder. All right, the next scene is a straight up, like, massive info dump scene, which is the scene where they're all out to dinner together.
Yes.
Is there anything you want to talk about from that scene?
I have to commend Oliver Stone's filmmaking abilities for a second, because this should stop the movie fucking dead by this point. Again, this is a 3-hour movie. We're going to talk about the movie as long as its actual length, probably.
If not longer.
If not longer. And when I checked it on the first rewatch I gave before this podcast, I was like, oh, we're like probably half an hour in because the movie's like really starting now. No, it's like about an hour in, right? At this point?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
I will say...
I don't feel that length at all.
I don't feel that length at all until the trial. I think the trial feels long.
Yes, I think, but like by that point the movie is winding down, you know? So it's like for me that's never really an issue so long as the direction tends to be compelling at least. You know? But that just really caught me off guard. I was like, fuck, cuz there's some movies that are like 90 minutes and they feel longer than this.
All right, yeah, this is a big info dump scene. The secretary kind of just shows up with a bunch of photos. Also, I gotta say, what's wild is, like, this whole scene is cut, like, they do the cut to the Photograph for Life magazine being faked, right?
Right.
Like, and that's not even brought up in the scene. It's just a wild thing to kind of put out there of, like, the frame-up happening. It's an interesting juxtaposition. So there's the picture of the 3 tramps, the 3 hobos, which they say there are no records. The hobos have since been identified, by the way, but hey. There's a hilarious quote, at least I find it hilarious, where one of the guys go, "Do they look like the hobos you remember?" Which, who says that? Like, all the hobos I remember from, like, cartoons. Like, I'm talking differently. Hobos are different than homeless people. Like, I'm not comparing them to, like, homeless people. I'm talking about, like, train riding hobos, which is what this movie asserts these. It's weird. Now, it should be noted that a lot of conspiracy theorists think one of the hobos is E. Howard Hunt, who's connected to the fucking Watergate break-in, which is not brought up in this movie at all. I don't want to say that's a popular conspiracy theory. There's so much emphasis put on these hobos. Lee Bowers, the guy who was behind the grassy knoll, he died in a car accident. Quote, "There was a strange shock when he died." The woman from the beginning, she's also dead. She was hit. She died in a hit-and-run accident. They talk about maybe interviewing Jack Ruby. They're like, "We can't get the Ruby. If we go to Ruby, there'll be a media circus." So it's like, all right. It's like, "What'd you find out about Oswald?" And it's weird. The secretary's like, his tax records are classified. And then they bring up, like, some of Oswald's neighbors, and they're like, their tax records are classified too. And it's brought up like this is a big point. All our tax records are classified. The government can't just go into your taxes without warrant. This isn't strange. Like, you need cause to do that. So that's odd. There's a lot of, like, I can't help thinking and blah blah blah. They try to say Oswald is connected to the fucking Gary Powers incident, which is the plot of Bridge of Spies. that Oswald was responsible for Gary Powers' spy plane getting shot down. There is literally zero evidence of any of this. There's just like, isn't it weird Oswald went to Russia and then this happened? And
well, no,
like,
Oliver Stone said this is a dramatization of recently discovered facts.
No. It's not. It really isn't. Like, there really isn't.
I know.
The KGB was keeping eye on Oswald, but they mostly just let him in and used him for propaganda, but not like a ton. He really wasn't that much of an asset. I can't forget, he lived in Minsk, but he eventually got shipped to some other fucking town in Russia and allegedly was miserable there. Now, there's the talk about, like, how he's married to Maria and that she might be connected to the Russian government in some way, but they completely skip over that he had another relationship with another Russian woman who, like, described Oswald as unremarkable and all that shit. Like, they casually throw out that nitrate tests couldn't connect Oswald to the gun. Now, do you know what nitrate tests are?
They're a test for like gunpowder or something, right?
It's like a warm paraffin that's applied to the skin, and it goes into like open pores. It has a reaction if you have fired a gun. Like if you've been holding a gun, if you fired a gun, when Oswald was in when he was in holding in Texas, they tested it on him. They tested it on his hands and his cheeks. The idea being that the gun would have been right next to his cheek, right?
Right.
It did not come back positive for his cheeks, but it did come back positive for his hands. So he's just picking, just cherry picking some facts here.
Yeah.
So just wanted to, both his hands reacted positively. Yeah, it's like it's all these. I'm like reading quotes from like multiple conspiracy books, and they all kind of get hung up on the fact that his cheek didn't react, but they just skip over the fact that his hands do. That's odd to me,
Mm-hmm.
I think the point being that like his hands are reacting because he allegedly shot that officer, right?
Right.
So maybe I guess what they're saying is that this can only really connect him to the officer shooting, but later a lot of these guys try to say that he wasn't even connected to that. Point being, Oswald fired a gun that day.
Yeah.
There's a lot of like the calling into the chain of evidence stuff, which is like the OJ trial all over again. All I'm saying is if you buy some of these conspiracies, then like there's no reason for you not to believe OJ's innocent. Like it's the same arguments. Okay, we have to talk about some eyewitnesses. Lee Bowers, first of all. So there's some confusion about Lee Bowers' testimony when he says he saw people behind the fence at the grassy knoll. He's the only guy that really says he saw people behind the fence, from behind the fence. Now, when he is saying behind the fence, he means behind the fence from his position. So that means they're in Dealey Plaza. You understand?
Mm-hmm.
So he didn't really see people, quote unquote, behind the fence on the grassy knoll. There are some statements in his testimony that are just like factually incorrect, like the number of gunshot, like stuff that like we just know is incorrect, like when officers arrived and stuff. There's a lot of emphasis put on eyewitness testimony. Eyewitness testimony holds a lot of weight in court, and the scary thing is that study after study after study shows that eyewitness testimony is the least accurate form of evidence. But hey, there's a lot of that going around. He did not say he heard shots from behind the grassy knoll, and he said he did not know where the shots came from, just that he heard them. His comment about a flash of light is not in the Warren Commission. That comes from a book called Rush to Judgment. Rush to Judgment was written by a guy named Mark Lane, who published... Rush to Judgment was one of the first books published on the JFK assassination. It was published in 1966. A former KGB officer claimed the book was in part funded by the KGB without the author's knowledge to spread disinformation. Mark Lane has denied this. But he also wrote books calling into questions the MLK assassination and the Jonestown massacre. He's written books claiming that Jonestown survivors were actually shot by the U.S. government. Do you know what Jonestown is?
Yeah, it's the Jim Jones mass suicide.
Yeah, the mass suicide event. I had forgotten that there were a shit ton of conspiracy theories around that at the time. They've just been forgotten because evidence basically has disproven it. Mm-hmm. But there were a lot of people believing the U.S. government actually massacred Jonestown. So yeah, Mark Lane believes that. There is no evidence of foul play in his car accident. None. Zero. That's just an assertion made by the film.
Oh my god.
He did die in a car accident. That's to be said. There's just no evidence of foul play. All right.
Okay.
Now let's go back to the nurse from the beginning of the film. Her name is Rose Cheramy. She goes by different names. Most conspiracy theorists have her down as Rose Cheramy. I'm going to go with that. In the movie, she says they're going to kill Kennedy. These are serious fucking guys. Now, she seemed to have a really troubled life. She was a drug-dependent sex worker in her 40s. She was picked up by Louisiana State police officers 2 days before the assassination. She said she was on her way to Dallas. When asked what she planned to do in Dallas, she said, number one, pick up some money. Number two, pick up my baby. Number three, kill Kennedy.
Jesus.
Yeah. They said she's going through narcotic withdrawal. She was confined to a mental hospital for several days. During her confinement, she continued to speak of Kennedy's impending assassination. After Oswald was shot by Ruby, she claimed to have worked for Jack Ruby as a stripper, and that Ruby and Oswald were, quote, bed partners for many years. She was killed in a hit-and-run accident. Her quotes are attributed to an officer, Francis Frugier, and a guy named Dr. Victor Weiss, who saw her at the mental institution. The officer stated in 1967 that after her release on November 26th, 4 days after Kennedy was shot and 2 days after Oswald, was the only time she mentioned Ruby. She did not mention him before that. She did mention Kennedy thing, but she said she planned to kill Kennedy. And she did not mention Ruby until after Ruby had killed Oswald. Dr. Victor Weiss stated in 1967 that he couldn't remember if her comments were made before or after the assassination. When he later spoke to the House Select Committee on Assassinations in 1975 or 76, he said he didn't meet Cheramy until 3 days after the assassination. He said he was introduced by a Dr. Don Bowers, who was never interviewed by the committee, but later said he never saw Rose Cheramy, and that he had only ever heard about her through Dr. Weiss. Jim Garrison had interviews conducted with the East State Louisiana Hospital. Couldn't find a single first-hand witness who spoke to Rose before the assassination. Apart from that, no one has been able to find any evidence that she worked for Jack Ruby. Now, like I said, Rose Cheramy, she lived a largely tragic life. An investigator found that in her life she was arrested over 50 times in 10 different states from charges including larceny, auto theft, possession of narcotics, driving under the influence of narcotics, driving while intoxicated, prostitution, arson, vagrancy, drunken disorderly conduct, among many others. She was institutionalized several times in her life and declared criminally insane at least once, and has at least one documented suicide attempt. There are also reports that on several occasions she tried to become a police informant, but was turned away when her evidence was turned out to be false. So, yeah. That's the woman from the start.
So what you're telling me is every specific piece of evidence this movie presents as factual or possibly factual is only kind of based in a reality where people with severe issues in their personal lives, it is made up constantly. It's all fake.
Well, I guess what I'm saying is it's a little weird that a lot of the people confirming Jim Garrison's assertions all turn out to be liars.
But you're just asking questions.
I'm just asking questions.
Yeah.
Also, did you notice? I only noticed it like on my last rewatch, and I'm not even 100% sure. But when Lee Bowers, when they show the Lee Bowers scene where he's giving his testimony, he says, "I saw a car parked back there." Blah blah blah. The car that parks back there, I believe, is the same car that the nurse is thrown from in the opening.
I did not notice that, but that would make 100% sense for
that's
this
what
movie.
The movie's doing.
Yeah.
But again, like there's nothing really there.
Yeah.
They throw Marina Oswald under the bus here. It should be said, Marina Oswald in recent years has said that she now believes Lee Harvey Oswald was innocent of the shooting. But she identifies Lee Harvey Oswald as she points to someone in photographs of people in Dealey Plaza when the assassination happens. There's an unidentified person in the plaza called like the Praying Man, I believe. Marina Oswald says that's Lee Harvey Oswald. Now, even if you believe Lee Harvey Oswald's innocent, there are plenty of witnesses that place him in the book depository on the day of the shooting. So, now, something that is not brought up in the film at all, and it's brought up fairly regularly, like not often, I mean, did you know Oswald tried to assassinate someone before Kennedy?
I did not notice that.
You did not know that?
No.
A guy named Edwin Walker, a disgraced general who was driven out of the army for promoting fascistic ideas. He's also and apparently he violated the Hatch Act. He allegedly tried to influence his troops how to vote, which you're not allowed to do. He's also connected to the John Birch Society and shit like that. There was a lot of problems with this guy. He was in the news a lot. Oswald was going to his house and sitting out front every now and then. He took a shot through the window one day, tried to kill him. Didn't hit him, missed him completely. The bullets fired into Walker's house, which of course were retrieved before there was any knowledge of a conspiracy or anything, so there's no reason for this shit to have been tampered with, were connected to Oswald's gun. So they were connected to the same rifle that killed Kennedy. So that happened. Marina Oswald gave a lot of testimony that confirmed that this event happened. I'm trying to see. Some stuff I could bring up here, but they're not really that important. Just that the neighbors saw... They're wondering, Oswald's neighbors... Who, by the way, one of them works for Bell Helicopter. Now, later, Bell Helicopter is going to be, thrown into the conspiracy mush. It hasn't been yet, but it's interesting that they underline it here. And it's he worked at Bell Helicopter as an engineer. That doesn't mean anything. But it's, I don't know. After the dinner scene is then we go to, the Grassy Knoll interviews, where they're interviewing all the different people that said they saw someone at the Grassy Knoll. One woman says she identified Jack Ruby. And then the one woman identifies, says she works at the Carousel Club, which was Jack Ruby's place. There she saw, cops, quote, LBJ's friends, the mob, Lee Harvey Oswald, and David Ferry, although she says in the movie, I don't remember the other guy's name, but he was weird looking. She also says cops back then were bad. And it's that hasn't changed. But now, all right. So the one woman remember the woman who's "Hey, Mr. President," that woman. Remember her being interviewed? She said she saw something by the Grassy Knoll.
Yeah.
Her name is Jean Hill. Now, if you watch any documentary about the Kennedy assassination from the 90s, early 2000s, she was probably in it. She has gone on record saying she saw shots from the Grassy Knoll. But she only started saying this in the mid-'70s. In the dozens of interviews she gave over the months after the assassination, she never claimed to see smoke, a flash of light, or anyone firing from the grassy knoll. In an interview with NBC, she point-blankly said, "No, I didn't see any person fire the weapon. I only heard it." She didn't chase anyone up the knoll either. Photographs show that she was kneeling at the time. A lot of people, I don't know if she's like lying. I don't think she is. I think it's just like the treachery of memory over time, you know? Like, she came to believe she saw someone on the grassy knoll, right?
Mm-hmm.
But it's important to note that like she never mentioned anything about that right after the shooting actually happened. All right, Julia Ann Mercer identifies Jack Ruby. This didn't happen. When she was interviewed, she wasn't shown photographs. And she also is one who goes like, the statement I gave to the FBI was rewritten. I didn't say those things. And that, even though that's my signature, I didn't say those things. Even if she has problems with the statement she gave to the FBI, she gave the exact same statement to the Dallas County Sheriff's Office with her signature. She was interviewed twice after Oswald was shot and shown photographs, but could not identify them. That's just not true. Beverly Oliver, who is the woman who says she worked at Jack Ruby's club, she's like, all right, I worked at Jack Ruby's club. I have all these witnesses. They mention her by name, Beverly Oliver, and they sometimes go like, she's one of our best witnesses. This is stuff not mentioned in the movie. She claimed to be the Babushka Lady. Do you know who the Babushka Lady is?
No.
Babushka Lady is one of the people on the grassy knoll that has not been identified to this day. So she said she was there on the grassy knoll. She's Babushka Lady. She also happened to work with Jack Ruby. The movie doesn't bring this up. There's no real evidence that this happened. She claimed to several authors that she filmed the motorcade with a Super 8 movie camera, that she filmed it and that she might have caught something interesting on it. It was later shown that this type of camera was not manufactured until 1965. Later, under oath, she denied having identified the camera as a Super 8. She claims to have been friends with stripper Janet Conforto, known professionally as Jada, whom Oliver claimed to have spoken with at the Carousel Club on the eve of the assassination. She claimed that Jada had witnessed her meeting with Ruby and Oswald, that Jada had told reporters about it, and that strippers soon mysteriously, quote, disappeared. In actuality, Jada had not worked at the Carousel Club for nearly a month prior to the assassination. She told reporters that, as far as she knew, Oswald and Ruby did not know each other, and that strippers did not disappear mysteriously, but rather moved to Albuquerque, New Mexico. Beverly Oliver also claims that FBI agent Regis Kennedy confiscated her film in Dallas on Monday, November 25th. Oh, okay. So she claimed an FBI agent named Regis Kennedy confiscated her film in Dallas on Monday, November 25th. When in actuality, there is an abundance of documents that place Kennedy in New Orleans on November 25th. And I said Kennedy, that's where I got confused. I saw Kennedy, I was like, wait, Kennedy, the president, who? And that wasn't true. And guess who FBI agent Regis Kennedy was interviewing? Dean Andrews.
Oh my God, our boy.
Yeah, our boy. He's back in town. In 1990, when Texas resident Rick Don White came forward to claim that his father, Roscoe, had been the assassin on the grassy knoll in Dealey Plaza, Beverly Oliver supported Whitey's story, remembering that she had seen Roscoe White on the knoll just after the shooting. The Ricky Don White story was quickly unmasked as a fraud. Even like conspiracy theorists don't believe him. And if that wasn't enough for Beverly Oliver, she also claims to have witnessed activities involving the Martin Luther King assassination, and that she had been an associate of James Earl Ray. and his alleged co-conspirator, Raul. People who believe that MLK was, there's a conspiracy around that. So, hey, she's not a very trustworthy source. Many conspiracy theorists don't even trust her statements.
An odd recurring element of this conversation, I would say.
All right, now do you remember a scene where they show Jack Ruby in prison talking to Earl Warren?
Yes, and what does he say specifically?
He says, "My life is in danger."
Yeah.
And that if I can't go on the record safely, like I'm not going to be able to talk to you next time. Like I'm going to be killed. Fun fact: do you know who's playing Earl Warren?
Oh God, I don't remember.
The real life Jim Garrison. That's really him. He was still alive when this movie was made.
Good Lord, is he still alive now?
No, he's dead.
Oh no, he died a year after the movie came out.
Yeah. All right. So he really did say the things that are in the movie. The problem is it's taken way out of context. So out of context that it's impossible Oliver Stone didn't notice the context. He was actually begging the Warren Commission to take him to Washington so he could be given a polygraph test. A polygraph test to prove that he wasn't part of a conspiracy. In the quotes, he's talking about he's fearing for his life because he thought people in prison would kill him if they thought he had something to do with the death of President Kennedy. He explicitly called out the John Birch Society as spreading these rumors, which was true. They were linking Jack Ruby to a Jewish conspiracy to kill Kennedy. John Birch Society, ultra-white right-wing organization that pushed out many conspiracy theories. They are named in the movie, and then they're not really ever brought up again. It's strange. Edwin Walker, the guy I just mentioned, the disgraced general who Lee Harvey Oswald shot at, in his testimony to the Warren Commission, Edwin Walker, by the way, one of the Dallas leaders of the John Birch Society, when he testified before the Warren Commission, he insisted on using Jack Ruby's birth name, Rubenstein. And Jack Ruby's... So again, go far enough with any conspiracy theory, they always end up blaming the Jews. A lot of conspiracy theories are born from massive anti-Semitism that is still alive today, which is just awful, Mm-hmm. Jack Ruby's actual quote is, "I have been used for a purpose, and there will be a certain tragic occurrence happening if you don't take my testimony and somehow vindicate me so my people don't suffer because of what I have done." And when he says, he says, "I have been used for a purpose," he is specifically speaking. He is talking about the purpose of anti-Semitic propaganda. And when he's talking about my people, he means Jews. He's like, I'm being used to spread anti-Semitic stuff. This is all in the Warren Commission. You can read it. Oliver Stone had to have read it if he could take the quotes out of context.
Mm-hmm.
So, on top of that...
Also, we have to mention, the screenplay was co-written by Oliver Stone, as well as someone named Zachary Sklar.
Mm-hmm.
So, there are two people guilty of this.
Yes. I think we might talk about that guy more later, but I don't remember. Now, and then we immediately cut to Jack Ruby's dead by the end of his My Life is in Danger speech. There is a deleted scene from this movie. And it was, you talk about it must have been deleted for a reason. It's hysterical that it was even shot, of Jack Ruby being injected with cancer.
Yeah, I didn't see that in the theatrical cut.
Yeah, no, it's not in any cut. It's a deleted scene. It's not even in the extended cut. It's a deleted scene. It is not medically possible to inject someone with cancer. And when I say inject someone, the syringe, it is literally like a fucking reanimator syringe. It is comical. So, it's crazy that was even thought about.
It's like a Bond villain scheme.
I know. It's all ridiculous. All right, so the next scene is a scene where they're in the book depository, Jim Garrison and his buddy, and they're talking about the rifle. The one guy says, "Second and third shots come almost right on top of each other," which isn't true. He says, "The FBI couldn't match Oswald." This is the essence of the whole case. To me, the guy couldn't do the shooting. Nobody could. So let's talk about the essence of the whole case.
Oh, boy.
It's hard to tell if Oliver Stone is deliberately being like, if he's like deliberately being wishy-washy with the facts, or if he just straight up misread things. The Warren Commission never said 6 seconds, like a lot of people say. They give a minimum of 7.1 to 7.9 seconds for the 3 shots. Now that's their minimum. The maximum they give, and some experts give, is 9 seconds, based on the evidence of the Zapruder film. Also, they talk about the parade route being changed. This is untrue. There are dozens of newspapers in Dallas that were publishing the parade route. One newspaper published the incorrect parade route. That's it. And that was picked up as evidence that the parade route was changed. That just didn't happen.
Well, as we've learned from this film, is that if an accident or mistake occurs, it's an intentional conspiracy and not human error.
Well, that's how conspiracy theorists think. They pull at disparate facts, you know? They pull at weird things. There's like, because, you know, I think the scary truth is that, like, with any crime, any investigation, there's going to be inconsistencies. There's going to be things that aren't absolutes. You're supposed to have a preponderance of evidence that just point in one direction, you know? Mm-hmm. So, and this is arguably the most studied crime scene in American history. So it's crazy that even then there's still so much diverse conclusions. But it's like the same thing with like 9/11 conspiracy theorists, where it's like, you know, the Building 7 thing, right?
Not by name, I guess.
You know, well, for 9/11, Building 7 of the World Trade Center collapsed like 6 hours after the World Trade Center collapsed.
Yeah.
And people were like, World Trade Center didn't blow up itself. That's proof there's a conspiracy. Proof it was blown up. The guy who owned the land that the World Trade Center was located on is quoted as telling the authorities to, quote, pull it out of Building 7 before it collapsed. That's his order to blow up the building. Now, first of all, there's no reason to blow up Building 7. What the fuck could have been in Building 7 that required it to get blown up, you know? Mm. Like, it's ludicrous. But also, the pull it quote was his statement being like, pull the firefighters out of the building. He's like, I don't care if the building burns. I don't want any more firefighters to die today. That's why he told them to pull it. But again, conspiracy theorists pull at these disparate facts, and they try to add it up into a conspiracy. But they actually don't have any real concrete evidence on their side. All right, we remember, you know, Senator Long also was like, they're telling us Oswald got off 3 shots with world-class precision from one of the worst rifles in the world in less than 6 seconds. Now, it's weird that it's like, they're saying Oswald had world-class precision. Everyone admits the first shot missed Kennedy. This is in every version of events. So, world-class precision, but also missed the first shot. Like, what's that about?
The wind. Happy accidents. It becomes unhappy very quickly, but you know.
Now, he also, Senator Long also had that quote where it said, like, Marine buddy said he got mag in his drawers, which means it wasn't any good. One Marine person said that Oswald wasn't a good shot, but his actual Marine record showed that he was a fine marksman. He wasn't, like, great, but he wasn't terrible either. Now, if you... I don't know where they get this idea that shot 2 and 3 came on top of each other. If you watch the Zapruder film, you can see shot 2 and shot 3. And there's a big gap between them. There's a gap of at least 2 to 3 seconds. And that's enough to load and fire, you know? Mm-hmm. It's...
And look, like, even furthermore, in the actual film, when they do the test one, mm-hmm. What is it? It's like just over 5 seconds or something, right? Or it's just over like it's like not that long, it's enough time to fill the actual like time frame in reality. So it's another very ridiculous thing in the film.
Also, just to use the film's own words against it, Senator Long also goes like, and anyone will tell you the first shot would be the best. Here, the third shot is perfect. Don't make any sense. Well, even in Oliver Stone's reconstruction of the shooting, the final shot is the headshot. So even in Oliver Stone's reconstruction, which is allegedly committed by like world-class marksmen being orchestrated by the CIA, even their final shot was the actual killing shot.
Mm-hmm.
So it's the movie contradicts itself. It's ridiculous. We will talk about stuff like the magic bullet later. I'm going to come to that stuff later. But like I said, 3 shots, it was totally possible for Oswald to make those shots. It's not impossible. So if that's the essence of the whole case, well, then it's an entirely plausible case. Anything you want to interject with?
No. Just keep going with the
okay.
With
I just
the
don't want to be the one. I just don't want to be the one guy blabbing for like.
No, because I think you just kind of I gotta let you off the chain for this one because you have all the historical evidence against the film basically.
All right, so then we have another scene with like Garrison and his team, and they got the pictures of all right, they have one picture of a fake Oswald, and I'm a little confused on this one myself because you look at that picture and like that's not Lee Harvey Oswald, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, I looked up that picture, but everywhere I looked up that picture, no one identifies that person as Oswald. He's identified as someone they think Oswald might have met with when he went to Mexico City. Oswald's movements, like right before the assassination, are all over the place. He did go to Mexico City. A lot of people believe he was trying to meet with the Cubans. He wanted to defect to Cuba. Like after Russia failed, he wanted to go to Cuba. And people think that's what the Mexico City episode was. Now, a lot of the documents that have come out since then support that theory. So the evidence that has come out since the release of this film just kind of point to Oswald's guilt even more, which is kind of crazy. But like I said, the other fake Oswald, who is that actor? I've seen that guy. I think he's Brad in Pulp Fiction. Big brain on Brad, the guy who gets shot.
Yeah. He's a really good actor too. It's fucking killing me.
Yeah, he pops up in stuff.
He pops up in stuff all the time, and he's a very sturdy, reliable character actor.
Yes. I will say, I think the biggest fucking mistake Oliver Stone makes in trying to prove his point is the amount of time he wastes on trying to make Lee Harvey Oswald look innocent. Like, not only is more evidence since the shooting pointed at Oswald, I keep citing the House Committee on Assassinations, which is a committee held in the 70s, which a lot of that was held after like more information came out about the CIA and the CIA withholding evidence from the Warren Commission and the CIA's operations in foreign countries. Now, that committee, this is true, that committee says that they think there was evidence of a conspiracy. But what they also say is that Lee Harvey Oswald was definitely involved in whatever conspiracy theory was happening. That Lee Harvey Oswald is still the most likely suspect for shooting Kennedy. And it should be mentioned that a lot of the key evidence that the House Committee saw was later disproven. There's one very specific one, an audio recording, which is alleged to you hear more bullets being fired than 3. And so if there's more than 3 shots, that means there's more than 3 shooters. I think people get caught up on the timing of the shot thing because the truth is, like, if there is more than 3 shots, then yes, Oswald couldn't have done it alone. But if it's 3 shots, Oswald totally could have done it. The House Committee relied on this evidence that pointed to there being more shots. This evidence was later disproven by, like, a bunch of scientists. So even then, that was like the key evidence in saying there was a conspiracy. But again, like I said, those guys said that there's evidence there was a conspiracy. All they're saying is Oswald was involved with other people. They still believed Oswald did the shooting. And it's so weird this movie spends so much time trying to prove Oswald innocent. We get the famous photograph. Now, the photograph in this movie looks way goofy. The Time Life photograph of Oswald holding the rifle.
No, it does, and I think that's intentional, but it makes it even goofier.
But like, it's lying. That's just lying. Now, there's a scientific method to check consistency of shadows. It's called a vanishing point analysis. Things that are parallel in the real world, like railroad tracks, don't look parallel in photographs a lot of the times. But they converge at a vanishing point. If you do this with shadows will converge with a vanishing point. This vanishing point might appear on or off the photograph. So if you follow the trajectory of shadows on the actual photograph, from Oswald's rifle, the shadow under Oswald's nose, the shadow behind him, they all converge at the same vanishing point. So they it's one of those things where if you look at it with the naked eye, yes, the shadows appear to be pointing in different directions. If you trace them, they converge at a singular point. This this point about shadows is popular in another conspiracy theory. You know what conspiracy theory that is?
I'm gonna assume 9/11.
Nope.
Oh, boy.
The moon landing.
Oh, fucking of course.
People say the shadows in the moon landing photographs are inconsistent, which is proof that it was shot on a soundstage. And you can use the same vanishing point technique on those photos. So, I mean, I don't know. Also, there were plenty of people, a lot of the people that were Oswald's neighbors claimed to have seen the rifle before the shooting, and also claimed to have seen the photographs of Oswald with the rifle before the shooting. So.
Also, just to touch on some technical stuff, with the vanishing points, this is also why sometimes there's been a lot of discussion about green screen on Twitter lately, and rear projection and what is better, and it's ideally you can shoot around the stuff. But whenever it's really noticeable, it's because of vanishing points and shadows and light directions. And that's why you can tell when certain films in the industry shoot their reshoots on green screen for, easy accessibility, which makes sense and time saving. But if you don't light them the way you lit the same scene that they're inhabiting, it's going to be noticeable. Just saying. Yep. Maybe keep an eye out on that and give those people a little more time to work their magic. Don't have them falsify photographs regarding presidential assassinations. But, for movies, give them that little extra time. It helps. That's all.
The next thing we're going to talk about is probably going to be the last thing we're going to be able to talk about.
Okay.
Considering the time factor. Because it's a big one. And then, after this is, the X scene in Washington, which is that's a whole fucking lot of shit.
Yeah.
So, scene we're going to talk about, Clay Shaw is Clay Bertrand. What's Michael Rooker's interviewing people in New Orleans. This guy says everyone knows that Clay Shaw is Clay Bertrand, and he's very popular. He's well liked by all, basically. Do you want to talk about the interrogation scene, which is crosscut with the gay orgy scene, which is one of the wildest things to ever happen? What did you want to talk about specifically?
Well, I just want to talk about Tommy Lee Jones' performance.
Okay, go ahead. Let's talk about it here.
I think Tommy Lee Jones, he has a reputation for being very cold and stern, and is notoriously difficult to get a good interview out of, on the junkets. And I think that's partly because of how these junkets operate now, and they're kind of looking for fluffy pull quotes and everything like that. And Tommy Lee Jones is a legitimate actor who doesn't have time for that tomfoolery. And I gotta give Tommy Lee Jones credit because he has an incredibly entertaining career. He played fucking Two-Face in Batman Forever. He knows how to have fun.
That's one I would want to cite immediately.
No, I'm just saying it's a very goofy role. And it's there are other actors of his caliber and of his age group that would never have done that. To this day. And I think that is both a benefit and a hindrance to this film and his performance in it. I think he's very good in it. It colors it a little differently, other than just a really great performance like we've talked about everyone giving in this movie. The sinister nature of the homosexuality of Clay Shaw in this is uncomfortable, to say the least.
Yes,
we talked about it before, but it's weird. As much as I loved watching this film again and rewatching it as I have in the background right now, it is it's just an odd duck to talk about this and kind of be excited about it. You know what I mean? It does make me feel a little weird, unfortunately.
It should.
Yeah.
It's weird. And it's going to get weirder.
Yeah.
So, I got to just say, for one thing, Jim Garrison is terrible at interrogation.
Yeah. Oh, and he also, this is the Easter one, right?
Yeah, it's the Easter one.
Yeah.
And he doesn't go to Easter dinner with his family.
Yeah.
Which is kind of the shit, like, I just don't like at all in this movie.
Yeah, well, it's just there to be like, oh, look, it's putting a strain on his home life. And it's like, it's such an afterthought.
It's so weird that it's like they had to do, like, that feels like this is what you do to sell the script to a studio or something.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's so weird that it's in, like, the middle of this gay orgy shit. Like, it's so wild. But it's just weird where it's like, he sits him down and he's like, do you know David Ferry? And he's like, no. And it's like, well, we have some people saying that you associate with David Ferry. And he's like, no, I've never seen him. It's like, do you know Lee Harvey Oswald? He's like, no. And he's like, have you ever met a guy named Willie O'Keefe? He's like, no. And he's like, Willie O'Keefe described this long table you had. He's like, yeah, I had a long table. And then he's like, after dinner, you paid him to have sex. It's like, whoa. Like, he didn't... I get it. It's a movie. It doesn't have to follow, like, a real-life interrogation.
But there has to be, like, a rhythm to it, you know?
Yeah, it's just... It's, you know, this guy ain't no Columbo, I guess is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Like, doesn't trap him to any sort of story whatsoever. Because, like, Italian newspapers connect you to the CIA. And, like... Jim Garrison, who has, like, kept his cool with, like, every interviewee so far in this movie, decides, like, this is the time I'm gonna fucking take a stand. And I'll be honest, the only sinister thing Clay Shaw does in this sequence is have a gay orgy. like, nothing else is revealed about him, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Like, yes, we're supposed to assume he's a liar, but, like, that's it. Like, it's not like they corner him on some... Willie O'Keefe was saying racist shit earlier. And he's like, people like you don't have to, I guess. People like you just walk through the raindrops. It's like, whoa, why now, dude? Like, what was that? That was just insane. All right. Let's talk about the reality of this scene.
Oh, boy.
For one thing, I tried my best. I could not find any concrete evidence that Clay Shaw might have actually been gay. There is evidence David Ferry was gay, and that David Ferry might have had relations with an underage boy. Not concrete in that instance. He was acquitted on those charges, but that's out there. But I went looking. Clay Shaw is one of those guys who's like a lifelong bachelor, so like that's kind of like code for the time of being gay. And unfortunately, even a lot of the sources I read were still written in like the late 90s, early 2000s. And it's kind of nuts that even then there was still a stigma around being gay, you know? I think people were reluctant to come down one side or the other. So there's a lot of like wishy-washy stuff about whether or not Clay Shaw is gay. All right, for one of the major things, first there's like the assertion that everyone in the French Quarter knows that Clay Shaw is Clay Bertrand. This is asserted in Garrison's book. Garrison's like, everyone kind of knew this. Nevertheless, in the 2 years between Shaw's arrest and trial, so like in real life there were 2 years between the arrest and trial, not like 10 minutes like of the movie. In the 2 years between arrest and trial, Garrison was unable, even with the power of subpoena, to produce so much as a single witness to confirm Clay Bertrand's identity. To this day, there hasn't been a single credible witness. And even if there was, at this point, the only thing we know about Clay Bertrand is that he tried to get Lee Harvey Oswald a lawyer. Nothing else at this point. Now, in this scene, you might have noticed that when Willie O'Keefe is brought up, he also mentions a David Logan and Perry Russo, which are two characters we never meet, right?
Mm-hmm.
Those are two of the composite characters. I mentioned earlier, Willie O'Keefe is a composite of guys named Perry Russo, David Logan, Raymond Brochet, and William Morris. Let's break down these four characters. David Logan. Jim Garrison claims David was introduced to Clay Shaw by David Ferry at a place called Dixie's. But in the actual interview David Logan gave, he doesn't mention David Ferry at all. He just mentions meeting Clay Shaw at Dixie's. He later said he believed Shaw and Ferry were both at a party he attended, but was only told it was David Ferry after the fact and never saw Ferry himself and never saw Ferry and Shaw together. And some of this stuff, like Garrison is outright contradicting his own interviews here. Why would Garrison contradict his own interviews, right?
Yeah,
Well,
another recurring element of all this shit.
Yeah, there's that, but also he claimed his transcript had been stolen from his office. So he was unable to produce the original David Logan interviews when he later asserted David Logan could identify Clay Shaw with Ferry. After Garrison's death, the transcript was found among his personal items. So he had removed it from the office himself. It is now freely available. It only serves to discredit Logan. And doubly it discredits Garrison. I mean, it points that Garrison was actually covering up his own evidence, you know? All right, William Morris, a convicted felon who was interviewed 2 weeks after Dean Andrews refused to identify Clay Shaw as Clay Bertram. William Morris claimed Eugene Davis introduced him to Clay Bertrand. And Bertrand had been paid $20 for sex. He later identified Clay Shaw as Clay Bertrand after seeing him on TV. He also said that Shaw was in the company of Jack Ruby, and a friend of his, Bill Boone, could identify Shaw as Bertrand. Bill Boone denied this. I almost said Bill Burr.
Bill
Burr
would kill
Gene
in this
Davis
movie.
testified under oath that he never saw Clay Shaw. That he's not Clay Bertram. He doesn't know who Clay Shaw is. And Garrison on the stand never challenged Gene Davis. So he allowed Gene Davis to make the assertion that he'd never met these people. All right. Raymond Brocher. He claimed to be a former roommate of David Ferry. Claimed David Ferry admitted to being part of a conspiracy to kill Kennedy, and that he met Lee Harvey Oswald and Clay Shaw through David. David Ferry had a roommate during the time Raymond Brocher claims to have been staying with him. The roommate never mentioned Raymond Brocher. 2, none of Ferry's acknowledged friends ever remember or hearing of Raymond Brocher. 3, Raymond Brocher claimed things that were verifiably untrue about Ferry, such as him not being a smoker, and failed to recognize the names of Ferry's friends, the names of Ferry's places of work, and the layout of Ferry's apartment, and seemingly was completely unfamiliar with the city of New Orleans itself.
Jesus Christ.
Raymond Brocher later moved to San Francisco, and here's a statement about Raymond Brocher, according to the Gay and Lesbian Historic Society of Northern California. Little is known about Brocher before he was ordained a minister of the Universal Life Church in 1967 and the Orthodox Episcopalian Catholic Church of circa 1968. By the early 1970s, he was living in San Francisco, where he founded a local version of the Gay Activist Alliance. In 1972, he was instrumental in organizing the first San Francisco Gay Freedom Day Parade. During the event, he managed to alienate most of the lesbians present while keeping his own profile in front of the cameras all day. Full of contradictions, Reverend Ray, as he preferred to be called, helped many people and causes over time. He also attacked anyone who disagreed with him, using his newspaper, The Gay Crusader, to spread rumors about people he considered his enemies. The newspaper also featured photos and profiles of his latest young protégés and promoted various conspiracy theories. This guy was later disowned by every gay organization in San Francisco. So it's weird. He does have an important place in history as organizing gay events, but then alienated basically everyone. All right, the big one here is Perry Russo. Of the four mentioned, he was the only one to actually testify at trial. If he was part of the real trial, like, why not? Why make up this Willie O'Keefe? Why not have Perry Russo in the movie? All right, sometime after Ferry's death, Garrison got a letter from Perry Russo saying he knew Ferry and would help with the investigation. Perry Russo also contacted a reporter saying that Ferry had talked about how easy it would be to kill a president. We will get him and it won't be long, but had not taken him seriously. Garrison sent someone to interview Russo who, when shown pictures, stated he had met Clay Shaw twice through David, but didn't know his name. He also claimed he was gay and saw him checking out young boys. Obviously, he's talking about Clay Shaw here. He also identified a picture of Lee Harvey Oswald, saying he was a friend of, that he had been Ferry's roommate and went by the name Leon. Later, Garrison brought Russo in to, quote, objectify his statements. All right, buckle up. In the emergency room operating ward of Mercy Hospital, Russo was drugged with sodium pentothal, which was considered truth serum at the time. Russo described what happened to him as, quote, a complete brainwashing job. Dr. Edwin A. Weinstein of the Washington School of Psychiatry writes, the drug is not truth serum. Its actions on recall is profoundly influenced by the stress of the situation in which it is administered and relationship between the subject and his questionnaire. Under influence of sodium pentothal, doctor says, subjects may give highly fictional accounts of past events and describe incidences that have never happened. Russo has no memory of what was actually said when he was drugged. In the aftermath, when his words were read back to him, he recognized none of the info he was given. He was also hypnotized on the same day. He was later brought to Shaw's house and identified him as Clay Bertrand. Shaw was arrested on the same day. This was the only basis for the arrest of Clay Shaw. The trial would come 2 years later. 2 years following the trial, Russo would recant his entire testimony. So, a lot happening here. It should be mentioned that in the movie, there's that scene where there's like an NBC broadcast, like that's supposed to be like a hit job against Jim Garrison. You remember that scene?
Yeah.
It's got the warden from Shawshank in it. There's a brief mention of him drugging witnesses in the scene, but it's like not remarked upon, which is so odd. So it's like weird that the movie would mention that, like, yeah, the drugging of witnesses thing, it was claimed to have happened. And then when you look into it, it was like so much worse.
Also, the actor, I want to shout him out, Bob Gunton, right?
Okay.
No, is that who I'm thinking? Yeah. Bob Gunton was the warden in Shawshank.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
All right. The Clay Shaw interrogation itself, it is mostly pure fiction. Shaw was questioned in a relaxed, informal session, December 23rd, 1966. He was asked where he was at the time of Kennedy's assassination. He was in San Francisco. And whether he knew Lee Harvey Oswald. He didn't. He made a favorable impression on Garrison, who subsequently told his staff to, quote, forget Shaw. It was 2 months later, after the death of his only serious suspect, David Ferry, that Garrison turned his attention to Clay Shaw, due to his theory that Shaw was the mysterious Clay Bertram, described in Dean Andrews' Warren Commission testimony. Now, on top of all that, there is no witness to the gay orgy scene. Not even Perry Russo spoke of a gay orgy. It is entirely made up for the movie. There is one photograph of Clay Shaw in a wig from Mardi Gras from 1948 with a man who was alleged to be David Ferry but isn't. By the way, the wig he is wearing isn't a wig, it's a mop. He put a mop on his head and it looked like a wig. He's fucking around, it's Mardi Gras. It was apparently Tommy Lee Jones' idea to paint himself gold.
Oh, Tommy. You know what? At least that's an inspired decision by an actor.
It's inspired.
That's the kindest thing I could say about this information you're revealing right now.
So yeah, that's what's going on there.
Oliver Stone was on the record for saying that when he wanted to make this film, he wanted to question America, and we need filmmakers to see the world, to tell these stories, and to question authority, and to also make the most insane, quote-unquote, biographical films possible. That's why this episode's super long. Maybe the longest episode we've ever done on this podcast. It's so long that we had to take a week-long break to record the second half.
It wasn't that we ran out of time. It wasn't that we ran out of time, and then we realized that when we record the following day, that it actually didn't work, so then we had to put it off for a week.
But, you know, much like Michael Rooker says in the film, this is crazy. That's how you know this shit is getting crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It is crazy.
Yeah.
It's crazy to think about. You know, it is funny, that quote about, like, we should interrogate, like, American history, you know, like, and that's a filmmaker's job to do that and all that stuff. So it's like, yeah, we could talk about the many number of factually documented coups the CIA has been involved with in foreign nations, the assassinations they've been responsible for and whatnot. Or we could talk about two white guys who got shot. Like, I get it. The president is a little bigger than a, quote, white guy, but we have also assassinated plenty of foreign presidents. Stories that people just are not aware of. And I feel like, you know, I think one of the ways America gets away with the awful shit it does is that most Americans just aren't aware of that history. And when we start pointing it out, people lose their fucking minds. Like...
Well, because they haven't heard about it, and so they're like, no, that wouldn't happen. There's rules that wouldn't let that happen, you know? Mm-hmm. And it's like these people never realize that, like, well, those rules aren't for them. Mm-hmm. It's kind of for us.
It's not to fucking quote, but, like, you know, in the fucking Dark Knight, when the Joker gives, like, his whole monologue about, like, part of the plan, you know? Mm-hmm. Where it's like if I say a gangbanger is going to get shot or a truckload of soldiers is going to get blown up, that doesn't freak people out. But if I say one mayor is going to die, everyone loses their minds. Mm-hmm. And there is something to that of just like it's that thing. Remember when like people like whenever like a shooting happens in this country, people go like weapons of war shouldn't be allowed on American streets. The implication being. It's totally cool and fine on foreign streets, you know? Mm-hmm. It's like the liberal thing of like, well, actually, that's just normal in the Middle East. That's like how some people view the world.
Yeah.
And I think some people go like, well, you know, these coups and all this stuff is bad, but that's just how things go. But if it were to happen here, that's a problem, you know?
Yeah, I mean, just look at like what's happening like in Ukraine right now. It's like, well, it doesn't really happen in those countries.
I know.
It's like it's just full mask off at this point, like open racism. It's like no. This doesn't happen to white people countries. You don't understand. We're not supposed to be doing that.
Yeah.
And so fucked up.
And it's that thing of like, yes, like we should all like feel for Ukraine and shit like that. That's bad, but we're keeping our mouths shut about a lot of other invasions in recent history. But maybe that's more just because we've carried out a few of those invasions. Yeah.
Or supported other regimes that are responsible for similar atrocities. Mm-hmm. You know.
Yeah, I mean it's the classic thing of like the language that's used by the media, where like what's an invasion and what's a like liberation. You know, mm-hmm. Like if Russia invades Ukraine, that's an invasion, but if we invade a Middle East country, that's an intervention. Or a liberation, you know?
Well, we're trying to bring democracy to them.
Yeah. That's worked out really well.
Yeah. Because we have the best democracy. We're the only democratic country in the world.
Yeah, we're the only democracy. And we're the only country with a constitution. Mm-hmm. Did you know that?
Yeah, don't Google that to fact check us.
Yeah, don't Google anything. Like the Constitution, it was given to this country, to the founding fathers, by God Himself, because He was like, this country, it's got to be a beacon for the world.
The
and
founding
specifically,
fathers.
it has to be the right-wing Christian interpretation of a beacon.
When in reality, the founding fathers were just like fucking Daniel Plainview or some shit.
Oh yeah, they were all businessmen. You know, this country was founded by
George
a bunch of
Washington
rich
just drank a bunch of our milkshakes.
Yeah, but it's also like it's also just this thing of, you know, not to give the fucking founding fathers any credit, but it's they at least understood on some level that like, look, like nothing should be set in stone. Like that's the problem with like monarchies, right? Like that's the whole idea of like new like enlightened ideas about democracy, that like we're supposed to change and evolve with the times, and instead we've turned the Constitution into like the fucking 10 Commandments.
Yeah.
Like these are set in stone and can never change.
Yeah.
When it's like,
It's not like amendments are literally called amendments. So
I
they
know,
can be amended.
I know, you know. I think people get scared because it's just that thing of like, you know, I think we got the first one right. Like I think freedom of speech is ended up being right. So I think when you start talking about like, you know, the Constitution shouldn't be set in stone, people immediately jump to that one. And it's like, no, I think we're pretty good on that.
No, that's the one that can stay. Everything else, maybe let's take a look at some of this stuff, like this gun situation. I don't know about you, Matt, but I feel we kind of have a problem with guns in this country.
Yeah, you know, and you know, it almost feels like a random guy buying a rifle and then shooting the president in the back of the head would be a strong argument in favor of stronger gun control in this country. But it wouldn't be if it's a massive CIA conspiracy.
What an odd situation to bring up.
It's, yeah, you know. I'm still shocked at the number of people that, like, are, like, that I know and, like, respect deeply who actually believe Oswald's innocent. Like, I'm sorry, I don't mean to throw anyone out. like I said, I'm leading with... But it's also just the thing of, like, I kind of get it, because you're only hearing this really fractured side of everything, you know? Like, if you take Oliver Stone's JFK as a document, and, like I said, if you say 90% of it is false, that 10% is still enough to be like, there's a conspiracy here.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, I kind of get it, but, yeah, it's shocking. And a little depressing, but hey.
Yeah. All right, Matt. So we didn't take a week off, but we had to wait a week to come back to this.
Things got delayed for about a week.
Yeah. Let's see what's happening around the world. Let's just update the folks at home so they have a grasp on where we're coming from.
Yes.
The Oscars happened. The Will Smith thing happened, which I know we're gonna probably poke fun at. And anything else big happened? Is that it?
I'm sure, like, somewhere, like, a document was signed that, like, future historians are going to point to as, like, that's the moment America ended.
Oh, okay.
But no one noticed.
The Top Gun trailer dropped.
Oh, boy. Can you believe that's still coming out?
I don't know. I like that director, and people were like, oh, I hope it's as good as... I hope it lives up to the first one. It's like, it's Tony Scott's worst movie by, like, a mile. Like, who gives a shit? I don't know. It just needs to look fucking pretty, and people need to be sexy doing military shit. Propaganda bullshit, and it'll be good. That's all Top Gun is.
It's such a, like, Top Gun is such an artifact of the 80s.
Yeah, that's why it's like held on. It became like a meme basically because of like Archer and shit.
Although, have you ever been able to watch Top Gun like
all the way through again? I don't in the
without
background.
Getting bored? Like, I get bored watching Top Gun. It's not even like the American jingoism that bugs me. It's like, I'm just like, Jesus.
Yeah, no, it's not very good. It's his what the fuck? It's Tony Scott's, like, it's a paycheck movie. It got him future jobs because he can, like, because he was the god and could frame anything, like the most gorgeously lit thing you'll ever see in your entire life.
I mean, basically cashes in on Top Gun for the rest of his career.
Yeah,
you know? Like, he made plenty of good movies, plenty of movies that did all right, but none were like the cultural milestone as Top Gun.
Although Deja Vu should be a cultural milestone.
Well, no, like. Half his movies should be cultural touchstones, you know, like, they're iconic, and but it's just so weird to be like Top Gun's like this relic of the '80s. It's being rebooted, and like they're doing the like soft reboot that The Force Awakens pioneered, which already seems like a dead concept, you know?
Yeah.
Like it's already late to that party.
And as we've talked about on another retrospective, I have to bring this up because we will talk about Scream 5 at some point, which I believe neither of us have seen yet. Right?
Yeah, I still haven't seen it.
Yeah, but just this is out there that a lot of the more negative reactions to that film were, well, Scream 4 did it already. Mm-hmm. You know? And that's what Scream 4 was like, so that's why we loved it so much, basically. And that kind of killed this trend before it even happened, and now we're seeing how quickly it's aged. We don't need legacy stuff like that anymore. Like I didn't know Miles Teller was playing like Goose's kid.
Oh, that's embarrassing.
Yeah, that was like, oh, that sucks. I
will still go to bat that I think like The Force Awakens does like the best version of it. Like Force Awakens and Creed like do like the best versions of it, you know?
Yeah, and I love both those movies still. Like whatever stink the new trilogy has is not on the first two Star Wars sequel trilogy movies.
It's so nuts how like much damage that last one did.
I know.
But that's a whole. But then what I'm saying. So I'm still trying to make my Top Gun point.
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
Like, so it's like it's the soft reboot. That concept was dead when they were promoting Top Gun. You know, like when the first trailers for it dropped. And now not only are we post that, we're in a post-pandemic world. That this movie was shot before. Like, it's already the most dated movie ever made. And it's probably going to do $1 bazillion that, like, will shock people or something. You know? But also, if it's, like, a big hit here, it's going to be one of those things where, like, remember how everyone was talking about that movie in China? That's about the Chinese military beating the U.S.? And, like...
the Battle of Lake Changjin.
Yeah, and people were like, "What? Look at this brainwashed nation." And it's like, we're Top Gun Nation, man. Yeah. Like, we weren't even at war with anyone. Like, it's the, like, that, remember, because John Carpenter was one of the guys that they considered to direct Top Gun. He was, like, on the short list.
Oh, yeah.
Of directors. And, like, his comment was, like, we're not at war with anyone. This is ridiculous. Like, what? Like, no one's going to believe this. And, well, he was wrong. Man.
Yeah.
Also, like, it's, I don't know, there is something kind of specific about American brainwashing, though. Like, we're not all lockstep behind one agenda, but, like, there are so many competing agendas that all kind of keep us pulling in the same direction, you know?
Yeah.
I mean... It's like this movie is its own form of like propaganda brainwashing, and it's put out by a major studio and by like fringe conspiracy theorists, and it's a massive hit and it gets Academy Award nominations. Like, it wasn't like this is a suppressed film of some kind, you know? Mm-hmm. It's not like that documentary. What's that documentary that's been struggling to get released? It's about like that coup that happened.
Oh, it's like a recent one, right?
Yeah, like it's like really, it's still like having trouble getting released.
Yeah, I know which one you're talking about. I don't remember either. I don't remember the title either. But yeah, that's like a real thing. We're not just like using straw man arguments right now.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's fucked up.
Things are fucked up.
Yeah.
But like, what is it about conspiracies that like? I'm sure if a conspiracy theorist is listening to this... Oh, by the way, I was going to pitch... I should have said this before the episode. This should also be an episode that maybe shouldn't go on YouTube.
Oh.
Because, I mean, conspiracy theorists, all they do are conspiracy theories. Mm-hmm. Like, nothing else. So they're going to find this episode. And it might be better to have them on websites that don't have comments sections.
Well, SoundCloud, I don't know if you know this, doesn't have comment sections, really. It has comments for the songs. Yeah. So our Matrix Resurrections episode, there's like 20 comments from one guy just losing his mind.
Yeah, like angry at us?
Yeah, because we were very openly, like, I would argue, leftist. And,
okay.
Yeah, and he was not. So he left some very unpleasant comments.
Well, That shows you how much I read the comments on any of these videos.
No,
I don't need to know what these people are saying.
No, fuck them, it's fine.
But conspiracy theorists are, like, crazy, so...
Yeah.
Like, either turn the comments off on YouTube or just put a trailer on YouTube and upload it other places.
Oh, there you go. I might turn the comments off on this one.
Because this is something I think they would disagree with that I'm about to say, but I think it's true that, like, conspiracies offer an odd sort of comfort to people. They make the, like, random chaos of all of our lives, it's actually not random or chaotic. It's all part of a plan. I think it's that thing that, like, an evil God is more comforting to some people than no God at all, you know?
Mm-hmm.
It's... As long as people believe something is happening for a reason, because if there's a reason behind it, then you can, you know, reason with it. You can game it a little bit. I think only recently... like, conspiracies have actually been kind of breaking people's brains, like with QAnon, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Like, there's multiple stories of people, like, actually doing crazy shit because, like, they've been Q-pilled and shit like that. But for a long time, people, like, you know, it's something where it's, like, actually all these horrible atrocities are connected and aren't just, like, the byproduct of a lot of chaotic events. It's that thing, I think people are always looking to, like, solve society and civilization. Like, if we all just did this one thing, everything would be good. And the truth is, like, you know, that's not how life works. But, you know, it's... I don't know, man.
No. I get what you're saying. I mean, look, even Roland Emmerich, who's, like, you know, disaster king next to Michael Bay, he was saying, like, after Moonfall, which does apparently have a conspiracy theorist, like, being one of the heroes in the film, he was like, yeah, this is, like, the last one I'm doing that with, because real life is getting... I don't want to promote to those people who are doing, like, genuine damage. And I thought that was that's a responsible reaction.
It is a responsible reaction, and it says a lot that not only has Oliver Stone, like, not done that, he's, like, doubling down lately.
Yeah.
And it speaks to where his values might be at, or at least the people he keeps in contact with.
Mm-hmm.
You know? I mean, if you become a god, it's like... that Andrew Wakefield guy, the guy who is the vaccines cause autism kind of guy, the guy who started that ball rolling, like, now he goes on, like, conspiracy theory cruises.
Oh, God, I didn't know that.
Yeah, you know, like, conventions, like, of conspiracy theorists and shit like that. And he's one of those guys where, like, he's very vocal about, like, he's not actually anti-vax. He might have shifted that at a certain point. Like, he might now say he's anti-vax, but he wasn't initially. But now these are the only people that will give him money. So he has to associate with people who, like, think vaccines give you cancer and shit like that. And Oliver Stone might be in a similar circle like that.
I don't really know where to go from there. Yeah, well, he just kind of sucks, unfortunately.
He sucks. But do you want to talk about Oliver Stone?
Yeah, all right. Let's fucking do this. All right. We kind of talked about him a little bit in the first half of this episode already. What didn't we really cover from Oliver Stone? Do you remember?
I felt like I talked too much. So point you want to make, you can make again.
Well, no. Oliver Stone feels like a very aggressive filmmaker whose aggression just started, like, falling by the wayside in a way that's, like, not very engaging anymore. Like all of this stuff, it feels like very political, but it feels much like Don't Look Up or Aaron Sorkin. I think you said he's like if Aaron Sorkin. What the fuck did you say? I don't know.
I said Aaron Sorkin on cocaine.
Aaron Sorkin on cocaine, yeah.
Which maybe Aaron Sorkin has done a cocaine, so maybe what I should have said was he's Aaron Sorkin on, like, bath salts.
There you go. That's exactly it. Aaron Sorkin on bath salts or just meth, frankly. That's a pretty good comparison between the two.
But you also, in between the time when we, like, decided to do this episode and, like, we're getting ready for it, you also watched his Nixon for the first time.
I did.
And what did you think of Nixon?
Nixon's fantastic. I like JFK more, but I really like Nixon. And that is another film that kind of tries to make, like, a tragic figure out of a president. And maybe you shouldn't have with that one. But
yeah.
I think the film itself is very interesting. And it's very clear Oliver Stone has strong opinions about the military-industrial complex in this country.
Yeah, but he's also seems to have like cartoon opinions about the military-industrial complex.
That's also true.
If you ask me.
I mean, to go to the conspiracy theory angle stuff again, too, it's like, well, it can't be all these individual systemic issues that kind of snowball together and make this, like, seemingly unstoppable force. And just to be optimistic, like, it's not. We can all, like, win at the end of this, you know? We can all have, like, a better life and a better world together.
No, there's always a better world. It's just, like, there's I think the point is, there's an inherent, like, chaos to the universe that, like, just can't be solved.
Yeah,
you know?
yeah.
You just need to make peace with that. But you can still make the world a better place.
Yeah. I mean, the chaos and, like, anarchy, I think, kind of get a bad rap in a way because of how, like, specifically Hollywood treats it.
Well,
you know? I mean, like, the Joker is, like their version of anarchy, when really it's just kind of like, you can't define the known universe. You can't quantify, like, a mathematical equation and have, like, a perfect peaceful existence. That's just
also it's just something of, like, imagine if you woke up every morning, and I'm sure there's some people actually who are going through it, because I've certainly had periods in my life where I was going through it, but you wake up every morning and you have to come to terms with your own mortality before you can do anything. Like, nothing would get done, like, if we all did that. So you have to kind of, like, give a structure to this chaos. Like, you know, humans are pattern-seeking animals. We look for order that just isn't there because it's what's kept us alive and kept us functioning. And, like, conspiracies are just, like, the end result of that, of just finding patterns in things that aren't really there. But to bring it back to your Nixon, though, I just want to say your review for Nixon was Oliver Stone is fucking insane. And I want to know why you used that phrase specifically.
I just think because of how he's trying to, like, contain these huge systemic issues in this country, like, he has to boil it down to something that's, like, palatable in filmic form. And I kind of admire that, as awful as he is. But you have to be a crazy person to try to go on that on that journey. To, like, succeed at that endeavor, you need to be, like, certifiably insane.
Yeah.
But to even like partake in that journey, like, one of my recent favorite biopics is the Pablo Larraín film Jackie, which I don't even think you've seen yet.
I have not. You know what? I actually watched the opening from it because the opening is, like, right after Dealey Plaza, and I thought that was kind of interesting. But other than that, no, I still haven't seen it.
Okay, well, that and Spencer, the Kristen Stewart Princess Diana film, I think both are, like, the polar opposites of JFK and Nixon, in that they find solace in, like, the way you can't control the world around you, but you can find peace within yourself. And I find those films.
I should watch those movies because they're like they're such something. They sound like something I'd want to see because they are kind of about two individuals at the periphery of, like, major events that are treated as conspiracies, you know?
Yeah. And Jackie actually won me a state award when I was trying to be a film critic, so...
Oh, really?
Yeah.
You.
I did a review on that for my college paper, and yeah, so thank you, the state of California. But, like, so obviously I'm always going to have, like, a soft spot for, like, that film, but I still think it's, like, really good. It's just, yeah, it's the polar opposite of these instances where Oliver Stone's, like, manufacturing fiction to make sense of reality. And here, or with those films, with those two biopics, which are way smaller scale than anything Oliver Stone's done, they manufacture fiction still to an extent, but they're really, because, I mean,
well, it's so weird.
They're about dead people, obviously, but, like,
I mean, think of all the crazy shit that's in Nixon, and it's like him dealing with, like, very controversial moments in American history, right? But at the end of the day, it has, like, a very conventional biopic arc, you know?
Yeah.
Like, it's a very conventional rise and fall narrative. And then you have JFK, which is, for the most part, a political thriller. But at the end is a courtroom drama, you know? And it's oddly conventional for the subject matter being as just deranged as it is.
Yeah. I mean, it ends with like the traditional biopic texts. And
yes.
With the triumphant music of like, oh, he's gonna keep fighting the good fight. This is about JFK, by the way.
Yeah. Not Nixon. Not Nixon.
No. And Kevin Costner's like,
Nixon's gonna be out there fighting the good fight against communists.
But he should have just made a fictional third film where they could cross over, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Like
there is that scene in Nixon in the direct. I don't know what version of Nixon you watched.
Just the regular cut, though.
Okay,
the 190-minute.
I think the director's cut of Nixon is better.
Okay. So it's the reverse of JFK.
Yeah, it's the reverse. But I think in Nixon, there's a deleted scene where he meets with the head of the CIA. I believe that got cut from the theatrical version. And there's a lot of like weird back and forth, like implying the CIA like is killed Kennedy and shit like that. Like,
he's still on his bullshit.
There is that scene also where Nixon like makes a phone call because he's like, I don't know what to do. I've lost the election. Like, and that's about as good as Anthony Hopkins Nixon is. But,
yeah.
And they're like, well, what if Kennedy's not going to run again? He's like, why wouldn't he? He's so popular. He's like, well, maybe he won't. And, like, the events also ignore the fact that, like, yeah, Kennedy got shot, but also LBJ did run and win an election. Like,
yeah.
So it doesn't make sense that this conversation would ever happen. But, yeah, there's, like, a little crossover, but maybe all that stuff was left in the director's cut.
Yeah. No. I remember some of that, but, like, it's just really interesting. I didn't have this planned out to bring up the Jackie and Spencer, but like maybe that's like a 4-part marathon you could go on.
Yeah.
Because like
mean, it's an interesting like I don't know what the word is, but I don't know. They're kind of those. I would say Jackie and Spencer, and I'm saying this without seeing the movies, just what I know about them. They're like a weird antidote to like the frenzied Oliver Stone read of history. You know?
Because like again, it's all fictionalized interpretations of it, but the Pablo Larraín films are much more interested in like the individual humanity of people trying to figure out like what to even do, like how to have their own agency in a world that feels like they have no control over, because they don't. No one does. Mm-hmm. And then Oliver Stone's like, no.
No, the CIA did it.
It's all fucking connected, and it's all the military-industrial complex. And the military-industrial complex is a legitimate problem.
Yeah, and the CIA definitely has a lot of influence over our lives that, like, we're probably not even aware of, like, the real elements of it, you know?
Yeah. Which also,
like, especially in the last 4 years, I'm, like, super paranoid all the time. Like, anytime, like, I start seeing, like, the same opinion get spouted by people, like, over and over again, I'm like, there's something up here, like... And, you know, sometimes it's just because that's the correct, like, answer to something. But other times I'm like, where is this coming from?
Or, the Russians hacked the election. That's why Trump won. It's like, well, they did, like, breach our firewalls. But, like, people breach our firewalls all the time. And we breach other people's firewalls.
And, like, what did hacking the election even mean? And, like, it's so vague that, like, you can suddenly, like, read into it whatever you want, you know? Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like, I don't know if you remember this, and I don't even know if I brought it up on the show before. The president of Turkey, what's his name? President Erdogan, hacked, like, a bunch of American, like, social medias and stuff like that, to the point where he even hacked, like, at the time, my college's social media presence. And I did a report on how, like, they, I don't know how they did it, but just, like, that it wasn't just, like, a localized event. He was spreading propaganda through social media, you know. I don't know if any, like, backdoor stuff, if he was stealing information. I'm sure, just because, like, that's the type of dude who might do that type of thing. But then I got pulled in to the president's office of the school, and they were like, you know, we really want to just make sure you don't put the school in a bad light. Like, we want, you know. And I was like, no, this is not, like, about us. It was just, I'm just reporting on a thing that had a global consequence, and it was still like, you know, like, but you know, don't make us look like we dropped the ball anywhere, you know. We really try to, and I was like, no, it's not, it's not you guys. And if that's like the reaction you get from like educators, what do you think the reaction is like behind closed doors, you know?
I know, yeah.
Like,
Well, also that just speaks to, I think, a big problem that today is like there's a perverse drive to find blame for things in the world, you know?
Mm-hmm.
And when I mean that, I mean like to lay blame at like a specific individual's feet for what's going on. And you know that where it's like you hear a story, like, I mean, talk about like to bring back the Will Smith, Chris Rock thing, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Like everyone is trying to be like, where is the moment that like caused this to happen? Like where's to blame? And sometimes there just isn't anyone like, there's nothing big, like you can't like get revenge on someone, you know? Like there's nothing, sometimes you just have to read the event as it is. And I think the fact that we never got, like, you know, Lee Harvey Oswald never had his day in court, we couldn't, like, really blame him for everything. Like, if he had gone to court, I think we wouldn't be talking about these conspiracy theories. At least as much today, you know?
Yeah.
But the fact that our nation never got to take out our anger on someone is why it's so loose. And, you know, it's that thing of, like, people tapping into just anger that's just out there right now. Because there's a lot of it. And it depends on who gets to you when you're in that angry stage right now. That's why I'm worried about, like, there's all the talk about, like, you know, crypto's, like, up and down, like, all the time these days. And if crypto ends up being a pyramid scheme, I'm not saying it is, but if it ends up being a pyramid scheme, you know, the people at the top are going to make out with a ton of money. And all the people that put in, like, oh, here's the little savings I have, like, hoping it'll pay off, are going to get fucked. Like, where are those people going to direct their anger after that bubble pops, you know?
Mm-hmm.
And that's why I'm pulling back a little bit on, like, dunking on crypto bros, because I'm worried, like, I don't want them getting scooped up by, like, more nationalistic rhetoric, you know?
Yeah.
We have to remember that at the end of the day, those, like, they're very fervent, and it could be fun to be like, oh, you thought you were so clever, but you got fucked. At the end of the day, they are still victims of a scam, if it is a scam, not saying it is.
Mm-hmm.
And we just gotta be careful with that stuff, because again, like, you could get caught up in, like, actually crypto was fine, but there's a conspiracy, and if it's money related, you know who's gonna get blamed for that fucking conspiracy. It happens every fucking time.
I don't even
you
need to say
know
it.
what's gonna happen.
Yeah.
Like, it's just waiting. Like, so just, you know, just be careful. And be careful, and well, like I said, we're all very angry right now. We have to be careful of, like, what horses we bet on, you know?
Mm-hmm.
And because there are conspiracies that, like, I'd like to believe that you have to be like, yeah, but don't. You know, the Russian hacking thing, I would like to believe that Russia just hacked the election in a lot of ways. That, no, Trump didn't actually win. And it's not our broken democracy. That, like, it was a foreign body that came in and did it, but there's not really evidence that they fixed the entire election, you know?
Yeah. I mean, like, there's a good chance we're all getting, like, quote unquote hacked at, like, every moment of the day. You know, like, phishing is hacking. For those that don't understand, phishing is like you open an email and now you're, like, subscribed to something that you weren't subscribed to initially. It doesn't always have to be, like, stealing, like, your bank account information. You know what I mean? That's how, like, these algorithms start, like, promoting stuff to you. That's phishing, which is, like, insane that's even legal, frankly. Mm-hmm. But it is a normalized thing on the internet at this point.
Well, it's like metadata, like, 'cause that's what, when the NSA got caught doing all its data hacking, they were like, well, we're just hoarding metadata. Like, it's all stuff that's freely out there, and it's nothing important. Like, we're not going into your, like, files, but you can determine a lot through metadata, you know? Like, you can basically pinpoint someone's location with enough metadata, and not even that much. I mean, I was explaining to someone, because, you know, I talk to fucking people who are in their, like, 50s, and you know that thing where it's like, man, I was talking about buying a mattress, and then suddenly there was a mattress ad on my phone. Like, is my phone listening to me? And I'm not saying that your phone isn't listening to you, but a lot of times your phone doesn't even need to. Like, there's enough metadata to be like, if you've Googled XYZ in the past month, that you probably are looking for a mattress, you know? If you've done that, you're this age, you've been in these locations, people can determine that shit through metadata, and that's how they can target ads. And it's all stuff that there is no law protecting. And I think to try and explain that to people, people would just rather believe your phone is just, your microphone's on all the time.
Yeah.
You know? And again, I'm not saying it isn't, just that why even bother? Like, you really don't even need to turn someone's microphone on.
Yeah, I mean, there's also that weird thing where everyone kind of needs to feel like they have to have a say in that. Like they're the ones that are going to solve it if they keep talking about it, you know? Seems to be specifically a white people problem to kind of rake your people over the coals.
No, that is 100% correct. Because also, white people just don't want to admit that we are part of a system that is fucking everything up.
Yeah,
Like, it's with white people, it always has to come back to individual responsibility. Because then it's like, A, as long as I'm responsible, I won't get in trouble. And B, if someone is in trouble, they got there themselves. That nothing else led them there. It was their actions and their choices.
Yeah, and it's very uncomfortable, frankly, especially to unfortunately go back to the Will Smith slapping Chris Rock bit. Everyone was like, or not everyone, but like the stupid white people were just shocked. And like, I think Judd Apatow tweeted out like he could have killed him, and it's like, no, he couldn't. What the fuck are you talking about, dude? Like, that's when I knew people had lost their minds like immediately, and it's just gotten, the responses have just gotten worse.
Maybe I only knew it because I'm white, but I assume other people pick up that, like, you knew the moment it happened, it was gonna get racist.
Oh yeah,
like it was one of those things where it was like, I wasn't even watching, so I had to like piece together what happened through like other people's tweets. And it was like, I didn't even have a moment to enjoy that it was like insane.
Yeah.
It was just like, oh, this is gonna fucking suck for the next week.
Yeah.
Like,
and look, like we're talking about it, but I want to reiterate that we are not an authority on any of this, and neither of us are Black Americans. It is a funny
but I
situation.
am a white man, and I know how racist white people can get.
Yes, and I
fucking know that there are huge swaths of my people that are just looking for a fucking excuse. They are just looking for an excuse to get racist.
Yeah, if your first reaction was like, they need to call the LAPD, you should not talk ever again.
Yeah.
That, like, what did we just, like, start understanding these last couple of years?
No one learned anything.
Yeah.
I mean,
no, you know what? No. Plenty of people
fucking
did.
Fund the Police Joe up there, you know, it's all going backwards.
Yeah, well, plenty of people did learn, just not these people not shutting the fuck up.
Yeah.
Like, I think people need to understand that you don't have to talk all the time. It's okay not to talk.
All those protests started rattling the walls, and at first, you know, a lot of, like, successful white people were like, yeah, fuck that. But then once it started getting to, like, you know, it's that thing of, like, once they started going to fund the police, people were like, whoa, wait a second. And I like, on some level, I get it. It sounds scary to be like, we should stop doing police, right? I get where white people jump to that, where it's like, what, are we just going to have lawlessness?
Yeah. What
and
about the gangs?
No, but, like, we have to rethink the entire institution of police. And there are white people that were willing to go fire the corrupt police officers. There were white people that were willing to go fire a lot of police officers. There were white people that were willing to go fire the majority of police officers. But getting to, we should actually maybe get rid of all police officers was too much for white people, because that would be admitting that the system itself that we have all come to rely on is actually busted. And if it's that, and you know how, like, when your car breaks down and you're like, it's never just one thing. Like, it's not just the muffler. It's like your fucking tires are about to go too. It's like, if we admit that the police are fucked up, we have to admit a lot of things are fucked up. And I think that was the line the average white person drew the line at, you know?
Yeah.
And I think that, you know, to be like, the CIA killed Kennedy, I think for a lot of people, it's an easy out. It's a way of going like, all right, the CIA did it, or specifically the people in charge of the CIA did it. So let's get them out and arrest them, and then everything is now solved, you know? And it's like, no, like, the CIA itself might be rotten to the core, which is saying a lot. Like, there aren't, or maybe aren't. If there's no good cops, then there are no good CIA officials. And if that's true, if our entire intelligence branch is a problem, then a lot of other government institutions are a problem. And I think that's the thing people don't want to look at.
Yeah, and look, like, you even want to go, like, the frankly psychotic reverse of that still, where people say, like, oh, there's, like, a mass shooting. It's like, oh, it was just a lone gunman. They were so troubled. And then the story stops there. Like, if you really wanted to engage with those people, talk about, like, how did they get so troubled?
Yeah.
You're not just born troubled and decide to go on a mass shooting spree.
Well, it's also that thing of we talked about on some of our episodes where we've talked about serial killers that there's like there seems to be a real aversion to talking about how basically all male serial killers fucking hate women. Like it is not a like, well, like even a lot of serial killers hate women. It's like, no, most of them hate women. Mm-hmm. And they don't view them as real people and view them as objects. And because we just don't want to confront like a lot of our deeply ingrained biases about women and gender in this country. And it's much easier to just go like, they're troubled. And that they took their women hating just a little too far. That there is a version of like, you know, the patriarchy that is fine, but to take it too far is a problem. I mean, that's J.K. Rowling philosophy, you know?
Yeah.
Like, but actually the system works, but to go a little too far is the problem.
It's actually really cool that Harry Potter became a cop at the end of his story.
Yeah, there's that too. But like, think about like, maybe I'm only speaking for myself, but like, the moment you started questioning, like, you know, gender relationships in this country, it leads you to questioning a lot of other things, you know? Mm-hmm. And I think people are kind of afraid of that in a lot. Not just the people in power, but if you're, you know, if you're living your life and suddenly you're like, wait, is this thing I'm doing, like, it's not directly part of a problem, but it is connected to a problem. It's scary, you know?
Yeah.
I get why. And like, we live in this country that like, it seems to be the goal of all the industrialists of this country to get rid of any sort of private life, that all our lives are just built around our jobs, that like you can't afford to stop and think about these things because then you can't do your job, and if you can't do your job, then you can't pay your bills, and if you can't pay your bills, then you're fucking homeless. Like,
and then you'll get fucking criminalized for being homeless.
Yeah, exactly. And now it's illegal to be homeless, and then you get arrested and thrown into a prison where you're forced to do labor. Like, and it's not a conspiracy. It's not like all these groups got together and be like, yes, we're going to bring back labor camps, you know? Like, it wasn't like a dude sitting somewhere pulling the lever on racism or something. Like, it's a bunch of people just slowly inching towards stuff that benefit them in a particular way. I mean, I think Alan Moore said it, where it's like, there isn't one grand conspiracy. There's like dozens upon dozens of small conspiracies constantly tripping themselves up, you know? Mm-hmm. And that's a lot scarier than just one shadow government doing everything. That's also why so much of QAnon is like pro-authoritarianism, because they think we live in a fascist dictatorship already. And so their solution is just like, well, we need a better fascist leader.
It's funny that you mentioned Alan Moore as like the positive of that, because I think he got a reputation for being much like, I had the assumption until I started reading into him like the last couple of years that he was like going the Frank Miller route of just turning like full fascist for a while.
No, he like went the opposite direction.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, I don't even know if like, I don't know enough about Moore to be like, it's the good version of Frank Miller, but like he's like really anarchist and like really into like magic and mysticism.
Yeah,
and
like
shit.
His
like,
whole thing, I think nerds just got mad because he started criticizing like the industry that he fell in love with and like, you know, didn't love him back.
Yeah, and treated him as horribly as you could treat someone.
Yeah, it's like, no wonder he's fucking bitter about it. Like, who the fuck are you to like get upset at him for saying that shit? I don't know.
Yeah.
Like, I got a lot of respect for Alan Moore, is all I want to say.
Hey, look up your favorite comic book character right now. All the kids at home. Google the creator that isn't Stan Lee and read about how the last few years of their life went. Just a thought. Just a thought on maybe look up how Jack Kirby spent the last few years of his life. The guy who was basically responsible for the MCU. more so than Stan Lee by a lot, and just look into what he was up to. Look into what the creators of Superman were up to. Look up into the one guy who wasn't even fucking credited for creating Batman for years.
Yeah.
That it took until Batman v Superman for him to finally get credit.
My conspiracy theory is that he finally got credited and people couldn't handle it, and that's why they didn't like Batman versus Superman.
Yeah, you know what? That was I saw two names under Batman, and I was like, bullshit. But also, we kind of fall in this trap where it's like, really, the grand conspiracy is capitalism.
Yeah.
But I don't want to say, I want to make it clear, though, capitalism isn't, one guy who's, the king of capitalism, Mm-hmm. It's we're all part of it. We all are committing the same conspiracy theory against each other. And it's just this idea of capital. I mean, Marx figured it out, man. He didn't have it all right, but he was in the right direction. And we're at this point now. That's why everyone's losing their minds, because capitalism is just going to stop working at some point. Maybe next week, maybe 10 years from now. But we don't know what to do, and so we're desperately trying to act like, no, capitalism is fine.
Capitalism is based? Question mark?
Oh, no.
No. Absolutely not. JFK, however, the film, is incredibly based, unfortunately. Not in fact, just in how good it is.
Mm-hmm.
I got nothing really to pivot to specifically about the film, but I love the filmmaking on display. I talked a little bit about Robert Richardson already, Oliver Stone. Did we talk about who edited it?
I'm sure we did, but then
okay, let's talk about him again. Joe Hutching and Pietro Scalia, who is not related to the late Antonin Scalia, who died, thankfully. But oh
yeah, who's that guy? Fucking the judge? Yeah. I was like, yeah, that name's bad, but now I can't remember who. And I was like, oh yeah, Supreme Court guy.
Yeah. All right, so
what was the Onion? Onion was dies after long battle with social progress.
Yeah.
Which is one of the better Onion headlines.
No, my favorite tweet, which is unfortunately from David Ehrlich, was Immortan Scalia. And then when he died, he quote tweeted himself saying, "Witness him." And Fox News pundits just lost their minds.
Oh, did they not like that?
No. It's so fucking funny. All right, so these editors. Joe Hutching worked on the Robin Hood film that just came out a couple years ago. Do you remember that one, the Jamie Foxx?
What?
Yeah, there's a Robin Hood movie with Jamie Foxx as Little John. Yeah. Taron Egerton as Robin Hood. This is real.
I can't... you know what? Was that the Robin Hood set in the future?
Nope.
There was a Robin Hood set in the future, though, right?
I don't think so, but there should be.
I thought there was one Robin Hood that was set in the future.
I mean, maybe, but I missed that one. Okay, let me run down the lists of films they worked on, and then we can get back to future Robin Hood. All right, Joe Hutching, Robin Hood, Savages, with Oliver Stone again, The Tourist, It's Complicated, W, Oliver Stone, Lion for Lambs, The Holiday, Skeleton Key, Something's Gotta Give, a lot of really generic stuff after, honestly, a pretty interesting run in the 90s with, talk radio, which is actually the 80s, but whatever. Born on the 4th of July, The Doors, JFK, Indecent Proposal, Broken Arrow, John Woo's Broken Arrow, Jerry Maguire. So, some interesting stuff. Now, Pietro Scalia, who co-edited this. I'm going to crack my knuckles for this one. All right.
Hey.
The Quick and the Dead, Sam Raimi's Quick and the Dead, G.I. Jane, Good Will Hunting, The Big Hit. Have you seen The Big Hit?
Did you just say G.I. Jane?
Yeah. That was not intentional. That just popped up on the screen. Apologies to the Smith family. Playing by Heart, Gladiator, Hannibal, Black Hawk Down, Memoirs of a Geisha, American Gangster, Hannibal Rising, The 11th Hour, Body of Lies, Other Robin Hood, the Ridley Scott one, Kick-Ass, The Amazing Spider-Man, Prometheus, The Counselor, Amazing Spider-Man 2, Sea of Trees, The Martian. Here's where it gets super interesting. 13 Hours, Alien Covenant, Solo, and this year he's got 2 back-to-back films, Morbius and Ambulance. So this is a psychotic lineup of film editors to work on this, is all I wanted to like really shine a light on.
Ambulance is going to make me angry, isn't it?
I have no idea. I've heard even the Bay haters be like, you know what? It's his least bad film. Mm-hmm. And
I was worried it was going to be like
when I say the Bay haters, I'm not saying you have to like him. I get it.
Mm-hmm. I was worried it's going to be like kind of pro cop a little bit.
I am too, but we'll see. I guess I don't know. Mm-hmm. Yeah, Jake Gyllenhaal looks like he's having fun.
Hey, nothing bad about that guy.
Yeah. Anyways, you seen that Taylor Swift short film?
Hey, now.
It's unrelated to anything we're talking about, of course.
Do you remember when Taylor Swift, for like, I think it was like a 3-year period, just released songs about how she was gonna fucking kill someone?
A little bit, yeah.
What an odd pivot.
Hey, you know what? I'm not like a diehard Taylor Swift fan, but if I wasn't on board before, that sure got me on board then.
Yeah, I don't know. I have no strong opinions on Taylor Swift. I just remembered it was just suddenly like, why is every one of her songs like this now? Yeah, Swift. Maybe Swift is behind like some massive conspiracies.
I don't know. I look. All I wanted to say was those editors make a lot of sense when you look at JFK.
Yes,
they have quite the lineup of films that range from god awful to frankly some of the best things I've ever seen in my entire life.
Mm-hmm. And when you combine those two talents, you get a movie that feels like the dinner scene from Texas Chainsaw Massacre for like 2.5 hours.
Yeah. Who is
to the
the
point
grandpa?
The film feels like it's not working when it does actually slow down occasionally.
Yeah, honestly, okay, so do we feel the same about that it kind of slows down with the courtroom stuff?
The courtroom, I think for like the first half, like kind of maintains the crazy, other than, I think the problem there more is that like we're repeating facts we already know, and it spends a lot of time on stuff. It's trying to prove its thesis, you know?
Yeah.
But then it like goes into like, suddenly it becomes To Kill a Mockingbird for like the last 10 minutes. And like it gets really emotional and it's like, dude, no. Like this isn't, no.
It kind of becomes like schmaltzy, you know?
Yeah, it's so odd that like Oliver Stone in this movie, which like in the middle of this has a gay orgy sequence, like that is based in zero fact, and then like by the end he's like tearing up giving a speech about the importance of America. Like it's oddly like Oliver Stone really kind of exposing himself, you know? Like of just being like he presents himself as this really hard-edged guy, but deep down he's a fucking like schmaltzy patriot idiot, you know?
Yeah.
I mean, I talked about I did I tell that story on the podcast about fucking A Matter of Life and Death?
No.
I thought I did. Because it's the courtroom scene in heaven.
Oh my god, yeah.
Where they're all Americans.
Yes.
And like it like got to me, but like it's a movie. Like I'm watching it and I'm treating it as like a fantasy.
Yeah,
you know?
yeah, of course.
It's like that's like a fantasy version of America that like deep down I wish existed. Mm-hmm. And I think a lot of people do. Like, you know, I think some people are maybe more radical and like understand that maybe America just sucks top to bottom.
Yeah, I mean, like, look, to put it in perspective, think of it this way: like, we can want to have faith in a better version of this country, but you have to like put that aside and realize that like Native Americans are living in like a post-apocalyptic dystopia.
Yeah,
that is the reality. That is not
that we are literally
fictional.
an occupying force.
Yeah,
like that. No matter how you do it, like. Yeah. And, like, I can wash my hands and be like, well, my people didn't come here until that was all over and shit like that. But it's like, it doesn't change what America really is. Mm-hmm. And, yeah, you know, also our democracy is kind of based on some Native American governments, but that's a whole other story.
I bet Oliver Stone didn't know that.
Yeah.
Or maybe he did.
And it's a weird, like, again, it's like when we get so focused on JFK, what we're really saying is that, like, we want the 60s not to happen, and that if JFK hadn't been assassinated, the 60s wouldn't have happened. And you can talk a lot about the 60s, and a lot of bad shit happened. And again, Nixon wins, and we come out of it more conservative than ever. But it's also the era where the fucking voting rights bill gets passed. And it's a big shift and a real awakening of racial politics in this country. And it had to be messy. There was no way it wasn't going to be messy. And I think Oliver Stone envisions a world where JFK stayed in office and there had been like a civil rights movement that didn't get messy. And that's not possible, you know?
Mm-hmm.
And it makes the movie doubly gross when it's like constantly doubling down on like having silent black characters in the background like cheering on what's happening. And it's did you ever read the Stephen King book about the JFK assassination?
Oh no, I didn't. But it's called 19 something, right?
It's 11/22/63, which is the date of the assassination.
Mm-hmm.
And it's actually I think the last Stephen King book I actually read and enjoyed. I remember liking it, but it came out like right when I graduated high school. So that's like the perfect era to read it. And that's got this really interesting take where the main character goes back, and it's actually pretty cool because like the first half of the book, he's like, I want to stop the JFK assassination, but I have to actually determine if Oswald like acted alone. So he does like all this investigating and eventually determines, yes, Oswald did act alone, goes to stop him, saves JFK's life. But then because of that, JFK like narrowly wins re-election, but he doesn't have the support to actually pass the Voting Rights Act. So then fucking who's that crazy racist that ran when Nixon ran for the first time? Oh god, I can't remember his name.
Let's see.
Let me look it up real quick. Sorry.
No, I'm looking it up too.
George Wallace.
There you go.
George Wallace ends up becoming president, and like it leads to like nuclear war and shit. Like, so like saving Kennedy actually made the country worse. And Stephen King unfortunately like kind of leans into like the weird dark powers thing of like saving JFK didn't technically make the country worse. It's just that like time has a way of like correcting itself. So like the stuff you averted by saving JFK paid out in different atrocities around the world. But it's an interesting take, you know, and I think it's something people don't think about, that like LBJ was able to get a lot of shit done by like, I'm keeping JFK's legacy alive. And unfortunately, part of that was continuing the Vietnam War, which had started under Kennedy, and continuing that, you know, is what fucks Johnson's re-election chances, because he couldn't keep the idea of the Great Society movement he was trying to do and the war together at the same time. He divided his own base, and at the same time, you know, disenfranchised all the Southern Democrats who were actually very not cool with racial equality.
You don't say.
And you can read up on the Southern strategy, which is how the Republican Party basically rebranded itself and became the voice of the race in this country. That's why you get like those idiots like Dinesh D'Souza who's like, actually, Lincoln founded the Republican Party and he freed the slaves. And it's like, A, like, there's a lot of context behind that, and B, the Republican Party changed a lot in between those 100 years, you know?
Yeah.
But you know that. The people listening know that. I think our listeners are smarter than that, but hey.
Yeah.
Do we want to get back into the film?
Let's fucking do it. Okay.
All right.
Yeah, sorry.
I believe we left off with the first meeting with Tommy Lee Jones, where I discussed how fucking Jim Garrison actually did drug people and shit like that. And so like a media circus immediately ensues around the office, which is, you know, it's portrayed as like a bad thing that happened, but Jim Garrison, you can say a lot about the guy, and I'll be saying a lot about him. Trust me. He was definitely a self-promoter, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Like, he brought the media circus on himself, so it wasn't like some conspiracy against him. There is a weird moment, though, where like they find out the offices are bugged. Jim Garrison argued a lot that he was being bugged and all this shit, but in the movie they find a bug, right? Like,
yeah,
they have one. Jim Garrison in real life was never able to produce an actual bug. which feels like would be an easy thing to do, maybe. But hey. I will say Oliver Stone does a fairly decent job of being like how hard it would be to go up against something like this if it existed.
Yeah, the big if, but he makes compelling drama out of it, which, you know, like, it is a talent, even though it's bullshit. Like, he could make a film back then. Mm-hmm. Like, I mean, I think we've made it clear this movie kind of fucking rocks, unfortunately.
Yeah, it does, and it's like it's about to get so much worse.
Yeah, which I'm unaware of, apparently.
Yeah, I'm hiding some of the stuff from Diego, and I will. I'm sure most people don't know it because it surprisingly isn't brought up a ton. We immediately go into this to what might be my favorite scene in the movie, because now that like all this shit's coming out in the news. David Ferry's like calling him up, being like, "You use my name, you can't use it. I'm a dead man. If my name's out there like this." Like, so they have to go meet him, and then we get the whole sequence where fucking Pesci just fucking melts down and confesses like everything, which is a wild scene with like the music just slowly ranking up, and he takes a sip of the coffee and like chokes on it for half a second, like that's a wild scene.
Yeah, fucking Pesci's so fucking good.
Pesci, yeah. I get why Pesci maybe got tired of, like, playing guys like this. But, he's just so good at it, like...
I know, it's what it is.
It's a mystery. It's a mystery wrapped in a riddle inside an enigma. The fucking shooters don't even know. Like, that's actually, like, a really chilling line.
Yeah. I mean, like, I kind of wish more, like... Like, I don't want to talk about just specifically, like, blockbuster filmmaking and stuff like that. But, you know, you hear stuff like, oh, we're inspired by conspiracy thrillers and stuff like that. I want to see a franchise movie that's genuinely inspired by conspiracy thrillers feel like this movie.
Yeah.
I think that would be awesome.
I think my big question, and I don't know if I've thrown this out yet, but my big question is, let's say you made this movie, JFK, you told this narrative, but, like, at the beginning of the movie, you put up a thing being like, this is entirely a work of fiction. Like, I'm just using conspiracy stories to tell a completely fictional story. And be like, I don't believe any of this. This is a work of historic fiction. Would the movie still work?
I don't know, but I think that would kind of sink any movie if you put that in front of it. You know what I mean?
I don't know.
That's not me defending this movie. I've
always wanted a movie to start out with like, this is inspired by true events, but we made up most of it. Like, I want a movie to be honest. I would like to see. You know what? Actually, a movie I compared to JFK. The movie Vice actually kind of starts with a text like that, where it's like, this movie is based on true events. In that trying to find information on one of the most secretive men in history is actually a real challenge. We did our fucking best. Which I think is the actual quote. And I kind of liked that. I'm like the one Vice defender out there, but another movie that like definitely simplifies history in a lot of ways, which just seems to be, you know, turning into his thing.
Yeah, that feels like a very, how do I say this? Feels like a very... liberal thing recently.
Definitely. Also, it's like, and to talk about that point, like, Don't Look Now is like his attempt to take the Big Short energy and Vice energy and attach it to a fictional narrative, and it just doesn't really work.
Don't Look Up. Don't Look Now
Don't Look Now is actually a great film. Sorry.
Yeah, Don't Look Now is a fantastic 1970s thriller.
Yeah, sorry. Don't Look Up is where it doesn't really work. And I think it's that also thing. I think that Oliver Stone and oh god, what's his name? Vice director.
Oh, Adam McKay.
Adam McKay. I think Oliver Stone and Adam McKay are both like very left-leaning guys, and I don't think they realize how both their films kind of lean into a lot of right-wing beliefs about this country. Yeah, and I think they're a little lost in that. I think Vice does a fairly okay job of just being so like raw nerve angry and like calling specific people out, specific groups, that like that's why, even though it's like, yes, it's definitely like a very liberal pat on the back type movie, I kind of like it. Mm-hmm. Whereas Don't Look Up I think, is just like, yeah, you know, you can show this to like a Republican and they're going to agree with this movie. And they're not going to know it's a metaphor for global warming. And if you try to explain it to them, they're going to talk about how global warming is a conspiracy by China. Like,
yeah, it's a pretty bad movie. And I'm going to be honest. It definitely put me off from watching Vice even longer.
Yeah, I get it.
Yeah,
you know,
that was unfortunate.
But I think Vice and like Nixon are very similar in a lot of ways.
And maybe I'll watch it sooner now because that's exciting.
I think what kind of sucks and makes it harder is that like Dick Cheney is still alive, and like the history of the Bush era is like still so present that to try and do a Nixon type movie, it just doesn't work quite yet. You know, we need to be removed a little more from it to get away with a movie like that.
Yeah. Like, I don't know. I'm glad no one's... I'm sure someone out there wants to do it, but no one's rushing to produce a film about Trump yet.
Yeah, there will be one, though.
Oh, no, 100%. Yeah, they're going to totally pat themselves on the back. Like, wasn't that crazy? And it's like, you didn't fix anything, though.
I think that's the thing is just, like, there's no ending yet. Like, we don't know how it ends. And that's probably fucking things up. But, like... I don't know. We'll see where it goes. I'm sure are Obama movies coming out. I know there's been a few Obama movies.
Yeah, there was one called Barry, which I have not seen, but I heard is nice. It's like it's about his college years. So I don't know. That could be a nice movie to watch.
You mean his college years where he got his political career started in Bill Ayer's living room?
And he, I guess he didn't say like he used to like lie about being more like left leaning to get women to hook up with him.
Hey, that's an interesting take.
Did he not say that? I don't want to put words in his mouth. I remember something coming out about that.
I'm sure he said not like I'm sure he said that as a way to dismiss all the college-age voters that immediately turned on him when he backed out of ending the Iraq War and fucking doing anything about climate change. Remember when like Matt Damon was like a big Obama supporter, and then like a few years in, he was like, I think Obama's doing a bad job. And then Obama like made a statement where he's like, well, I saw some of Damon's recent movies and he's got nothing to talk about there. It's like, what the fuck, dude?
Yeah. And I think that's a very like, not what I wanted to say. Like, it's performative, like politics.
Yeah.
That he's doing there. It's like a Hollywood star is not comparable to the responsibilities of the most powerful person on the planet. You know,
that's kind of why I'm glad that Joe Biden has zero charisma.
Yeah.
Like, it just makes it easier to criticize him.
Yeah, I mean, he's got charisma to like boomers, but they're on the way out.
Yeah, but they're all age. They all have osteoporosis and are just like falling apart.
I was gonna say, yeah. They can't even hear if you're across the room, so what the fuck do they know?
Yeah, so... it's like, no wonder he appeals to them. But, yeah.
Who does JFK appeal to?
Joe Pesci is great in this.
I know we talked about him last time, too, but it's Joe fucking Pesci, and he'll probably never act again.
Yeah, and he seems totally fine with that.
Oh, yeah, like, no. He's made it clear that he didn't even want to come back for The Irishman, and De Niro and Scorsese had to pitch him like constantly for months.
Yeah. And then like they did that one like roundtable interview for like Netflix or something, and I like that video, but it's very clear that Pesci feels like he's there like at gunpoint, like he like gives like very quiet responses to things.
I actually haven't seen that yet. Because I'm like withholding as much Scorsese stuff as I can because I want like these little treasures for myself in the future, you know?
Okay, yeah, that's an idea. I mean, there's so much Scorsese shit out there, including a documentary where he's talking up Elia Kazan.
Oh no!
Who, yeah, you know Kazan,
the fucking rat.
Did anything wrong?
You could call him a rat.
Elia Kazan is a traitor.
He is. Fuck him.
That might be my favorite video.
Oh, it's fantastic. Yeah.
Of Orson just going in on him.
Fuck yeah.
And then the best is that at the end, I love the fuck you. It's like such a fuck you at the end of like, and it must be said that he is a very fine director. Like, which I think is such a great fuck you because it's just like, yeah, you're a good filmmaker, you're still a fucking traitor. Like, that doesn't absolve you of any of this.
It's like, Orson Welles, do you think you can separate the art and the artist? Yes, but I will also beat the artist to death.
Yeah. No question that you're Zelia Kazan. Oh, Orson. Who would Orson have been in, like, a 2-minute scene in this movie?
Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. I don't even know.
See, yeah, like, I'm not really sure who he could... You know what? He could have been the defender for Clay Shaw at the end of this movie.
Oh,
like,
okay.
He could have made that character a little bigger.
Mm-hmm.
And, like, you know, that guy... I can't remember the actor's name. The guy who plays the defender in this, he's got, like, 3 credits on IMDb. He's in JFK, and he's in Nixon. And he's got, like, 1 scene in Nixon, and he fucking kills both roles. Like, he's so good in, like, this small part. And I'm like, I'm sad he never became, like, a bigger character actor.
Yeah, I don't know who he is either, but...
Yeah, I can't think of his name off the top of my head. And it's hard to look him up because it's like he's got a name, but it's not, like, a memorable one, like, in the movies. But, yeah, Orson could have slid in that, or as the judge, you know.
Oh, yeah.
Like, I'm ruling it inadmissible. Like, but, hey. Or could have just shown up as his fucking self.
No, you know what? Mr. X.
Mr. X, but it's like he's in the F for fake, like, cape and shit.
Oh, yeah,
like,
100%. He just walks off the set of that.
He's walking behind the cameras and shit.
Yeah. See, it works. It totally works.
That would have worked, you know? We got to talk about David Ferry for a minute, which is that, like, the confession scene, I'm sure most people know this, is entirely made up. Like, that didn't really happen.
Well, look, like, because I know you have a lot of facts and stuff like that. I want you to go into them too, but not only is, like, most of the back half of this movie made up, we have to establish that, like, a lot of it is from the get-go is made up.
Yeah. The sad thing is, like, the same thing as I'm going to be saying over and over again is, like, yeah, this just isn't true. Or, yeah, the guy who said this was, like, not credible. It's just, that's how it is. I think the big stuff that will, like, kind of disprove everything is when we get to the actual shooting of JFK, and we kind of go into that a little more. But we'll get to that. Yeah, like, David Ferry was a real guy. He definitely was associated with Cuban exiles. The crusade to free Cuba. I believe I brought that up earlier. Like I said, there's a book called False Witness that kind of talks about this, and it argues that Garrison's continued harassment of Ferry was, like, led to his downward spiral. He did say to people that he was a dead man in the weeks leading up to his death, and that's because he was dying. There's that, you know, because he dies, like, this movie goes, like, deep into, like, implying he was murdered, and, like, there was no autopsy performed, which most people die and don't have autopsies performed. Like, that's not, like, an odd thing, you know? But he was dying. He had cancer for a long time. And they're like, we found these typed notes around the house, and, like, they're like, they might be suicide notes, but then he didn't kill himself. And, you know, he was trying to, like, close up for the end of his life. It's when you remove the sinister angle the movie frames and all that, it's a lot less sinister than it actually appears to be.
Yeah, it becomes, like, comedic almost. That, like, holy fuck, you pinned a whole movie on just, like, very unfortunate circumstances that don't really have a connection to each other.
But there is one thing, and it's oddly enough a moment that is like a blink and you'll miss it moment. Do you remember the machete murder that happens around the same time? So this really happened because it happened like within a day or two of David Ferry's death. This is true. A guy named Eladio Del Valle was killed with a machete, I believe in Miami. He was, like, tortured and murdered. He was part of a group to organize Cuban exiles. He was likely connected to the CIA. To this day, his murder remains unsolved, and his files are still being blocked from release. So, that murder is definitely suspicious. There's definitely something up there. But it's not anything to be like that this was connected to Kennedy. It's likely more just connected to our attempts to invade Cuba and shit like that, you know? And a lot of the files that have come out since, a lot of the files that are still being blocked and have come out in between the release of this film, allegedly they detail more and more of the CIA's involvement to, like, kill Castro and, like, more of our coups in Latin America. And so the CIA doesn't want them out there because it'll make them look bad. As of now, nothing has really come out to add to JFK conspiracies. But it says a lot that, like, yeah, we get, like, this long drawn-out scene with David Ferry, the white guy who dies, but Eladio Del Valle, blink and you miss it, and there's a machete murder in the middle of this film. And that one likely was, like, a conspiracy.
That's the machete murder. They attack him in the car, right?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. I guess you do blink and you miss it, because it's like, I could not remember that for the life of me. And then I just remembered the car, and I was like, oh, yeah, I guess it did happen.
But it's also, we're literally getting this information, like, while we're going over the David Ferry scene. So it's like, David Ferry's dead. It looks like, his place looks like there might have been a struggle. Oh, hey, Eladio Del Valle got killed by a machete. That's strange. Anyway, back to David Ferry. Like, it's such a weird way to put it in there. It's so weird that, like, arguably, one of the most factual things to be in the film is, like, dismissed so quickly. And instead, we're going to focus on something that, like, isn't that suspicious.
No, well, I mean, to go back to Jim Garrison, who is, like, you know, clearly not an upstanding guy. If his, like, quote-unquote research didn't really revolve around that part of the murder, like, there's nothing else to talk about there from Oliver Stone's perspective, I guess. Which is not a good thing. And also, why even have it in the film at all, I guess?
Well, because, I mean, I get it. It's like, with those, if both of those are murders happening in the same time period as each other, yes, it absolutely does look like the CIA is trying to tie up loose ends, you know? Mm-hmm. Like, I get what he's trying to do there, being like, it's strange that both of these deaths happened at the same time. But, hey. Again, it's just so weird that, like, that's, like, the thing that is brushed over. All right. Well, now we get what is arguably, like, the centerpiece of the movie. Because this is Garrison's, like, I got a tip in Washington. It might be nothing, but I'm going to go check it out. And he goes to Washington, and someone meets him on the steps of... They go to Washington because it would be good for, like, backgrounds.
Oh, yeah. No, it fits perfectly,
it would add
unfortunately.
weight visually to the film.
Yeah, but look, like, let me just say, if you have a political thriller and you don't go to Washington at some point, did you really have a political thriller?
Does, I was going to say, does North by Northwest go to Washington? But it totally does, for, like, 2 seconds.
Yeah.
But, yeah, we meet X in Washington, played by Donald Sutherland. And he's like, you're closer than you think. And, all right, we got to talk about the scene, and then we'll talk about, like, what is actually being said in the scene. Because this scene shouldn't fucking work. Like, it really shouldn't.
It should break the movie.
It should break the fucking movie. Yeah. And yet it's, like, so fucking good. And I honestly, it's very similar. I was talking about when we did the Matrix episode, where, like, not Forrest Whitaker. What the fuck? I was trying to say Morpheus, but I said Forrest. When Morpheus explains what the Matrix is, and it's like a long, like, info dump scene, and I was like, info dumps really shouldn't work, but they work if what you're saying is cool as shit, you know? And this. It's a thing of, like, it's kind of gross because a lot of what he's saying is true about what the CIA is up to in foreign countries, but it's also, like, super interesting and, like, very exciting to hear about. What's so weird about it, though, is that, like, it frames the Black Ops stuff as, like, fine. It only becomes a problem when it was directed at JFK, you know? Mm-hmm. Like, which is such a weird thing to put in this movie. I don't think that's what Oliver Stone specifically believes, but the way it's framed in this movie is like, actually all that was fine and good until it happened to Kennedy. Mm-hmm. And there's just so much thrown out in this scene. I almost don't even know where to start.
Donald Sutherland.
Yes.
Who is the greatest.
Who is still alive.
Yeah, I keep forgetting that. I'm like, he popped up in something else, and it's great.
He does that cool thing I do, like where like an actor like him is like, you know, fucking like a big guy in the 70s, kind of like fell off, but then like he was in the Hunger Games franchise, which was like one of the biggest franchises on the planet, and it's like
for 5 years.
Yeah, and he got like this like last wind of like, all right, he's relevant again. He also he is one of the narrators of Oliver Stone's JFK Through the Looking Glass. That came out. And I think trying to emulate how good he is in this scene, unfortunately, you can definitely tell it's an older Donald Sutherland doing the narration. He does his job. It's just like it's not as like cool and sexy as it is here, you know?
Yeah.
But what do you think of this?
He's fucking 86 years old.
Oh my
Sorry.
God.
Just
like fucking still going for it though.
I know, he was like in Ad Astra, and he's like fucking heartbreaking.
Oh yeah, he's so good. I keep forgetting he's in that.
Yeah, that's a great movie.
Yeah, and Tommy Lee Jones.
Everyone should watch
in it too.
Yeah. Oh my God. Yeah. JFK reunion gang.
Yeah.
Yeah.
See, that's a movie about the CIA taking black ops to space.
Kinda, yeah. Yeah, no, this scene is unfortunately terrific. Everything in this movie that's terrific is unfortunate that it's terrific.
Yeah.
But this scene in particular is like kind of a crime against humanity.
I want you to talk about, if there's anything you want to talk about in this sequence. Because after that, I'm going to fucking
okay.
wide open.
I'll talk about how to film information dumps, in my opinion, because I have never done that. But I think we all can kind of tell when it works in a film and when it breaks a film. Generally, in more like action-oriented stuff or political thriller stuff, you try to have like a lot of flashing images and action like happening while the explanation is going on. You know, like scientists running down the hallway explaining the plot mechanisms or whatever. Like in a Marvel movie, when it's like, oh, the whatever stone does this, and there's a bunch of flashing lights to explain it. And here it's kind of just like normal movie stuff for the most part, considering that like the rest of the film is assaulting you with images and everything like that constantly, and sounds. You know what I just thought of? It kind of reminds me of like Failsafe a little bit. Like the end of Failsafe.
A little bit, yeah.
Yeah. Which is like one of the greatest fucking movie endings ever. And this one, it still has like, when Mr. X is explaining the stuff to Kevin Costner, it still has like the cutaways and the images and the grainy footage that I really love. But it's kind of like, not calming, but it's almost like you feel balanced for the first time in the movie, you know? It's like, okay, here's like the entity to help you get grounded in this fucking psychotic narrative that just like makes you feel like you're losing your mind. And I think that's almost kind of comforting, you know, like we were talking about in the first half of this recording, like just knowing that there is an order. It's fucked up, but there's an order to all of this. And that's why it's a great scene. And that's why it's also evil, because it is lying to everyone.
All right, so now we're going to talk about who X really is, because X is in fact based on a real guy.
This I do actually know, but go ahead.
All right, but do you know about this guy?
I do not know about the guy, but I know who the guy is.
His name is L. Fletcher Prouty. I could be saying that wrong, but I don't care.
No, I was almost going to say it, but then I would have pronounced it Pouty on accident.
It's either Prouty or Prudy or something like that. I want to say Prouty. L. Fletcher Prouty.
Yeah.
A real guy who I could go into how he is overstating his qualifications, his relationship to Black Ops, his, in all probability, lack of understanding of how the Secret Service actually operated in terms of presidential security. Like when he goes on the whole rant about how you wouldn't let a guy with an umbrella get that close to the president, how you wouldn't have that many open windows, how you wouldn't have XYZ. It's like none of that was really the protocol back then. A lot of that became the protocol following the JFK assassination, clearly. But like it was, common for a president to ride in an open top car. Like Eisenhower did it all the fucking time. Like it wasn't. That's just something where like you watch it and you use like now we think of the car for the president that is like so thick that like you could fire a bazooka at it and the president would live.
Mm-hmm.
Or like the thing about Reagan where like the bullet that almost killed Reagan didn't even hit him. It bounced off the car and then hit him. Like that's how shielded presidential vehicles are these days. So like, a lot of what he is saying just is factually incorrect. His whole thing about like, I already had the story in New Zealand. Like the timeline isn't actually that weird. Like they had the information in like when you take into account like the time zone changes and when shit happens, it's not that weird. And in this day and age, we forget that like the news used to be the only source of information,
Mm-hmm.
Like that's why there used to be like a morning newspaper and an evening edition, Like, and so there is a system in place to get information out there as quickly as possible. And they had Lee Harvey Oswald's, background because he had made waves as like a noted, communist and had, immigrated to Russia. Like they had him on file. He wasn't like that obscure. So like I could go into all that, but let's go into a little bit more of L. Fletcher Prouty. One, he has said that the forces behind JFK included not only the CIA and the military-industrial complex, but also the Federal Reserve Board. How that works, I don't know. He has also said the high price of oil is artificially maintained by a cabal that shuts down all oil pipelines in the Middle East. Because of the Israelis, that is their business on behalf of the oil companies. That's why they get $3 billion a year from U.S. taxpayers. 3, quote, it would not surprise Prouty if Princess Diana and Princess Grace of Monaco were assassinated by the same secret team that killed JFK. 4, FDR did not die a natural death. Winston Churchill had him poisoned.
Oh, God.
5, Jonestown tragedy was not a suicide, but a mass murder committed by the U.S. Intelligence and Joint Chiefs of Staff. 6, flying saucers are a reality, and the Air Force has two bodies of extraterrestrials in storage. He was one of the top advisors for this movie. Now, all right, whatever. Those are some wacky thoughts and stuff like that. But he was also on record and saying that it was an enormous privilege of his to have his book, The Secret Team, reprinted by the Institution for Historic Review. He also was a speaker for a group called the Liberty Lobby, and sat on the lobby's Populist Action Committee. Now, while I found no direct quotes endorsing this, both of these groups are big in, y'all ready for this? Holocaust denial!
Of course.
Of fucking course.
Yeah.
He served on groups that were big in Holocaust denial. The fucking Institute for Historic Review has on their website the quote, what proof exists that the Nazis killed 6 million Jews? And the Liberty Lobby features articles such as The Diary of Anne Frank is a fraud.
Oh my
and
God.
The white race is becoming an endangered species.
Oh my God.
Oliver Stone was informed about this. And also, it should turn out, guess who was also on the Liberty Lobby's radio program?
I'm going to take a stab in the dark here and say Jim Garrison.
Jim Garrison!
Yeah. Oh my God.
You can read a lot about this in an article called The Shooting of JFK from the November 1991 article in Esquire. It goes into how Oliver Stone's own staff uncovered this.
Jesus Christ.
So, yeah.
Why isn't Oliver Stone, like, in prison?
I know. Like, it's wild.
Fucking Christ, dude.
And Oliver Stone has a quote out there or something that's like, it's unfortunate that he's associated with these people, but I don't understand the relevance.
Oliver Stone, if you're listening to this, I want you to know that I will beat you in the street.
And also, it should turn out that the Liberty Lobby, here's a quote, the lobby, it turned out, had been founded by one Willis Carto, an ex-John Birch Society functionary, who, in addition to expressing admiration for Hitler, believed the Jews were, as he put it, public enemy number one.
Oh my God.
He is a very sincere and well-educated man, Prouty said. He's even quoted as saying, I want to be for the things he is for. I've never found Prouty I did not find Prouty on the record endorsing Holocaust denial himself. And in fact, he did speak out against Holocaust denial, but he's associated with these people.
Yeah, that tracks.
It's rough.
Look, I don't know about you, but if I know someone is associated with Holocaust deniers, I feel the need to avoid them at all costs, at the very least.
Yeah, I wouldn't let them influence how my film is going to turn out.
Yeah, I probably would not talk to them ever. And if I did talk to them, it would not be out of the kindness of my heart, is what I will say to avoid legal action against me.
All right.
Yeah, that's really upsetting.
Yes. And that's like the crux of this fucking movie.
Yeah. Oh, so I'm completely validated in my claim that it is, in fact, a brilliant but evil scene.
Not even the worst thing I'm going to bring up.
Oh my God.
But that's later.
Jesus Christ.
All right. In terms of Prouty dealing with the CIA, here's a quote. Prouty had no responsibilities related to the Secret Service or presidential protection. He had no access to Secret Service protective procedures or inside information about protective codes. His trip to the South Pole could not have been anything to do with the Kennedy assassination. All of this is fiction, designed to lend credibility to what is, in reality, nothing but L. Fletcher Prouty's speculation. There's also the quote about JFK threatening to splinter the CIA into 1,000 pieces and scatter it to the wind. Now, there's no actual evidence he said that quote. Splintering something to 1,000 pieces and scattering it to the wind, it's actually a phrase that has been used throughout history. It comes from a New York Times article published like 3 years after Kennedy's death, about that, like, when JFK, after the failure of the Bay of Pigs invasion, Kennedy, quote, threatened to splinter the CIA into 1,000 pieces and scatter it to the wind. It's not sure if he actually said that or if that was the person relating the events. But it's not, it's not that weird for JFK to be angry at the CIA while the Bay of Pigs invasion is failing,
Yeah.
There's not tracks. Anything that odd there. The Alan Dulles thing, which is brought up by experts, like, why would Alan Dulles be put on the fucking investigation even though JFK fired him? It's like, JFK and Alan Dulles were friends. They actually knew each other. Dulles did a lot to protect JFK's information about the many affairs JFK had from coming out. Dulles initially resigned after the Bay of Pigs, but Kennedy initially refused it and then accepted it, and they kind of made it look like, a big public firing just so they could kind of like put the blame at someone's feet. But they were actually close friends. And RFK of all people advised fucking Warren to put Warren and Dulles to be on the committee. There's not he's pulling at threads here when they say a lot of this stuff.
Is he?
It's almost moot at this point to go in on like, yeah, the guy who's associated with Holocaust deniers maybe isn't telling the truth, but There's also all the talk about, like, JFK wanted troops coming home at a certain date. Like, that's what this memo means. If you read those memos, it's like, if we meet this quota, we will start bringing troops home. But there's nothing in there, like, saying that on this date exactly we will bring troops home. Like, that's just not true. And a lot of the national security memos that they bring out where it's like, this ends the reign of the CIA. Now, it certainly ended the CIA kind of operating independently. But all it did was provide more input from the Joint Chiefs of Staff, because in the wake of the Bay of Pigs, one of the problems was seen was that there wasn't enough communication between, the Oval Office, the CIA, and the military. And it felt like if all of those people had been on the same page, the Bay of Pigs invasion would have gone better. It's not about, like, removing any of the CIA's powers. Like, it's a grain of salt, like, just being expanded. Also, completely ignored is JFK definitely started, like, the cogs turning into what would eventually be the 1964 Brazilian coup d'etat. Like, all of that started while JFK was still in president and he had an active hand in. So he wasn't like this fucking, like, peacenik that Oliver Stone is making him out to be.
Yeah, now I have to ask, in your opinion, is this movie responsible for that kind of, like, softer legacy of JFK? Or was that something that you find was prevalent even prior to the film's release?
I think that's just prevalent just because he was assassinated.
Okay.
Like, I'm not trying to, like, be like a dick about it, but there's actually a really interesting book. It's more like a memoir called Assassination Vacation by Sarah Vowell. Do you know who Sarah Vowell is?
I don't, but I'm an idiot, so. She
contributed to, like, she was on The Daily Show every now and then, and she's also the voice of Violet in The Incredibles. She's written a lot of interesting books. She wrote one called Assassination Vacation where she kind of toured all the locations of, like, associated with presidents who were assassinated. And she makes a good point about how, like, the Lincoln Memorial probably wouldn't have been built if Lincoln hadn't been assassinated, Like, Lincoln's legacy just ends. We don't know how Lincoln would have handled Reconstruction. We do have his speech where he says, like, he said educated blacks should have the right to vote. Which, not a great quote, but certainly better than what ended up happening in the wake of Reconstruction,
Mm-hmm.
And so, and there's hope, there's always that hope that if Lincoln had lived, and if in the way he evolved on the slavery question throughout the Civil War, maybe in his second term, he would have evolved in how he related to Reconstruction in the United States. But there's just no evidence of that. But because that always exists, because we don't know what his last few years would have been, that's how you get the Lincoln Memorial. That's how you get Lincoln worshipped. And I think Kennedy is in the same place where it's like a lot of the dominoes are already falling to what will lead to the turbulent 60s. But because he didn't live to see any of it, there's kind of this hope that maybe he could have averted it. And, it's out there. Maybe he would have treated the Vietnam War differently. You have to remember that LBJ takes over, and that's the era of the fucking Pentagon Papers that are eventually leaked, where LBJ and the CIA are straight up lying to the American public about how the Vietnam War is going,
Mm-hmm.
Like, that's a well-documented thing that actually happened. You would like to maybe believe that if JFK had been in a similar position, he wouldn't have lied, right? That he would have been more open with the American public and would have said, look, we can't, like, we knew we couldn't win the Vietnam War way before it even happened. Like, way before withdrawal. We just knew we weren't going to win. But LBJ kept that lie going, and then you get Nixon and fucking Kissinger in there, and they know we're not going to win, but they have to make a big show of at least trying to win the war, right?
Mm-hmm.
You want to believe Kennedy wouldn't have made the same mistakes or done outright duplicitous things, but there's simply no evidence of that. And considering his involvement in other foreign policies, it's entirely possible he would have just done exactly what LBJ did.
So fuck him is what you're saying.
I mean, hey, guy got shot. I'm not.
Yeah. Now who's laughing now?
What's there's this Simpsons joke. I'm not going to be able to remember it. Remember the episode where John Waters is on?
No, I don't.
Oh, there's an episode where John Waters is on. It's called Homer's Phobia because Homer becomes his friend, but then realizes he's gay and like freaks out. And it's about Homer dealing with like his homophobia. But there's they find like a TV guide that was once owned by Jackie O, and John Waters is like, oh, you should see all the spelling mistakes she made. And Homer just goes, give her a break, her husband was killed.
That's pretty good.
But hey. We should also mention, there is a moment, like that long prologue we talk about, that we talked about earlier, where there's a quote in the beginning where they show Kennedy saying, I don't think that unless a greater effort is made by the government to win popular support, that the war can be won over there. In the final analysis, it's their war. They're the ones who are going to have to win it or lose it. Like, that's a quote kind of played at the beginning that kind of hints that JFK, like, isn't totally in on the Vietnam War, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, that sounds like him being like, look, we shouldn't get involved in this. We were involved at that point, but that says, like, maybe he wouldn't ramp it up. Literally, like, sentences after that, so Oliver Stone had to have seen it and then decided not to include it. Kennedy says, but I don't agree with those who say we should withdraw. That would be a great mistake. I know people don't like Americans to be engaged in this kind of effort. 47 Americans have been killed in combat with the enemy. But this is a very important struggle, even though it is far away. He was a big believer in the domino theory, that if Vietnam followed, all of Southeast Asia would fall to communism. He believed in the intervention we were making in Vietnam. There's a lot of quotes of him endorsing the Vietnam War on the record. There's a lot less of him. In fact, there's mostly none of him saying we should get out. In fact, the undelivered speech JFK was on his way to deliver when he was assassinated includes this. Reducing our efforts to train, equip, and assist their armies can only encourage communist penetration and require in time to increased overseas deployment of American combat forces. He was going to give a speech talking about how we should get more involved in Vietnam. So, like, even if maybe you're the CIA and he's going to, deliver a speech like that, I'd maybe let him say that and then assassinate him.
Oh my god.
Make that his last speech.
Fuck. Yeah. And look, if there was a secret cabal of evil people, like, determining the outcomes of these kind of things, if Matt could figure that out, they could have too. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
And also worth noting, what JFK was saying, like, I know it's not popular with the American people, but that makes me just kind of look back at every politician in my lifetime, especially with more anger and rage, because these sorts of reactions, like, I know it's not popular with the American people, but like, we all know these policies are unpopular regarding war, especially in this country, but we keep doing it, or we keep having people do it. So you have no excuse at this point. If you're a politician in any country, but right now America, I'll talk about in America, and you're saying you're still like banging the drum of war, maybe don't. I think that should be okay. I'd give you some leeway if you were a politician in the 90s and you're on death's door right now, like Joe Biden. I don't expect him to ever do anything good, but like everyone else kind of coming up.
Honestly, the more you read about JFK, it's kind of sad that, like, it's been the playbook of especially Democratic politicians, like, for the longest time.
Yeah.
To be like, it's your fault for not getting behind my agenda, which, like, seems to be a cornerstone of the centrist Democrats in this country.
Oh yeah, right now it's like I keep getting like those text messages like, hey, it's your representative, or like, hey, it's Obama. We need everyone to sign up. It's like, I know it's not actually that person. It's a PR maneuvering thing, but it's like, it's especially funny when it's from a former president, because it's like, bro, you were the president.
Yeah.
Like, Couldn't you?
I mean, it's also, you have to remember, JFK was positioned as the moderate compared to LBJ in the primaries. Like, they tried to make LBJ look like an establishment radical, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Like, it is sad that, like, kind of history has just been the same shit over and over again. And I get why you'd want to believe it's all part of a conspiracy as opposed to just, like, us not learning the fucking lesson, you know?
Mm-hmm.
I was going to save this for the end, but actually I think it's appropriate for right now. But there's a quote I found from historian Herbert S. Parmet about JFK. And I think it kind of sums up JFK's legacy in a really good way. Quote, call him a schemer, a hawk masquerading as a man of peace, a conservative who adopted liberal rhetoric, an idealist hampered by his father's robber baron mentality, an elegant, sophisticated gentleman of principle who couldn't wait to tumble the first available skirt. He became a legend and symbol for the masses all over the world. In the homes of the poor, in America and elsewhere, his picture hangs on the wall along with those of Jesus Christ, Martin Luther King, and FDR, which is kind of his legacy. I mean, he kind of became a symbol as opposed to, like, an actual, you know, historic figure.
Mm-hmm.
And, I mean, think about it. Like, I mean, JFK's on our money, you know. We all really think positively of JFK just, like, reflexively. Like, and we know so little about his actual tenure as president. Because it's all overshadowed by this assassination and all the conspiracies associated with it.
Damn. I don't know. It just makes me think of, like, in this country especially, we're really, like, a fan of more symbols than, like, of people.
I mean, how much of that quote that I just read could apply to, like, Barack Obama?
Yeah.
You know? Like, it's a real bummer. And Obama's probably going to go down in history as, like, a symbolic president like that, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Like, we can't really ever stop that. And, you know, what is it? When the legend becomes fact, print the legend.
Mm-hmm.
And I think in a weird way, JFK is an attempt to keep, like, not just the film JFK, but also, like, the culture around that assassination. It is an attempt to keep the legend alive. It's really JFK's death and his administration is more, it reveals a lot more truth about the flaws of America that are, like, at its core. And I think a film like JFK is trying to bottle that myth before it spills out, you know? Like, it wants to be like, no, let's go back to when I believed, you know, that JFK was actually going to change things. And I think that's also the Trump thing with, like, Russia, where it's like we want to believe in all these conspiracies about Russia affecting the election because we want to go back to, like, no, let's go back to when we did elect Obama, and, like, there was all this hope in the Obama administration, and for Trump to get elected, like, immediately after Obama, it can only really speak of failure in a lot of ways.
Mm-hmm.
It's a failure of his administration that we immediately elected a guy who was 10 times worse than anyone that came before him. And it's much easier to believe that there is a conspiracy that kept Trump in office, that got him there, as opposed to a failure of Obama's administration. And the same could be said for, you know, JFK. Maybe if JFK had handled maybe some of the earlier stuff with the CIA, you know, differently, maybe if he hadn't done the Bay of Pigs, maybe if he hadn't done any of the shit in Cuba, the Cold War might have gone completely differently. He could have still gotten assassinated, but maybe if he had just, in those short 3 years, if he had done things differently, we could be in a completely different world, but he didn't do that. And to admit that he didn't do that is difficult, especially if you're a child of that era.
So what you're saying is there are no heroes.
Well, are we about to segue into a Shane Black adventure?
Yes.
Where we have to reprove that heroes do exist?
Yep. You gotta be your own hero.
You know what? Put that speech from the end of Mystery Men where he's like, we're going to talk about the other guys, like the school nurse. That's a hard job. Like, those are the real heroes.
What a good movie that was.
Yeah, that's a fun movie,
Yeah,
even
flawed,
though it's like a disaster.
Flawed, but, yeah.
Yeah, no one involved in that has been accused of Holocaust denial, at least.
I don't know if you're joking. Hang on, I'm trying to think.
No, I don't. Wait, was someone?
I don't know. I'm scared now. You never know anymore.
Yeah, well, you know what? Don't want to look into it, but let's just assume for now
Okay.
that the worst thing anyone involved in that movie did was masturbate in a porno theater.
Wait, what?
You don't know that?
Who was that?
Fucking Paul Rubens.
Oh.
The whole, like, remember, like, Pee-wee got caught jerking off. Ah!
Oh.
Like,
Well, you know, dudes rock.
oh, no.
I'm just kidding. Don't do that in public.
Mm-hmm. So I guess what I'm saying is to just bottle the whole, like, X thing is that there's even a line in it where he's like, stop asking about how they did it and start asking why. Like, who benefited, who all this stuff. And it's like, oh, and that's where we make out Kennedy is this danger to the establishment. And I just have to make clear, it's just not true. There's just no real evidence that JFK was this dangerous to the establishment. And I watched, like, that new Oliver Stone JFK documentary. I started fast forwarding halfway through because it became very clear he was repeating a lot of the same shit, but he peddles a lot of the same arguments he made here, and they just aren't true. If you actually look into his administration, you can pick out moments where he is being, like, very perceptive and is doing something vaguely progressive, but they are vastly outweighed by the times that he just stuck to the script and stuck to the establishment. We also get, like, RFK is, like, assassinated shortly after this. We get that whole scene, and RFK, while he was running for while he was on the campaign trail, also spoke highly of the CIA. Like, it's he specifically defended the CIA illegally giving money to the National Student Association so they could spy on college students. So if the policy was wrong, it was not the product of the CIA, but of the administration. The CIA has developed a very healthy view of communism, which is just, like, wild for someone to say.
Yeah.
So I think I don't even think I have to even go that deep into a lot of what happens next.
Can we both agree that this is kind of where the film slows down?
It definitely does. It picks up a little bit in the trial, and then it kind of dies.
Yeah, and it's like, all right, yeah, we're definitely done here now.
Well, all right. Clay Bertrand, Clay Shaw, my fault. Clay Shaw is arrested. He admits to the alias Clay Bertrand, and it says that, like, this is a whole thing where the alias thing, it was likely added by the officer himself after his fingerprints were already taken and he already signed a testimony. It was standard operating procedure for the New Orleans Police Department to get someone's signature before actually filling in any of the documents. So it seems like the officer involved, who isn't allowed to testify, put that on later. But this is literally, like, the closest we get to the Clay Shaw, Clay Bertrand thing. And it's just hooey. I don't even want to bother at this point. Like, it's a lot of what happens now is just hooey. All right, so we are all right. I'm about to fucking destroy Jim Garrison really quickly.
Yeah, go for it.
And then
knock him down.
We can talk about the actual, like, ballistics of the JFK assassination, and then we can kind of just end this.
All right.
So we can get this done a little quicker. There's a lot I could be talking about, but it would just be me saying the same thing over and over again of, like, this isn't true, this is exaggerated, this was said at a later date. It's a lot of that.
Yeah, and you're not Oliver Stone, you're smarter, so.
In the theatrical cut of the film, what happens with Michael Rooker's character?
Yeah, he doesn't die or anything, right? He doesn't
die.
He just stops appearing?
Yeah, he gets frustrated. He gives a whole thing where he's, like, trying to say the mafia was the one responsible. And, like, everyone turns on him in the room being like, how could you be so naive to think the mafia did this? And frankly, there's more evidence the mafia did it than the CIA. But hey, it's a weird like Oliver Stone trying to like get ahead of his critics, like being like, oh, if you fucking think the mafia did it, you're naive. And then he just like leaves the movie. In the director's cut, we see a few scenes like after the David Ferry incident. He leaves David Ferry's house and he's harassed by like a former buddy who works in intelligence. And this guy's like, look, you got to stop being involved in this Jim Garrison thing. Like, it's a sinking ship. And he's like, I don't know what you're talking about. Leave me alone. And the agent goes to him, look, we know that Castro actually pulled the trigger on Kennedy. Like, that he is the one that committed the conspiracy. But if you uncover that and expose that to the American public, that means there's going to be a nuclear war between America and Russia. That's millions of people dead. Do you want to do that? And it's this moment. It's actually a fairly decent argument to be like, that's how you can kind of get people to shut up. You don't really need to bribe people or even kill them. But if you scare someone, like if you go to me being like, here's the truth, but if you reveal it, it's going to lead to the deaths of millions of people. You know, you're going to maybe not reveal that, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, that's a fairly okay argument to be like, this is how people are kept shut up. Like, you play them against each other. So he has that scene where he blows up, he leaves the case. There's an extended scene where people are being like, look, he's been acting funny. He's been taking files out of the filing cabinet. We don't know where he's taking them. Like, we can't trust him anymore. But Garrison's like, no, he's our friend. We have to trust him. Garrison goes on a talk show in the director's cut, which is kind of similar. I believe he had an appearance on The Tonight Show with Johnny Carson. And it's kind of like a scene supposed to be that, but with a made-up guy. And it's a long scene. It was cut. I get why it was cut. It's kind of pointless. On the flight back, Michael Rooker confronts him at the airport. And is like, boss, I'm sorry I disappeared on you. Look, I've got some information that you are going to be assassinated when you get back to New Orleans. I'm just trying to give you a heads up. And Garrison's like, look, haven't I told you people not... Like, we are not going to talk about assassination attempts all my life. Like, I don't want to hear that. He's like, I'm just trying to help you. He's like, we made that very clear. And it's like, he's like, I'm going to pay your plane ticket. You're coming back with me. And he's like, I'm sorry. It's like this apologetic thing. He's like, all right, I'm going to use the bathroom, and then we're getting out of here. Jim Garrison goes to the bathroom, and as he's in there, he starts noticing that someone in the stall next to him is behaving very strangely. And he puts together very quickly that he is going to be framed for soliciting sex in a public bathroom. Like, that the guy next to him is being set up to, like, look like he's having sex with him. He sneaks out and, like, he sees that there are a bunch of cops and reporters waiting for him, but he manages to get by everyone before it can happen, you know? Like, he just narrowly escapes. And then we see, in the distance, Michael Rooker looking sheepish and, like, looking away and, like, running away. And it's like, oh God, Michael Rooker was trying to set him up. It was all part of the plan. They were going to discredit him by framing him for having sex with a gay prostitute. Again, like this movie's weird relationship to homophobia.
Yeah, I was going to say, like, oh, good thing he avoided the gay.
Yeah, it's bad. All right. I think it was a good reason to cut that scene. I don't like that sequence.
Yeah, I could think of a couple more reasons why to cut that scene, but
yeah, there's a lot.
Yeah.
All right. Now, what I'm about to discuss is a very inflammatory accusation.
Okay.
It comes from the book False Witness by Patricia Lambert. It was published in like 1999, I believe. It's very specifically about the Garrison trial and JFK and all that stuff. A lot of the information I've been using for this comes from that book. If you want to discredit anything, discredit that book. Again, I tried to find other takes on this. I couldn't find ones that didn't feel unbiased in one way or another, but there's also just not a lot of writing out there about this book. Patricia Lambert, from my perspective, seems to have done her research. She seems to investigate a lot of people. But this thing I'm about to bring up, a lot of people were on the record anonymously, and some aren't, some are. And some were kind of revealed at a later date, but it mostly comes from Patricia Lambert's book. So I am not sure how true this is. But in this day and age, it seems a lot more true than it seems plausible. So this is a little fucked up. All right.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right. I'm quoting the version that was broken down for the JFK 100, which also takes from Lambert's book. So a lot of the information I'm paraphrasing stuff that was paraphrased on that website. All right. In 1967, shortly following his indictment of Playshaw, Garrison discussed the various conspiratorial forces out to destroy him in his investigation, and many charges being leveled at him. Next, he said he expected to be someone to accuse him of, quote, child molestation. As Patricia Lambert notes, in light of later events, this statement sounds like a preemptive strike. In 1969, a prominent New Orleans family briefly considered pressing charges against Garrison for the sexual molestation of their 13-year-old son. In the end, concerns for privacy and safety of their son caused the family to drop the matter. But the head of the local Citizens Watchdog Committee informed the New Orleans Parish Grand Jury of the matter, and someone on the grand jury leaked word of the story to columnist Jack Anderson. Off the record, Anderson confirmed with grand jury foreman William J. Crummell Sr. that the grand jury was looking into the matter. Crummell was afraid to speak for the record, but he said, because I'm afraid that if I say so in public, the DA's office, want to throw me in jail. It should be noted that there is a lot of history. I mean, if you really look at the Clay Shaw thing as Clay being completely innocent, it should speak volumes that Garrison was probably doing this a lot, bringing people in on trumped-up charges. He threatened to throw other judges in jail and succeeded a few times. Like, he kind of ruled New Orleans with an iron fist. He wasn't a great guy.
Jesus Christ.
People were afraid of him. Journalist David Chandler, who had once been quite friendly with Garrison, the DA had been best man at Chandler's 1965 wedding, insisted to Patricia Lambert that the incident was merely the tip of the iceberg. Garrison was, quote, basically a pedophile, Chandler alleged, claiming first-hand knowledge of Garrison's preference for adolescent girls, quote, around 16 and younger.
I'm going to put a little trigger warning at the beginning of this episode. Don't worry, everyone.
Okay, yeah.
This one I will put a content warning for sure.
Yeah, that should definitely be out there. Yeah. This was something I stumbled upon very last minute. When I asked you to delay the recording the first time, this is what I stumbled across. And it's bad. It's bad. And I want to give asterisks. I want to give as many asterisks as possible, is that it's mainly coming from this book, False Witness. I think Patricia Lambert did her homework, but it's mainly this book. It hasn't been a lot out there aside from it. And also, we're going through this weird shift in our country right now where the Republican Party is trying to position everyone who stands against them as pedophiles, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I want to give all of this, I want to treat all of this, very cautiously, you know?
Yeah, as you should. Just the subject matter itself, definitely worth noting and warning people of. But
do you want to do a little introduction to this clip, or do you want me to just go into it?
I'll do the introduction. Okay, so hello everyone. Just a quick addendum. Matt wanted to provide some extra context for this section of the JFK retrospective. I don't know the full details of it, but I guess we're gonna get into it. So Matt, what else we got to talk about here?
Yeah, nothing too. I just want to add greater context, and I believe there's already been a content warning.
Yes. At
some point in the episode, at least. We're gonna talk about the real Jim Garrison for a little bit, who, believe it or not, is very different than he is portrayed in this movie. First, I just want to say that when it was announced that Jim Garrison was going to be the main character of JFK, people were not happy in the general press. You can actually find articles from around the time that are that are just this, like right off is like, this guy, he had a trial. Everyone basically was in agreement that like his trial was just like a farce and a big show. But it's so weird when it just talks about. Oh, I think I can hear a dog barking in your background.
Yeah, I'm so sorry. Just it'll be my background, so don't worry. I'll cut it.
That's fine. Hey, doggo. But it's interesting. It just speaks to the power of film, where it's like you go into the trial in the movie, and it's just like, this guy, he's got everything fucking figured out, you know? Like, there's no way he can lose unless the government sabotaged him. And then, like, if you read the, like, context around it removed from the movie, it's just like, yeah, he went to trial, he just talked forever and dragged the trial on forever, and then he got dismissed in, like, 45 minutes. Like, that's the actual context. But I just need to point out, it's not just like people like me who don't believe in the JFK conspiracy theory dragging him. Like, a lot of prominent conspiracy theorists dismiss Jim Garrison as a crank. Like, they think his crusade was whack. Like, and I think his whole thing, it's this real turning point in the JFK conspiracy in general, where there are conspiracy theorists who their main holdup is like, they believe either Oswald couldn't have fired those 3 shots on his own, or that there were more than 3 shots, or that he was simply working with other people. I think those people at least have some evidence to back that up. There's at least something in the air around there. The Garrison of it all, with this movie, JFK, is where it just goes full over into, like, CIA, shadow government, Illuminati shit, you know? And we talked about, I brought up Loose Change a little earlier, remember that?
Yeah.
In the recording. And it's kind of shocking that when you really read Jim Garrison's stuff, he's basically, what's that thing called? The, like, 6 degrees of Kevin Bacon?
Oh, yeah, he's 6-degreeing the JFK assassination.
Yeah, that's 100% what he did. Like, when you really break down and if you follow, like, the investigation without a narrative arc to it, it's this guy who, he found someone he was interested in, and then he would literally go and interview all of the person's neighbors and try to find connections with them, you know? Mm-hmm. He'd be like, oh, hey, you know, this person's connected to this person. And if he didn't find anything, he would just dismiss it. But if he found that one thing, he would follow it until he found another connection to another thing, and then another connection to another thing. There's a weird moment in the movie JFK where they're talking about... Remember there's the scene where they're around the dinner table, and they're like calling into question like all the photographs of Oswald and shit,
yeah.
And like how his neighbors are like they cast all this weird doubt on the neighbors, right? Mm-hmm. Like they heavily imply the one neighbor was like a Nazi, which I don't believe is true. But the one that they just casually throw out there, and it's kind of the one where it's like they want very specific people in the audience to hear it, but not everyone. They go like, oh, he started hanging around with this couple whose husband worked for Bell Helicopter. And then later, remember, there's like, who made all the money off the Vietnam War? Bell Helicopter. Remember that? And it's like, okay, the dude worked for Bell Helicopter. And it's like, see, there's a connection there. And it's like, the dude was an engineer. Like, what is an engineer? Like, what levers is he pulling behind the scenes at Bell Helicopter?
Well, no. If he's an engineer, then he has the layouts and all the schematics.
Of the helicopter?
Yes. I don't know.
But that's not the point.
I know. It's just I'm trying to understand that mindset.
It's just I just have to point out that if you really read the Jim Garrison investigation in order of how it is 100% just 6 degrees of Kevin Bacon. And that's exactly what Loose Change does too. If you watch that documentary Loose Change, it's like, this person said this, and this person's connected to this, and this person's connected to this, who paid money for this, and then it's like, see, it's all connected. And it's like, all these people are connected because they work in the U.S. government. Like, of course they're connected. Like, that's, like, it's like, yeah, both these people talked to Bush because they were Bush administration people. Like, I'm not clearing George Bush. I'm not trying to say the CIA is fine and cool, and I'm not even saying Bell Helicopter is fine. I'm just saying that pointing out these connections does not mean there's a grand conspiracy there. I also want to point out, when I was looking up like responses to the JFK announcement, a guy popped up I did not expect, and that is movie critic Joe Bob Briggs.
What?
Joe Bob Briggs popped up, and his quotes are amazing, so I have to read them. Okay. He said, "The main role of the movie JFK is not JFK. It's not LBJ. It's not Governor Connolly or Jackie or Chief Justice Warren or Lee Harvey Oswald or Jack Ruby. The main role in the movie is this flake from Nolans," and he spells it like that. Nolans.
Oh, God.
Of course, if you asked Oliver, the only reason we think Jimbo Garrison is a flake is that he's been persecuted by the media conspiracy, the Cuban conspiracy, the FBI conspiracy, the CIA conspiracy, the conspiracy of the doctors at Parkland Hospital. That is the thing we didn't bring up, how ridiculous it is calling out Parkland Hospital, like that they were in on it. The conspiracy of all the employees at the Texas Book Depository. I'm just bringing this up because Joe Bob made some pretty good points. And now the conspiracy of all guilty Texans to whitewash what their state did to the president. We have a few theories about JFK ourselves, the film critic concluded harshly. It stands for just full of crap.
I like Joe Bob Briggs now.
Yeah, Joe Bob, honestly, Joe Bob is like that, like cowboy uncle, you know? Like, he's a little right-wing, he's occasionally not on the mark with a lot of shit, you know? Mm-hmm. And it's like, oh God, please never give my uncle a platform. But he occasionally has like really good points about stuff, and he's fun to talk to.
Yeah, streaming Friday nights on Shudder.com.
Hey.
No, but like, no, that's the thing. Like, I'll say this before you wrap up your points too. Yeah, I like Joe Bob Briggs. Don't ask him about politics.
Yeah, exactly. It's just, he's very okay, but he's still, you know, he's a white guy from Texas. Like,
yeah. Like,
what are you gonna
talk
do?
to him about your favorite slasher movies and shit, and it's tons of fun. There you go.
Yeah, and I was gonna say, so Oliver Stone, you can find interviews with Oliver Stone where it's basically like he read Jim Garrison's On the Trail of the Assassins, or is it called On the Trial of the Assassins? I don't even remember. Sorry, I should maybe know that. On the Trail of the Assassins. Okay, that was the title.
I had that one down. I was going to correct you.
Yeah. For some reason, I was like, wait, is it Trial? Like, I knew it was Trail, but, like, my brain decided to, like, double cross.
No, this movie's broken us, so go ahead.
Yeah, and he just took it at face value. And he said, I talked to Jim Garrison, and I brought up all the allegations against Jim Garrison of bribery. And we got to say, it goes a lot deeper than just bribery. Like, there was a huge organized crime effort operating in New Orleans at the time the trials were held, and there's a lot of stories about Jim Garrison having the evidence to prosecute organized crime figures and then just not doing it. Like, that's something that there is a lot of evidence out there for, you know? Mm-hmm. Like, now, this is at the peak of organized crime. Maybe you could argue he felt threatened for his life by organized crime, but this is a guy that went after the CIA. So, I don't know what to tell you. It should be noted that the author, Patricia Lambert, who wrote False Witness, of which I get a lot of the talking points for this episode from, offered, like, Oliver Stone was like, I will debate anyone on the accusations against Jim Garrison. Patricia Lambert offered to do a debate with Oliver Stone, and Stone refused and said, having glanced at Miss Lambert's book, I don't see myself participating creatively in your enterprise. So, you know, it's a little odd. It's hard to get Oliver Stone's pulse on a lot of this stuff, you know? Mm-hmm. All right, now we have to talk about, like, all right, we're going to get into the more serious stuff. I was talking about him getting bribes. We've already talked about him drugging witnesses, of which there is a lot of evidence for. There are plenty of people you can also find who, like, worked with Jim Garrison, who then, like, realized at a certain point he was a fraud. Michael Rooker's character is kind of like a composite of multiple people who left the investigation throughout and started talking shit. Now, some people stood by him till the day he died, you know? Mm-hmm. One thing is that a lot of people who even agree with Jim Garrison's crusade and agree with the conspiracy he presented have said that one of the things they found laughable about the movie was that they portrayed him as like a good father figure and and that he had a good home life and loved his wife. I actually couldn't find a lot of evidence about like if he ever divorced his wife or what happened there. There's surprisingly little about that out there. But according to a lot of people, he had a quote, very turbulent home life. And some people have accused him of slapping his wife around.
Jesus.
That now it's like, it's unfortunately the 60s, so it's like very normalized. It was so normalized to the point that he even basically admitted it in interviews. Jim Garrison said in one interview that, like, yeah, you know, sometimes she would get a little emotional in public and it would get heated. Now he didn't like explicitly say he hit her, but like he was asked about that, you know. Not great, not great stuff right there. They also said one of the other laughable things in it was that there's this scene in it where, remember, we see Robert Kennedy on the TV, and he's like, and they're like, oh, he's going to win, he's our next president. And he's like, he'll never get there, they'll kill him before he can do it. And then he literally gets assassinated, like, the next night. Before RFK was assassinated, Garrison was going around telling everyone that he was actually involved in the conspiracy to kill his own brother.
Jesus Christ.
So Garrison makes, again, like we talk about the media circus thing in this movie, he was the one drumming all of that up. That was all him. He was inviting reporters in and telling them stuff like, yeah, I've had the names of the assassins for weeks. Like, I know exactly who did it, and then not providing the evidence. And a lot of guys you talk to say, like, I started working with Jim Garrison because he said, I have the evidence. I can prove this stuff. I have more than just one witness connecting these things. And once the public hears about it, they'll be shocked. And they're like, okay, I trust you, Jim. And then when they'd get to the trial, and he literally only had, like, one witness connecting people, they'd realize Jim Garrison was a fraud, you know?
Mm-hmm.
All right, so the big thing, and this is the thing this is really heavy, and it's something I felt we needed greater context for. I wanted to do, like, a bit of the ramp up here, just talking about Jim Garrison. Jim Garrison, let me find the quote. Sorry, let me find the quote real quick. I'm taking this quote directly from the JFK 100 website I talked about. In 1967, shortly following his indictment of Clay Shaw. Oh, I should also mention, anytime there's like people that like, there are so many instances of people basically being forced to testify because Jim Garrison threatened to indict them on other crimes, you know? There are tons of instances of him being like, he wanted reporters arrested for questioning his story. And, like, literally had to be stopped by other people being like, you have no grounds to arrest these people. He's like, I don't give a shit, arrest them. And the only thing that stopped it from happening was other people in the DA office. So here's the quote. In 1967, shortly after his indictment of Clay Shaw, Garrison discussed the various conspiratorial forces out to destroy his investigation and the many charges being leveled at him. Next, he said he expected them to accuse him of, quote, child molesting. As Patricia Lambert notes, in light of later events, this statement sounds like a preemptive strike. And the very dark topic is that in 1968, a prominent New Orleans family briefly considered pressing charges against Garrison for sexual molestation of their 13-year-old son. There is evidence that that people were speaking to a grand jury, but no prosecution was brought forward. And I just want to get, like, that's a really heavy accusation. And again, if you're more on the side of Garrison, you could totally see that as the CIA trying to drum up anything to discredit him, you know? And also in, like, we're living through this weird ramp up right now where the GOP is very much shifting into this mode where anyone they disagree with is now being accused of pedophilia, you know? Specifically, the entire LGBT community is now being accused of just being pedophiles. And that seems to be their new strategy going forward. So, like, I want to... And we also have to talk about that, especially in the time that this was made, I brought this up earlier, that the words homosexual and pedophile were used interchangeably in the 1960s. So I got to give a lot of asterisks there. We have to note that this, quote, prominent New Orleans family... spoke entirely on the basis of oh god, I can't say the word. Anonymity.
Anonymity.
Sorry, anonymity. I don't know why I couldn't get that.
No,
word.
Every once in a while it happens. Yeah.
Yeah. I want to do I really wanted to find more to this than this. You know. Mm-hmm. That was the main thing I basically spent like the week after we finished recording. I actually found a newspaper published from 1968 where this story was published, but it basically says the same thing that was spoken here that Patricia Lambert would report later. You can find it. You can Google this. Maybe I'll send you the link to include with the episode. You can actually find it online, the actual newspaper clipping that discusses this. But I couldn't find much else beyond that. And Patricia Lambert, when she writes about it in her book, also she said she spoke to the family that made the accusations, but also kept them anonymous. So these are anonymous. There's not like other accusations out there. There isn't this other wave of. I think especially in this like post like Cosby, post Weinstein era, a lot of the times when like you find one of these, you end up finding more than one story. I couldn't find other stories, But the other thing was, also I'm not going to go into the details of exactly what's accused. But it's not good. So. But you can read. It's on the JFK 100 website if you want to read a detailed version of the accusations. A journalist named David Chandler, who had once been quite friendly with Garrison, the DA had been best man at Chandler's 1965 wedding, insisted to Patricia Lambert that the incident was merely the tip of the iceberg. Garrison was, quote, basically a pedophile, Chandler alleged, claiming firsthand knowledge of Garrison's preference for adolescent girls around 16 and younger. So that's the only other thing I really found. It should be noted that, like, it appears Chandler and Garrison had a big falling out at some point before he even made those accusations. So again, it's like, just take all of that with a grain of salt. But I felt like it needed to be out there a little more. And if true, I mean, that just cuts the legs out of the whole Jim Garrison thing. I think you could agree with that.
Yeah, and I mean, the legs weren't exactly sturdy from the get-go.
Yeah, I mean, it's bad. It's like, we have a guy who's basically like, yeah, I roughed my wife up, like...
Who among us?
That stuff, yeah.
Sorry, that was a really bad joke.
That is a really bad joke. I'm glad you made it. But, yeah, he was a bad person, I guess, is the thing. And, like I said, most conspiracy theorists don't even stand by him these days. And...
That's fucking saying
It's so
something.
weird. I had always given Oliver Stone this benefit of the doubt of being like, I thought on some level he understood that Jim Garrison was full of shit, but believed that the ends justified the means, in that, like, this is a great narrative to hang all my conspiracy theories on, because this isn't just based on Garrison's book, it's based on another conspiracy book where I think that's where a lot of the X stuff comes in. But yeah, it appears that not only did Oliver Stone stand by Jim Garrison, like, he also, like, believed his story wholeheartedly, and it's just his thing is it's as flimsy as 9/11 conspiracy theories, specifically the Jim Garrison angle of it. I will grant that there is a lot more leeway and a lot more confusing, like, there's a lot more possibility that there was a conspiracy of some kind, but I don't think there's anything grander than that. And at the end of the day, I think that to justify some of the accusations being made, like that Oswald was framed for the murder of Officer Tippit, which we'll get into a little later, like, the CIA needs to be involved to frame him for that. So I don't know, it's so bizarre. It's just sad. It's just sad that, like, this guy kind of got elevated to be, like, it's almost like a Frank Capra movie in a lot of weird ways. Like, he's fucking Mr. Smith Goes to Washington in this goddamn shit.
He's a man searching for the truth and a righteous cause.
Yeah, let justice be done or the heavens fall. And again, like, there's even more of that coming when we get back into the recording proper, but it's, when you really look at it, it's embarrassing how little is actually there. Mm-hmm. And then, beyond embarrassing, it's almost criminal how little's there. All right, I think now you can just go back into the recording.
Okay, I'll do a little clap here so I can see
unless you have a point you want to make.
No, I think that covers it.
Okay.
Let me just, okay, so I see that in the
but
recording.
If true, yep, that's
okay,
horrible.
you ready? Need water or anything?
And I'm only quoting like the beginnings of it. If you want to read more on it, go to the JFK 100 site that will be linked
I was just gonna keep
with
recording.
this episode, correct?
Yeah, in the description.
And go to the article titled Oliver Stone's Portrayal of Jim Garrison, which talks more specifically about Oliver Stone and his relationship to Jim Garrison, but it brings a lot of this up, and it cites its sources pretty well. And yeah, and it should also be noted, just this sort of stuff was a lot more prevalent in the 60s too, and there was like a lot less people speaking out on this stuff. So yeah, that's Jim Garrison, the hero of this film.
Yeah, that's awful.
Yeah. And Jesus. Remember, he appears in the movie as Earl Warren. He is straight up the hero of this movie. And it's and like I said, that's like the worst thing he's accused of. He's been accused of a lot of like awful shit just as like a DA, like awful DA shit, you know? Mm-hmm. Like I think we've come to learn, especially in the wake of like someone like Kamala Harris, that like most district attorneys fucking suck. Yeah. You know? He was up to a lot of that and more. So
to go back to another Dark Knight comparison, another movie that is accidentally ahead of its time. That's kind of a joke to lighten the mood, but also, Comrade Christopher Nolan.
I mean, here's the thing: it's like the more you learn about how bad like our country is now and has been forever, the more you start going like, "Fuck, those idiots who are like the Joker's the hero might actually be right."
No.
Yes, I'm going there. No. I'm going there.
No.
I'm going there. I'm going there.
I cannot. But also, I think our reads on the film about like the Joker and our interpretation of that is
removing
different.
The Joker inside job thing that I came up.
No. Yeah. Removing that. I think like my interpretation of the Joker is that it's like it's much more metaphorical. Like that's not a person. That's not a human being in that film, basically.
But I'm just saying I think that the people who kind of rally around the Joker are a lot closer than I maybe want to ever admit.
Yeah, you got to dig yourself out of that one.
Oh no, I'm not. Okay. I stand by that. I stand by it.
All right. Well.
I stand by it. But now I'm on a watch list. So
yeah. Here's
with
something.
That comment. I just hope we never have to discuss the Joker ever again. Anyway,
give it a couple years.
Let's get into the trial, I guess.
All right. Well, we don't have to get that into it because it's the most boring part of the movie. But
the movie tries to portray it as like Jim Garrison was railroaded, right?
Yeah.
Like in actuality, it was like a farce. Like
by now I think everyone listening to this, I think hopefully understands that that's the truth. It's a farce. It is a man trying to rally people around himself to make himself look good. Basically a psychopath is what we've discovered.
All right. So there's one guy, just as like a good example of like this movie's like the difference between this movie's reality and the fiction. There's a guy in this who's brought on the stand. I can't even remember what his statement is supposed to be. I can't even remember why he's being interviewed. He gives some statement, and then he's supposed to be on Garrison's side, and they're like, "Hey, isn't it true that you took your daughter's fingerprints before she left for college?" And the guy's like, "Yeah." And he's like, "Didn't you do your wife's fingerprints?" "Yeah." He's like, "So why'd you take your daughter's fingerprints again?" And he's like, "Well, I wanted to make sure it was the same person that came back." And like the jury laughs, like the whole courtroom laughs. It's like, "Oh God, this guy's a crank." And one of Jim Garrison's guys leans over and is like, "Sorry, boss, that guy was one of Michael Rooker's people. Like Michael Rooker brought him in. We should have vetted him better." And Garrison's like, "That's fine." In reality, Garrison himself fought for that guy to go on the stand, saying something like, "I know he's a crank. I just want him to go on the record." Like, so that's
like Oliver Stone understood the limitations of his fantasy version of events.
Yeah. All right, so the centerpiece of this whole thing is the recreation of the assassination, right?
Yeah.
We do, he does the whole, like, the bullet travels up through Kennedy's neck, it turns in midair, and then pauses, and then goes through Connolly, then like, it does, like, that weird trajectory, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, I think we've already discussed, but you can look it up, the trajectory of the bullet was not that at all. If you factor in Connolly's position, if you factor in the difference between Kennedy's seat and Connolly's seat, if you factor in the 3-degree slope of Elm Street that the car was going down, the bullet has a lot straighter of a path. It doesn't travel up through Kennedy's neck. Like, if you consider the position he is sitting in, it was going straight. Like, I can talk about this all day. He says it, like, pauses in midair for, like, a full second, but that it completely misunderstands what frame Connolly was hit on. It assumes Connolly was hit on frame 236. He's actually probably hit on frame 223 or 224. It's just, like, again, it's just not true. Like, I don't know how many other ways I can say this. Like, the magic bullet is not as crazy as people think it is. The other thing, I think people always go, like, the bullet came out in pristine condition, right? The bullet, everyone always talks about that. Did you see pictures of the bullet at all?
No.
It looks fairly pristine. It's not actually pristine condition. It's just not bent and crumpled like you'd expect the bullet to be. The one side of it is completely fucked up. But the side that conspiracy theorists usually show is a lot smoother than you would think. And a lot of people go, like, there's no way a bullet could do all that damage and come out like that.
Mm-hmm.
And I believe it was either, like, PBS or the Discovery Channel did a special where they tried to recreate the shot. And, like, they shot it through layers of meat representing the bodies. And they did manage to get a bullet that came out looking a lot like the magic bullet. Now, it's highly improbable, but not impossible. It's not like this impossible thing,
Yeah.
It's like, yes, it is strange the bullet came out in that good a condition, but it's not an impossible thing to happen. Also, he draws attention to the fact that Connolly is still holding his hat when, like, he's like, it's impossible for him to be holding his hat if his wrist has been shattered, which is, his wrist was hit by the bullet. I always assumed that it looks like he's holding it with his left hand as opposed to his right hand, but I guess that's not true. But the thing that cuts through the argument a lot quicker is that even after Oliver Stone says he would have been hit in the wrist, even after that moment, he is still holding his hat. So it's like, it's a moot point to make.
Mm.
All right. They point out all the witnesses that said they heard shots from the grassy knoll. 80% of witnesses reported hearing 2 to 3 shots. 10% reported hearing just 2, and like 8% reported hearing 4 or more shots. Like, there really just isn't much here. There's the epileptic. Remember, there's like the epileptic who has a fake seizure in order to allow the men to sneak in the position, which is such a dumb point to even put out. Like, it's so stupid. He says the epileptic vanishes. He did not. He's a real guy. He's a guy named Jerry Belknap. And this is actually the most shocking bit of information. This was horrifying information I found out while researching. To prove he was there, he provided investigators with the bill for his ambulance ride. And how much did an ambulance ride cost in 1963? $12. That was horrifying to
God.
discover.
This episode's going to make me hate my life. Forever.
Yeah. There is that guy. They also go like, there's a guy in the book depository who doesn't see Oswald, even though he's supposed to be on the floor when Oswald is getting in the position, which is true. That guy didn't see Oswald, but the position he was having his lunch in, there were rows and rows of boxes in his way that would have blocked his view of Lee Harvey Oswald getting in the position. So it's not that strange. I guess that's what I'm basically, the whole point of it is that a lot of what is pointed out here as strange simply isn't that strange.
I mean, to go back just to say, like, to go back to our earlier point, that, like, sometimes there might be, like, coincidences, but, like, the way the world works is just so fucking, you can't bring it all under, like, this tidy little umbrella, you know? Sometimes there's just no logical explanations in a way, I guess, of certain things, you know. Or,
here's the thing.
Or they don't seem logical, is what I'll say.
There are logical explanations. They're just very, like, it's a lot of improbable things happening in conjunction, you know? Yeah. But none of it's impossible, is I guess the point. And to just point that out is entirely circumstantial. Now, we have to talk about Oliver Stone's version of things. Also, first of all, it's really fucked up that Oliver Stone can just show footage of JFK being assassinated in this movie. Mm-hmm. Like, we actually, for real, see JFK's head get blown off.
Yeah, it's gross.
That's fucked up.
Yeah.
Like, that's really fucked up. So, I have to point out, first of all, the hilarious thing of, like, there are teams of, like, 3 people in different positions that are getting ready to do this assassination. He's like, they've walked the plaza. They know every inch. It's like they've left nothing to chance. And then, they missed the first shot. It was a misfire. Like, even in his own version of events, the first shot is like an accident. Like, after all of this buildup of, like, these are the best sharpshooters the CIA can provide, they still missed the first fucking shot. I can't really remember what order all the shots come in, but it's like, he's like, the first shot that hits Kennedy comes from the front and hits him through the throat. Like, for the amount of scrutiny that is put on the trajectory of the magic bullet, there is almost no scrutiny put on the trajectory, the angle, and the locations of the shooters that would have to pull off Oliver Stone's versions of events. You know? Mm-hmm. Because if Kennedy was shot forward through the throat, the way Oliver Stone says he is, the angle the shooter would have to be firing from for it to travel at that trajectory, the guy would have to have been standing basically right next to Abraham Zapruder. So, unless Abraham Zapruder is part of it, or Abraham Zapruder just didn't notice, that's where the shooter would have to be to pull off that shot. But he's also like, he does that thing where it's like, Connolly shows no sign of being hit. And it's just a lie. Watch the Zapruder film. Like, you can see it. When Kennedy gets shot, you can actually tell when the second bullet hits, because it's right when they're coming out from behind the sign, right? Mm-hmm. If you watch, they're coming out. JFK does like a jerk up to his throat, like right as he's coming out from behind it. And at the same time, look at Connolly. I think I've already brought this up, but look at Connolly. Look at his jacket. You can see it shoot forward. You can see the bullet leaving the front of his chest. It's on the film. It happens at almost on top of each other.
For the record, I will not be showing the Zapruder film over the YouTube version of this.
Yeah, you don't need to do that. I'm just saying, people who want to check it out.
Oh, yeah, of course.
I should also mention, I went looking for, there is another video, I can't remember the name of it, because there was actually a few other people recording footage that day. One of the people was filming with the grassy knoll in their sights. Like, they had footage of the grassy knoll in their footage. They claim they got something on camera that they handed the footage over, and when it came back, it had been edited, and whatever they caught on camera had been removed. It's one of the classic conspiracy things. Now, I actually found a guy online who had that footage posted, and he stabilized it. He took out all of the like shaky cam because a lot of these people weren't like professional camera people.
Yeah.
So it's stabilized, and then he was like, pay attention to the corner of the shot, and they even zoom in. I watched that video about a dozen times. I didn't see fucking shit, even when they zoomed in, which is hysterical. This guy posted this video being like, look, this is proof there was someone on the grassy knoll. Hilariously, in the comments, someone didn't seem to pick up on that. And in the comments, this person's like, the reason you don't see anything in that footage is because it was edited by the CIA. So, and it should be noted, the guy who did this footage, who did stabilize everything, and I'm very appreciative of their work. I'm glad it's out there. The other footage he had on his YouTube page was a lot of Bigfoot footage. And he stabilized a lot of that. And I'll be honest, the fucking Patterson Gimlin footage of Bigfoot looks a lot more realistic than the JFK shit. I'm just... And also, I gotta put it hilariously, I believe one of the other videos of JFK was filmed by a woman in the same building as Oswald. She was 2 floors below him. And she would have had, if her footage had been better, it would have been proof positive that Oswald did it. But she was such a terrible camera person that literally right before the assassination, it like gets so shaky it becomes basically useless. So it's one of those things where it's like, motherfucker, I wish I could go back in time and give that woman a tripod.
Yeah.
We wouldn't be having this discussion, although we probably would be. Like,
yeah, I think it would just happen at this point. Yeah.
Yeah.
But at least like there'd be more counter evidence, at least, to the fucking insanity.
We get all the shit. We get Oliver Stone's version of events. It's just factually wrong. I don't know how else I can put it. Now, do you want me to bring up my favorite JFK conspiracy theory?
Sure.
This one, and I think is the most probable, and also there's basically evidence contradicting it.
Okay. yeah, then definitely.
I think it's the most probable, but it's the most interesting, at least. There was a book published in '92, so like a year after this movie, called Mortal Error. Wait, I want to make sure this is the right book. Just 1 second.
Mm-hmm.
Blah, 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 blah. Yeah, sorry, this is the right book. It's called Mortal Error, The Shot That Killed JFK. It was written by a sharpshooter named Boner Menninger. He concluded, it's kind of hysterical, and he actually provides a lot of strong evidence. He concluded that, yes, Oswald did shoot Kennedy. He shot him 3 times. And the 3 shots he fired, the shot that shot Kennedy in the throat was basically enough to kill Kennedy. But the shot that hit Kennedy in the head wasn't Oswald. That it was actually a Secret Service agent returning fire, trying to shoot Oswald, and they accidentally shot Kennedy in the head. And it explains the multiple injuries on Kennedy and Connolly, and it explains the weird head jerk Kennedy does. And so this guy basically said, yes, Oswald tried to kill Kennedy, and succeeded. He succeeded, but the headshot wasn't Oswald.
Oh, God.
And I just kind of love that theory. And also he points out, it's like, and this is why there's so much weird, like, contradictory information in the Warren Commission, because they were trying to just hide the fact that they just wanted to save a Secret Service agent of, like, embarrassment, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Which is so much funnier than, like, this massive conspiracy, or Oswald doing it himself. Like, that's why the government tried to cover it up. They weren't trying to cover up any, like, fucking coup d'etat. They just wanted to just be like, Oswald killed him, let's just blame him. It's an interesting read. And it should be stated that LBJ never trusted the Secret Service after the Kennedy assassination.
I can't imagine why.
So, there's some interesting stuff out there. It's an interesting take. And yeah, the weird head, the back into the left thing, which is just, I mean, what do I like? Physicists have recreated the headshot to Kennedy in multiple different ways. They recreate the back into the head movement. It's not an impossible head jerk, you know.
Mm-hmm.
It's just one of those things. It's like it's. I mean, there's a part in where Garrison's like, they claim they can prove this is accurate with some fancy physics in a nuclear laboratory, but use your eyes, your common sense to see what happened. And it's like, it's literally going like, don't believe science, believe your own eyes, which is the argument used by flat earthers.
Flat earthers and like anti-vaxxers. I mean, how often do you hear, I just want to do my own research.
Yeah, exactly.
And it's like, what the fuck are you going to find and where that is more knowledgeable than the fucking CDC?
All right, so all we have to do is that the last like 20 minutes of this fucking movie are devoted to making Lee Harvey Oswald seem innocent, right?
Mm-hmm.
Which is like some of the worst shit in the movie.
Yeah.
It's just it's just a bunch of whataboutisms. Like, how did he move from here to there? And it's like, my crippled ass could make the walk Oswald made in that time frame. Like, it's not that strange. Oswald got out of the building just before it was locked down, and it wasn't like he wasn't noticed. The movie even points out that, like, remember the cop like pulls the gun on him.
Yeah.
He's like, "Who's this?" And it was his boss. It was Oswald's boss, and he's like, "Well, there's no way Oswald would be involved. You know, the assassination's just happened. You have to assume you're like, this is a trained assassination." It's like, well, it's not the guy who stacks books in the fucking attic, you know. Mm-hmm. That guy vouched for Oswald and says, "Don't worry, like, he's fine." And the officer let him go, and that's how Oswald got out of the building. Like, they literally locked down right after it. But when they rounded up all the employees, there's like, all right, who's missing? We rounded up everyone who was in the building, who's missing? And it's like, well, Oswald's missing. So that's when they put out the APB being like, look for this guy. He left the building. That officer, J.D. Tippett, said like, "Hey, I found him. I'm gonna investigate him." Oswald shoots Tippett. Like, that's why there's like this fury of like all these people converged on him. It was one of these things where it's like, we're looking for this guy in relation to the assassination of Kennedy. He shoots a cop. I mean, it just in the minds of the cops, it confirmed their guilt. That's why they swarmed him. You know,
mm-hmm.
It's not that hard to believe. And also there's a whole thing about like the one guy said like his initials weren't on the bullets. There's plenty of pictures online where you can see his initials on the bullets. And he even confirmed to the Warren Commission when they handed him the bullet, he said, "Yep, that's my bullet. That's the bullet I found." Like, it's a bunch of hooey. It's hokum. It's flim flam.
I haven't heard hokum before.
Like, it's just, you know, and then it just turns into like, all right, and then Jack Ruby shoots Oswald, and he was an innocent guy, and like the movie's like, who weeps for Lee Harvey Oswald? Like,
yeah, weird trend with Oliver Stone, and the tragedy of genuinely terrible people.
And I'm just saying, like, yes, there's a lot of weird shit in the Warren Commission. Yes, there's a lot of stuff that is improbable. It's circumstantial, but it's improbable. There's a lot of weird stuff around the JFK assassination. The only thing anyone's been able to prove, though, is that Lee Harvey Oswald might have been involved in a conspiracy. That there might have been other people involved, but no matter how you slice it, Lee Harvey Oswald was definitely involved. And Oliver Stone, to this day, continues to go to bat for Lee Harvey Oswald and argues that he truly was a patsy and that he had nothing to really do with the assassination. And it's pointless.
Is the film now pointless because of this?
I mean, I think it's a well-made movie. I will defend this movie. It's probably not even the worst movie I would ever defend, frankly.
Okay. Could you think of a worse one off the top of your head? Because this is up there now for me.
This is definitely up there. I mean, like, I'm not someone who defends like I don't even defend Birth of a Nation, you know?
Yeah.
Like, a lot of film historians defend Birth of a Nation. I don't even do that. I don't defend, like, Triumph of the Will or anything like that, you know?
Mm-hmm.
So maybe this is the worst, but, yeah, I still think it's a very good movie. I want to see if you could somehow capture this energy in a fictional narrative, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Can you think of a movie that has this same energy that is, like, entirely fictional?
Texas Chainsaw Massacre.
I mean, yeah, I'm talking about, like, a political
No,
thing
yeah. Off the top of my head, no. Which is maybe a good thing.
If you can think of one, recommend it. I would love to check it out. But yeah, I think it's an interesting document. I think it's an important film to discuss because the JFK assassination is American mythology at this point. And I think if we talked about this movie seriously a little more, both as a piece of art and as historic revisionism, it would maybe dissuade a lot of, because I think JFK conspiracy theory, as I said at the start of our first part, it is the conspiracy used to justify all other conspiracies. If you believe the JFK conspiracy theory, you're going to believe basically anything else thrown at you. The only one worse than that is probably, I think a lot of JFK conspiracy theorists draw the line at 9/11 conspiracy theories. And I think the people that are so entrenched in those are basically birthed QAnon, you know?
Mm-hmm.
But QAnon, how it operates as a big tent conspiracy, it can get a lot of people on board without even realizing they're part of QAnon, you know?
Yeah.
It's like all the shit about, like, human trafficking and, like, children in danger and shit like that, which it's like, that those are conspiracies where there is some basis in fact, but they're blown out of proportion and misrepresented to justify an agenda that is deeply sickening. And this movie, I don't know what Oliver Stone's agenda is at the end of the day. I don't know what he hopes to accomplish with something like this, pointing this out. The movie on DVD ends with the revelation that, like, thanks to this film, the JFK Records Act was passed. And it should be said that, like, since then, JFK documents have slowly been coming out. None of them have helped the movie in any way. The one thing at the end is they go, Clay Shaw, that, like, a document came out that said Clay Shaw did work for the CIA. Now, he didn't work for the CIA in the capacity of the film is saying. He was likely an informant in the way that if, like, let's say the CIA showed up at your door and, like, hey, we have some questions. Did you see this car on this night? And you were like, yes. They're like, okay, bye. Like, that was likely the extent of Clay Shaw's relation to the CIA. He was not an agent for the government. There's nothing really connecting him to David Ferrie or Operation Mongoose. It's all blown out of proportion. And like I said, and all the documents that have come out since in, like, the JFK files because of the JFK Information Act, all they really do is paint the CIA in a worse light than they're already in. And the CIA is in a pretty bad light. But it does nothing to shed light as to whether or not they were involved in the JFK assassination. And it's ludicrous to think, if Oliver Stone, this film basically posits that, like, the CIA can fake autopsies, can fake interviews, can kill witnesses, can basically destroy documents when they want to. It is true that the Kennedy's brain was lost in the National Archive, which speaks more to government incompetence than anything else. But it's so weird that he thinks, like, well, once I find the real documents that the government has, it'll expose it. And I on some level, I think Oliver Stone maybe realizes you can never prove this thing, but you can get a lot of clout acting like you're still fighting a crusade that you can't win.
So should we still go see Oliver Stone films if he gets to make any more?
Well, thankfully, I don't think he's going to ever get a chance to make anything ever again.
I don't either, but the possibility is always there as long as he's alive. It's definitely
there. I mean, conspiracy theories are going mainstream at a rate, like, that's very new. So, like, from a business perspective, he is definitely making the correct pivot of doubling down on JFK conspiracy theories right now. Like, if he's trying to regain some clout after being credibly accused of sexual harassment, I could see him coming back, but maybe less as a filmmaker pushing boundaries and more as like a Dinesh D'Souza, but for the left.
That's awful.
Yeah, it is.
That's ugh.
And I would like more people to, there are plenty of leftists that have had Oliver Stone on there. They had Oliver Stone on to promote his JFK documentary. And they had him on because Oliver Stone is going to talk shit about the CIA, and the CIA does suck. I am not disputing that. But it's only going to hurt to keep him involved in any sort of movement against the CIA. He's a liability as far as I'm concerned, and it hurts your credibility to have someone like Oliver Stone associated with either your show or your movement. And it's doubly a problem to have Jim Garrison associated with it. And even worse to have fucking Prouty.
And they're both dead, right?
Is Prouty dead? Jim Garrison's definitely dead. I think Prouty is dead too. But
Prouty is dead. He died in 2001. Nice.
Okay. Fuck, man. Wait. Prouty, he was in Building 7 on September the 11th.
No, he died
Wait,
in June.
I retract everything I just said there.
He died in June, unfortunately.
Damn.
Yeah. Couldn't have held out another couple months, guy.
Yeah.
A week. We make fun of a lot of dead people on this podcast. You ever notice that?
We do. We definitely do.
Yeah. Don't know what that's about. I'm not going to stop anytime soon. I'm just bringing it up. I noticed it right now. All right, Matt. Do you have anything else you want to talk about JFK? I mean, the answer is probably yes, but like, do you?
Well, yeah, I could go. I honestly, like, we've barely scratched the surface. I regret that I didn't devote basically the entire failed award season time to just researching the JFK assassination.
You could do a part 3.
I wish I could have rolled up here with like my own model of Dealey Plaza. Like, I really wish I could go like all in on it. And like, I'm gonna guess this isn't the last time I'm gonna talk about JFK. Like, I will find a way to talk about it again, go more into detail, go deeper into some of the stuff that is a little iffy from my research that I just didn't have time to double check on, and maybe just do something bigger to just really discredit this movie as like a document. And the thing I really regret, I wanted to track more the history of the JFK conspiracy theories, like, and how they developed. I couldn't find a lot of information on that, because like if you type in like JFK conspiracy timelines, all you really find are like timelines of the assassination or like what conspiracy theories think happened on that day. And I wanted to find like when did this theory gain popularity and shit like that, and who promoted it. There's actually a really good, I think I brought it up, called like, I think it was called JFK in Our Time. I think it was produced for the History Channel. They go over the JFK assassination, but only from the perspective of like news footage. So they follow the timeline of news footage, and they even have the moment on there where I think the Zapruder film was shown on national television for the first time, I think on Geraldo. And not to disparage Geraldo, but Geraldo shows it, and like we see the Zapruder film for the first time. It's the first time it's broadcast to the national public. The stills were available in Life magazine for a long time, but this was the first time the actual footage was shown. And Geraldo goes like right on the air, is like, and I think this is evidence that there was a second shooter, because look at the way JFK's head jerks. Like, based on that, like, he just said that to a national audience with no evidence backing him up, and like, I wonder how much of that influenced how these theories developed. And also, when I think about all the effort I put into this, and I wish I could have done more, but I think about all the effort I put into this, when we look at how long this episode is, it kind of sucks to imagine you're someone who puts a ton of effort into researching this conspiracy, and then all you come out with at the end of the day is, yeah, Oswald probably did it. you know?
Mm-hmm.
Like, that sucks. But it's the truth. And I get why maybe if you're Oliver Stone, you've spent this much time on it, you don't want to pivot when evidence presents itself. And, you know, the legend comes back, print the legend. It's a sexier story to be like, I'm the one guy exposing the truth, as opposed to, actually, yeah, the government had it right the whole time. You know?
Mm-hmm.
It's not as fun. It's not a fun note to end on. Imagine if we watched this movie and all these conspiracies are being thrown out, and then at the end Jim Garrison's like, actually, Oswald did do it. Like, that'd be a shitty ending.
I don't know. I think you could actually pull that off, but you need more introspection than what Oliver Stone's capable of.
It's not an ending that would appeal to a wide audience.
Oh, no, absolutely not. They'd be like, what, that's it? And he'd be like, no, don't you understand? It's like a man having to deal with the weight of his own failures. And they're like, but I came to watch a movie. You know?
It should be noted, I guess the last things I want to point out is that in the trial of Clay Shaw, it took the jury less than an hour to find Shaw not guilty. And there's a quote where one guy says, like, he provided evidence for a conspiracy, but whether or not Clay Shaw was involved is another story. That quote isn't true. This is not true. So, again, to end on that note, another quote was basically made up.
So would you recommend this movie still?
I would. I really would. I like it as a movie. And I think it's something where, like, when you actually learn the truth, it becomes a more interesting document. I think in that way, like, when we talked about Book of Henry, and we talked about how Book of Henry, like, inadvertently exposes Colin Trevorrow's failings, both as a filmmaker and kind of like what he views life as, you know?
Mm-hmm.
When I threw that out there, I think knowing all this horrible stuff, it puts it makes the movie actually a more revealing and interesting document. Now, it's morally probably wrong to give more money to this movie, but I'm going to stand by it as a movie. I don't agree with Roger Ebert when he said that Oliver Stone is free to interpret history any way he wants. I don't agree with that statement.
Yeah, it's probably good he's dead too.
Yeah. Oh no, I'm not going to say that about Ebert either.
No, I love Ebert. That's just I do not agree with that statement either.
Yeah, I mean, because you just wouldn't say that. Like, if someone made a movie about Holocaust denial,
yeah, you
wouldn't say it's their right to interpret the Holocaust that way in a major movie produced by a major studio, you know? But I think as a filmic document, it does have power. And I also think it's important to watch of just like, if you were someone who watched it and you were convinced by the movie, and maybe now that I've pulled the curtain back a little bit, and maybe you're thinking differently, it's important to know that, like, yeah, we can all be fooled by this stuff. And then when you look at, like, QAnon people, to understand that, like, they're not that different from us. We all could be fooled into believing something like that, probably. It depends on the biases that it plays on in our own heads. And to maybe have a little more, you know, not to end it on a corny note like this fucking movie does, but to have a little more sympathy for other people. Like, if you watch these documentaries about people who get scammed or end up in cults or do crazy shit, like, it's there, but for the grace of God go I. Like, we all have the potential to be fooled in such a way. And I think this movie is a perfect example of that. And that's what I stand by, ultimately.
Well, I'm not ending on a better note than that. So, Matt, thank you for making us do this longest episode ever. Like, genuinely. Because I think this is going to be one of our better ones.
I hope people enjoy it. Because, like, at times it feels like I'm just babbling incoherently trying to explain all this stuff.
No. I think there's a nice little 3-act structure to our 2-part recording.
Yeah.
I don't know if it'll be 2 episodes yet. We will see. This might take a little longer to edit into something manageable, but again, we shall see. And if that happens, then another episode will come out before, just to, because I want to do this one justice for the time you put into it, especially. But Yeah, this was great. Thank you for all that, sincerely. And
No, it's I really wanted to talk about it, and like I said, I wish I had more time to research. I think I did an okay job. And remember, I'm a guy who barely graduated high school and have like one semester of community college under my belt. Like, I'm not an expert. If you think I'm just full of shit, if you're a stranger who stumbled upon this, don't take what I say too seriously. Do your own, truly do your own research. But yeah, I'm glad you let me do this. I'm glad you let me just go fucking hog wild on the whole thing.
no, yeah, of course. This is kind of like your baby, in
A little
way,
bit,
so.
yeah. I actually found a tweet. I was going through because I was trying to find something I said about. Oh, you know what? I forgot the one joke I was going to make through the whole thing.
Oh, we'll go through it right now.
All right, because I was talking about like the whole thing where it's like all the gay guys that are allegedly involved in the conspiracy, right?
Right.
And it's not like according to this film, it's not like gay guys that are on the down low, right?
Right.
Like these are some of the most loose cannon, untrustworthy guys on the planet. Fucking Pesci, when they bring him in, like folds in like in 2 minutes, you know?
Yeah, that's so
like,
fucking funny.
Yeah, why would you involve in a conspiracy? And my quote was gonna be like, this would be like, all right, Diego, you be a general, and I'm LBJ.
Okay.
And you're gonna come to me and be like, we got to assassinate Kennedy, okay?
Okay.
All right, I do that.
Hey, knock knock. I think we have to assassinate JFK.
I've got just the men to do it. Picks up the phone. Get me the cast of Jackass Forever. It's basically that.
Oh God, I never thought of it that way.
I mean,
but you know what? You know what that does make me think of? How the cast of Jackass Forever should have hosted the Oscars.
Yeah, that's probably true.
Yeah.
I feel like if the audience award thing keeps going the way it's going, we're gonna get like Jackass hosting the Oscars, though.
It's too good for them, frankly, at this point. But
maybe we'll see.
Whatever. All right, JFK, Oliver Stone, go to prison. JFK, good movie. Unfortunately,
if it makes anyone feel any better, Oliver Stone hasn't been relevant for like 20 years.
Yeah.
And I would argue it's only like this 90s pocket of his that like is actually good. I think his 80s is a little rough. I think his 2000s work just sucks. But it's like this brief window.
Mm-hmm.
And it was just him going like crazy. It's him just like letting himself out there. And it's embarrassing and disgusting. But it's interesting. So, glad you all could join us for what is clocking in at over 5 hours, it looks like.
Yeah, it's up there, but you know what? Who cares? It was worth it. So, Matt, where can the people find you continuing to discuss JFK?
I'm around. I'm going to do a smart thing and maybe not give information on the end of the conspiracy theory episode.
All right. Well, I mean, if they found this, they'll find us.
Yeah. I am a little nervous that if this gets picked up by like conspiracy theory people.
Okay, that's fair. But for everyone else, descriptions to everything else we talked about in the description. The links are in the description. There you go. What the fuck am I saying? Links in the description. And some people have asked about this because they listen on SoundCloud and Spotify. You can actually find those descriptions on there as well. And I didn't know that Spotify actually keeps the links intact too. So you can actually click on the links through your Spotify or whatever, and it'll take you to stuff like the JFK 100 and all that jazz. iTunes, I believe, does it as well. I know not a lot of people use Apple Podcasts for some reason. But hey, all the links work in other stuff too. You don't have to go to YouTube. You already don't, so I'm just making it easier for you. Thanks for listening, everyone. Thanks for watching. We're talking about something else next week that might not be on YouTube.
Oh no, let's say what it is, and I am 100% gonna phone it in on that episode.
No, you took the reins on this one. I have the next one.
This was exhausting.
Yeah, I have the reins on the next one. You just sit back and unwind with some nice chamomile tea, just to stay calm, because we're talking about the 2019 Academy Award nominated film Todd Phillips, the Joker.
I wanted a mission, and for my sins, they gave me one.
There's actually a lot to talk about with that film.
There is. I'm gonna barely scratch the surface.
Oh yeah, no. I got this. I got this. That will not be a 5-hour episode. We will mostly be using it as an excuse to talk about better films. Spoiler alert, I guess. All right, so thanks for listening, everyone. If you didn't like this episode, like and subscribe anyways, because you might find something you do like. Unless you're actually, you know what? I'm gonna cut that. I'm just gonna end the episode.
Diego, be very smart in your editing of this episode.
Yep, I am.
That's all I'm gonna say. Be incredibly smart about it.
Yeah. Thanks everyone for listening. Thanks for watching. I think that was a doorbell. It's time to go. We have been professionally unprofessional.
Think the unthinkable. Question everything. Now we're through the looking glass here, people. White is black, and black is white. You don't believe me? All this time, you never believed me.
I just want to raise our children and live a normal life. I want my life back.
This thing's bigger than all of us.
Now, how many corpses is it gonna take for you lawyers to figure out what you want?
People got to know. People got to know why he was killed.
Do you know what you've done to me? I'm a dead man!
Well, if they can kill the president, they can certainly get me.
You're a mouse fighting a gorilla.
You're close. You're closer than you think.
There's going to be an attempt to kill you somewhere between here and New Orleans.
I say let justice be done, or the heavens fall.